Hey everyone, welcome to another exciting adventure. Today, Audio Novel presents, Marvel, So I'm a Supreme Being, So What, by Foolish Sociopath. And if you're looking for more amazing stories, don't forget to check out my Patreon page. Your support helps turn incredible tales like this one into fully immersive audiobooks. Join me on this journey, and together, we can bring more stories to life. Thank you for being part of the adventure. Let's begin. Chapter 41, Cosmic Pathway. Shiraori POV. As I walked through the hallways of Nazarick at a brisk pace, Aura and Mare followed me with a sad expression. We reached the familiar gates of Lemegeton, with Seabass opening the gates to the throne room. All the guardians except Shaltir, Victim, and Gargantua were already present. Albedo and Demiurge also had grim expressions on their faces. I could make out what was going on in their minds. It was pretty damn obvious. They were likely disappointed in themselves for not doing their jobs as defense commander and guardian overseer properly by allowing an intruder to enter Nazarick. While I was also shocked to a certain degree, it was not the same point as the guardians. I did not know how the intruder entered Nazarick and for what purpose, but I was mentally prepared for such an event happening. In fact, it was only a matter of time before the multiverse started throwing curveballs at me and trying to disrupt my plans. My plans having gone so smoothly until now was very suspicious. By all means, Marvel and DC were like the Western versions of Chinese Xianxia universes. Something always had to go wrong in both of them, and both were filled to the brim with bullshit scenarios, especially for villain characters. Since my actions are also pretty villainous, will some sort of magical plot armor make the goody two-shoes heroes to suddenly defeat me? I did not like the sound of some random MC coming up and defeating me using the power of love and friendship. The MCs in this case would obviously be the heroes whose storyline the comic features. So I had also been coming up with contingency plans and variations of contingency plans for each and every bullshit scenario. For the infinite multiverse, no amount of these plans would ever be enough. Albedo had already notified me in the earlier message that the intruder was Amora the Enchantress. Of course, I knew who that was. If she was anything like her comic self, then she would likely have been a strong challenge, but she had already been captured. Obviously, the lack of access to an Asgardian source of magic and a physical fighter helping her got her defeated quickly. But the implications of her infiltration were worrying. What if Asgard already knew about Nazarick? My mind was filled with what-ifs. I should maybe gain some hobby for leisure. I could use it to cool down. I would have read web novels or manga in my last life, but no point recreating what I have already read, just to read it again. I am not some ice guy protagonist who has to plagiarize work for personal reasons, after all. Well, the only exception might be if it is used in scamming. Upon taking my place on the throne, the guardians bowed down and Albedo spoke. Welcome back, my lady. Shaltir has captured the sorceress Amora. Amora is currently being treated by Pistonia, after which she will be brought to the throne room in a few minutes. Very well. It seems Shaltir did not have any issues defeating her. Excellent. Did you find out how she was able to infiltrate Nazarick? I replied. I had tried blessing the NPCs with a silent casting ability, but the effect was slightly different from what I had intended. It seems that a listener heard the spells cast to sound like nonsense. Maybe I should call it obscured casting instead. But why did she not get silent casting directly? I will have to look into it. My thought process was cut off as I heard Albedo's voice. I am deeply sorry for my negligence in allowing an intruder into Nazarick, but I am afraid that I don't know how she was able to enter. All of Nazarick's defense systems on the 6th floor were shut down upon Amora's entry into Nazarick. Albedo bowed down and apologized. I am also sorry for this oversight in the defense systems. Demiurge apologized. No trace of his usual smile was visible. We are sorry for causing trouble. This is our fault for leaving the 6th floor defenseless without security in our absence. The twins apologized. While it was concerning that the defense systems shut down automatically, I was certain it was definitely not the Guardians' fault. Especially not Aura or Mare. So I replied. It's not your fault. Aura, Mare, you were accompanying me on my command. If anything, I should be at fault for this intrusion, as my plans led to the 6th floor being defenseless. Demiurge, I have seen your defense plans and they were impeccable. Albedo, you have done all the missions assigned to you phenomenally. No one will be punished for this error. I was also planning on giving you a reward for your work. Especially since I did not give you anything that belonged to your creator. Look, this is the emerald tablet that belonged to Tabulus Margadina and records knowledge of alchemy like the Philosopher's Stone. I spoke and then handed the stone tablet to her. Demiurge and the twin guardians were somewhat relieved after my statement but depressed nonetheless. Albedo, on the other hand, became more grim, especially as she received the tablet. What I said about her not being responsible did not seem to have made much of a difference, as she must think that she has the biggest role in this fiasco. She is becoming more depressed as she gets her revered creator's belongings. She does not think she is worthy of such a reward, huh? Maybe I should have given it later to her when she was happier. I might have rubbed salt on her wounds, but no point caring about it now. On another note, I began using the wisdom skill as I waited for Shaltir. I had also been testing the wisdom skill for quite a bit of time. Especially during my rest sessions during the trip to the sanctuaries. If the wisdom skill had given me answers directly, I could have avoided so many issues. It would be akin to false omniscience. Too bad it did not match my expectations. What disappointed me deeply was that the skill gave me random garbled nonsense and gibberish as responses to most of the questions. For instance, I just used the skill to check if Odin and Asgard knew about Nazarick yet, and this was the response I got. $#I%, at $**n%, at $. I was pissed off when I saw this rubbish for a few seconds but cooled down rather quickly. This response was nothing different from all the other attempts I made earlier. Regardless, it is common mentality to get your hopes up while wishing for positive results even if you know that you won't get them. Earlier, I said this was true for most results. One of the somewhat successful attempts was when I jokingly used the wisdom skill to find out, how do I become a true cosmic entity? It was a laughable attempt, as I did not think I could ever become a being like eternity or infinity. Surprisingly, I got somewhat legible results. They are listed in this list. NI #condit% on $ for pos $, bli opti% and evo *n% $on in caret oa cos #ICN, y. Co $mic pathway 1. 1. Administrator skill. Requirement satisfied. 2. S0 all at the L #vel of a high *H level god, currently in progress. 3. Atches $ and under $tanding of COSM, C energ, ES. 4. Or % Jin of University or $ES. 5. O caret liar of the multi-caret ers, requirement satisfied. 6. Ratia. Evo % Yushin into. Unknown, requirements for information access not satisfied. 7. Aranality manup and lation. 8. Karm, see change of fate $ on a multiver $al callus, currently in progress. 9. Embody a $imble or conc #point, process initiated, currently in progress. 10. Create % a $istum, requirement, should span the entire multiverse. Note, these are minimum requirements for a possible path of evolution into a multiversal cosmic entity. While easier paths might exist, those are not accessible due to not fulfilling the required criteria. The results were baffling, to say the least. Why did this particular inquiry give more legible results? The sentence that I had not fulfilled those unknown criteria might be the answer to why the skill does not show most results properly. If I tried to view the requirements to satisfy to access this information, it again gave me the rubbish text. For now, I will move with the assumption that I need to be more powerful to view certain types of information using this skill. But I am far from certain about this. It just does not seem right. To be fair, wisdom skill should technically allow me to get all sorts of information. Maybe just like I was using the administrator skill to block others from viewing us, there was someone, possibly a cosmic entity, blocking my access to Marvel's database, if you will. This will be another entry to my long list of pending investigations. Other than that, I had already met some of the conditions for becoming a cosmic entity, with some more in progress. For instance, conditions 2 and 9. I could understand why it would say that obtaining a high-level god soul was in progress. This was due to the fact that her soul would keep becoming stronger as lived. It was a constantly ongoing process. I could also understand why condition 8 was in progress. My very existence in this multiverse had caused a massive butterfly effect, not to mention the plan of constructing time sanctuaries, throwing all of reality into chaos. What I could not understand was Condition 9. When did I initiate the process of embodying a symbol or concept? Also, what is unknown? Was the origin of universes stuff like Infinity Stones? Aren't a few of these requirements too difficult to meet? There are definitely easier ways to become a cosmic entity, as is also confirmed in the note. But why did the skill specifically choose this particular pathway to show to me? That aside, I could easily make out that this was a path tailor-made only for me. No one else would have the administrator skill. The Beyonders might be considered outliers though. Was I considered a Beyonder as well now? It was certain that there were still many mysteries that needed to be uncovered that were held within the administrator skill and wisdom skill. The gates to the throne room opened once more and disturbed my thoughts. I could see Shaltir bringing Amora to kneel in front of me. What does the future have in store for me exactly? I lampooned just thinking about it. Chapter 42, Navigating Troubled Waters. Shiraori POV. Looking at the blonde-haired girl, I instinctively used the evil eye of past sight to find out everything. It had already become a habit in these situations. I was already becoming restless, and the information I saw certainly was a shock. Bad news never disappoints. Amora had accidentally infiltrated due to the mini world tree I planted on the 6th floor. I did not plant a world tree but a massive red flag. There is now some sort of connection between the mini world tree and the mega world tree. This connection even caused the mega world tree to have some unknown fluctuations, causing chaos in the 9 realms. Apparently, Odin and his cronies along with everyone else in the 9 realms are looking for the culprit. Odin was even going to consult the fates. It is highly likely that Odin will know about Nazarick's existence in the near future, and so will the 9 realms. Perhaps even other pantheons will know of our existence soon, much less the plethora of other enemies in the multiverse. While the situation seemed grim, at the very least my backup plans are already in motion. If something happens, I can hop over to another timeline and just start over again. Taking all of this into consideration, it was best to move forward with the assumption that the fates will reveal everything about me as well as Nazarick to Asgard while making future plans. Now, what to do with Amora? I let Mobius and his gang go because he was already under mind control. But Amora was a powerful sorceress. If she returned to Asgard, she might be able to get rid of the mind control. She specializes in mind control after all. Not to mention, Odin and his followers will definitely detect something wrong with her. Maybe Frigga might detect something wrong. I can't just kill or confine her either. Heimdall must have already detected Amora disappearing somewhere, and the fates might also mention something about her. If she escapes my control, it would then only be a matter of time before everyone will surely know about Nazarick, and a chain of troubles will follow soon after. In conclusion, I am caught between a rock and a hard place. I can't make any plans without knowing what information the other parties have. All my options are equally unpleasant. While I just want to kill and be done with it, I just can't. Perhaps the only way to approach this is to manipulate her and bring her to my side without mind control. Not very reassuring, but that is what I have to do. I can see that while she has been defeated by Shaltir and curbed any physical resistance, she is definitely plotting something. As a cunning sorceress, that is part of her nature. If an Asgardian gave up so quickly, it would be pretty damn suspicious. They are a warrior race after all. Even if Amora regularly fights Asgard in the future, she still identifies herself to be an Asgardian. There will be no point talking to her as she is now. Better to break down any and all resistance before continuing with this discussion. Not like I can give her a slice of cake and expect her to lose all hostilities, betray Asgard, and join my side. By then perhaps, I will have more information about what Asgard knows or does not know, and I can change my plans. I might not have to go through with this cumbersome and risky process. I might just be able to kill her or control her directly then. As soon as Amora was caught, I already had multiple other goals to accomplish using her in my mind. Well, discussing them now will be pointless. Let's leave it to the expert to break down her will first. And by that, I of course mean little Demi. I sent a message to him, Demiurge, break down any and all resistance she has. I don't care how you do it as long as she is in one piece and physically intact. We will then manipulate her to our side. Damn it, I just want to kill her to make my life easy, but there will be complications. I might have let some of my frustrations out, but Demiurge was of course very pleased. This was a job he loved after all. And perhaps he thought he could have sweet revenge against the intruder who disgraced him. I can read these guardians like the back of my palm, I thought smugly. Anyway, as Demiurge signaled Seabass, the butler came and picked up the enchantress to take her to her new destination. Possibly the 7th floor? I don't know. As I said, I don't care how he did it. I only cared about the results. Results were always the only thing that mattered in all cases. As long as I got the required results, I did not care if planets or timelines were wiped out, as already evidenced by my plans. I wonder when I lost my morality. I thought. Meh, who cares about that crap? Anything that caused me trouble had to be curbed by any means. I turned towards Mare and typed. Amora was able to enter Nazarick due to the mini-world tree on the 6th floor, as it formed a connection with the Norse Yggdrasil. This will have to be studied in depth. As I said earlier, this fiasco is due to my oversight. If I had taken the mini-world tree into account, perhaps this could have been prevented. Mare, you will continue being in charge of the world tree. Back in our old universe, the leaves of the world tree were the world items. If this tree could keep creating more leaves, perhaps we can farm world items in an unlimited amount. Why yes, my lady, Mare replied. It can also serve as a portal to the other realms. Maybe an energy source. Maybe we can get direct control of Asgard. The possibilities are limitless. For now, I have sealed it up completely so that some other unlucky person does not waltz into Nazarick. I then turned to Albedo. Revise the plan for creating time sanctuaries. There will now be an additional component. Send forces to known large-scale apocalypses and disasters. Gather the people who are destined to die in those disasters and revive them as undead. No one will notice even if they disappear. This way we can ensure a stable supply of undead by using these apocalypses as dead body factories. Our forces will eventually grow to an unfathomable number. In truth, most of them would be low-level undead if we just picked up any old disaster. We will need an apocalypse where people with stronger bodies die so we can farm them in an infinite loop. Ultimately, every little bit counts after all. Maybe we can farm them from apocalypses on other planets. Yes, I will definitely finish this, my lady, Albedo replied with firm determination, likely to wash away this whole error. She won't listen even if I tell her not to worry about it anyway. I finally turned towards Shaltir and spoke to her. Shaltir, you have done very well in this battle. I don't deserve such praise, Shaltir replied, but I could see her lips twitching with joy. I will give you a reward later. For now, I have a mission for you. I want you to go around the world and clandestinely convert living beings into vampires. You can even hunt down the other vampires in this world and bring them under your control. Maybe we can create a vampire nation in the future, much like Count Dracula did. Communicate with Albedo and Demiurge on every aspect that needs to be considered to accomplish this. Try to be as secretive as possible. I will create the greatest vampire nation in the multiverse. Shaltir declared with confidence. I commanded her to enact an idea I had been thinking about for a while now. Using all these independent operations, given enough time, I can create a force much larger than anyone else. Time was something I had plenty of, at least until I found out about what was going on in Asgard. Some plans had to be speeded up. Preparations had to be made in case we had to fight a war. After all the chaos I had caused, not just in this timeline but everywhere, they will definitely not be receptive to this sudden unknown enemy they have encountered. While villains do win in quite a few stories, the authors who created Marvel ultimately want good to triumph in most cases after all. They can easily turn any bad ending into a good ending. In reality, this may play out like some sort of reality warping, shifting reality to always be more towards the positive side. Considering this, I declared. It's possible that Asgard, the 9 realms, and potentially other adversaries have already become aware of our existence or will do so in the near future. Consequently, we must remain vigilant and ready ourselves for potential conflicts on the horizon. While these events are completely uncertain, we cannot afford to be unprepared any longer. It is imperative that we take proactive measures. In the event that they are indeed plotting hostilities against us, we must consider a preemptive strike. Odin is scheduled to enter his Odin sleep in a few months. This may present an opportune moment for our invasion of Asgard. Make plans with this in mind. Hopefully, I won't have to do anything at all, but this world loves throwing headaches at me. I have no choice but to be prepared for wars in the future. I will somehow crush Asgard before they cause problems for me if they do indeed find out about me. My spider sense is tingling to indicate that we won't be getting along, but I will confirm all details first before taking action anyway. My thoughts drowned under the cheers of NPCs. Chapter 43, Journey into the Mystery. Third-person POV. Location, Asgard. Asgard is a small other-dimensional planetoid that differs significantly from Earth. It is a flat landmass suspended in space, devoid of rotational or orbital motion around the sun. Despite experiencing intervals of night and day, the concept of changing seasons eludes Asgard. Gravity on Asgard appeared to emanate from beneath its surface, maintaining a clear top and bottom. Remarkably, the landmass's edges remain undead, thanks to an enigmatic force. This same force prevents water bodies at Asgard's boundaries from spilling into the void and secures its atmosphere. Hence, Asgard was often described by outsiders as floating upon the sea of space, navigable by Viking longboat-like Asgardian ships, though the nature of space within this dimension remains mysterious. As a realm of mighty warriors, talks of battles, singing, training for wars, and having otherworldly feasts were an everyday affair. This was true for everyone in Asgard, and whether they were a child or an adult was irrelevant. But recently this joyous atmosphere did not seem to exist anymore, as unsettling silence enveloped the realm. Well, except for the soldiers and workers tasked by the Allfather to conduct investigations scurrying about. Especially near the royal palace of Valiskjaf. Someone had caused panic to spread throughout the 9 realms. The world tree Yggdrasil had been toyed with by the perpetrator, even if only for a few moments. But, Asgardians knew better than to think this was a one-time accident. It was more likely a prelude to the chaos that would come in the future. Such incidents have happened in the past and will definitely happen again in the future. Asgardians knew better than to ignore this incident. This was especially true for Odin, the wise king of Asgard, ruler of the 9 realms, the Allfather. He sat upon the majestic throne of Asgard wearing battle armor with a blue cloak and an eye patch covering his missing left eye. Gungnir, the spear of heaven, held tightly within his hand, which he slammed onto the floor with a thud. The sounds of the Asgardians present went quiet immediately, a testament to his supreme authority. Are you suggesting that despite the considerable time that has passed since the incident, there have been no outcomes for the investigation? Odin bellowed. He was deeply disappointed by this result. Everyone had their heads down. No one was willing to answer this question. At least, until Loki spoke up. I have spoken with Heimdall, father. Based on some of the things he said, perhaps we can draw some conclusions. Go on. Speak what you have to offer, Loki. Odin looked towards his adoptive son and demanded. Yes, father. Apparently, the enchantress has vanished from his sight while lingering around Yggdrasil. Now, I don't think she was the cause of this incident, but was likely trying to investigate it just as we are. As you know, she rarely leaves the 9 realms for the vaster universe. Loki replied. So, what do you make of this? Do you mean to say that she found the instigator and was captured or killed? It's a possibility, father. But, Heimdall did not detect anyone attacking her either. She simply vanished. If someone deliberately captured her, then they had to be very powerful to do all of this under our eyes and evade being discovered. It does not seem very likely. Loki did not look optimistic about this guess. He would rather believe that this whole thing was an accident, but of course, he would not say that to Odin. The other Asgardians also seemed to concur with this. Doing all of this under Odin's watch was not something that Asgardians could believe easily, even if they had evidence in front of their eyes. What do you think is the likely possibility? Amora likely entered another space hidden from Heimdall's eyes. I don't know whether she planned for this or it was accidental, but that space is likely the stronghold of the perpetrator. Loki answered. Why do you think so? Odin questioned. This is just a guess without much backing it, but this is not the only incident being hidden from Heimdall's eyes. Places and things he could see the previous day suddenly became invisible to him. Just days prior to this incident, Heimdall saw some primitive beings on Midgard trying to cause large-scale destruction by erupting volcanoes, but they were all mysteriously frozen without any sign of who used such magic. Those primitive beings who were causing this eruption also disappeared due to unknown space magic used by the mysterious sorcerer. All of these incidents have a perpetrator skilled in the manipulation of space. Perhaps they are the same person. Even if that person happens to be an unrelated wild sorcerer who took pity on the humans that were killed by these primitive beings, it does not hurt to check out just in case, as we do not have other leads. Loki carefully worded his suspicions. Truthfully, this whole speculation was just something he casually whipped up right now in order to show his competence to his father. He did not really think about this for very long, but as he said, they had no other leads. As others were not willing to provide any input, Loki decided to take advantage of this and create a more positive image for his eventual takeover of Asgard. If by some chance whatever he said turned out to be true, that would simply be a cherry on top, but he did not have any such hopes. These incidents have no strong connections. Midgard has multiple sorcerers and witches besides those from Kamartaj who act willfully. Regardless, as you said, we have no lead, so we might as well inspect Midgard. Send the Einherjar to investigate. Odin ordered. He too did not think much of this and gave the order simply as he did not want to miss any leads. As the Asgardians became restless to start working on their next order, Thor entered and spoke up. Father, the preparations to meet the Norns have been completed. We can depart at any time. Excellent. We will leave immediately. Loki, you will come as well. Odin spoke and got up from the throne, adjourning the court. Why are we searching Midgard anyway? How could this primitive planet house a sorcerer capable of causing such chaos? An Asgardian warrior spoke up, disdain clearly evident in his voice. Asgardians looked down on earth-dwellers and mortals in general. The statement spoken by the warrior also resonated with the other Einherjar. They had just been dropped off on Midgard by the Bifrost. They witnessed the frozen pools of lava stretched as far as the eye can see. The ice did not seem to melt despite having the pools of lava trapped inside it. This created a weird atmosphere of the cold ice glistening red in color due to the lava. They really did not believe that a sorcerer from Midgard was capable of this. They also did not know about Kamartaj and its formidable sorcerers. This platoon comprising of new soldiers was at the height of ignorance. As far as they were concerned, Asgard was the best and nothing else mattered. All of them would much rather spend this time training in order to defeat the known enemies of Asgard. The leader replied. This is the order of the Allfather. All we have to do is obey. No disobedience is allowed. After hearing this, all the Einherjar buried their dissatisfaction as the Allfather's order was supreme. This also highlighted their previous thoughts at the same time. After all, if this sorcerer from Midgard was the culprit, why would Odin send their group of new Einherjar? All they could hope for now was to finish their mission quickly and head back to Asgard. Too bad none of them noticed multiple tiny white spiders that were completely hidden listening to their conversation. These were just some of the mini spider clones spread all over the world for surveillance, sending back information to Shiraori's main body. Contact the body in charge immediately and notify that we have got some pesky flies buzzing towards our web. One spider clone signaled another with the secret phrase, used whenever potential intruders approached the Olmec settlement, Nazarick stronghold, or the web. Roger. Another clone replied while making a salute. Tur 44, Prophecy. Third-person POV. Location, Norn Keep, root of the World Tree. The Norn Keep, nestled within the heart of Nornheim deep within the World Tree's roots, served as the palace of Karnilla and the Norns. This esteemed abode not only hosted the Norns or the Fates but also housed the Well of Wyrd. The Well of Wyrd is one of the three wells beneath the roots of the World Tree Yggdrasil. It is the spring of destiny. It is a mystical pool where its waters intricately connect with the ley lines of Yggdrasil. Within the depths of this pool, its waters possess diverse magical qualities, granting, among other abilities, the power to perceive events spanning across space and time. Though, obviously, it was far from omniscient. The three Norns Urd, Skuld, Verdandi stood in front of the Allfather and his two sons. In the tranquil backdrop, the sacred waters of the Well of Wyrd enveloped the roots of Yggdrasil. The three sisters had agreed to offer advice on Yggdrasil's anomaly. Whether it be visions and images or predestined prophecies, they would decipher the coming fates of the 9 realms and perhaps beyond. For all the insecurities that Asgardians and the other people of the Nine Realms experienced, the Fates were even more anxious. For they had a secret that others did not know. Their divine powers, sought after by uncountable beings mortal and immortal alike, were given by the gods above gods, those who sit above in shadow. They who came from the beyond, the gap outside the multiverse. The predestined cycle of Ragnarok was a machination designed by them to feed off the energy of Asgardians. It was their life source. The strands of fate of every Asgardian were bound by them to experience their eventual end in Ragnarok, only to be born once again in order to die for them. It was destined to continue so until the eventual end of all things, but the anomaly of Yggdrasil threw a wrench in their plans. An unplanned tremor that spread across the world tree, lasting a mere few seconds, sent ripples across the rivers of fate. If not salvaged in time, the destiny that once was would be no more. The fate of Asgardians and all that live would sink into the vast ocean of unknowns. That was absolutely intolerable for those who sit above in shadow. And hence, they commanded the Fates to try and interpret destiny once more for the Asgardians. Also that the Asgardians could deal with the chaos themselves, while they rained down Ragnarok on them once more. All for their own well-being, of course. Little did they know that no being would be exempt from the chaos to come. Or rather the chaos that had already unfolded. Even as the Asgardians were present here to uncover the mysteries of destiny, the chaos spread just like small embers lit in a forest could lead to raging fires. Let us begin. Two of the Fates spoke at the same time. Skuld remained silent, for she never spoke. Her face was hidden behind her cowl, as was the future she represented. The waters of the well of Wyrd started rippling as images started appearing. Winds started blowing rapidly. Visions of the past, present, and future appeared, covered by a hazy curtain. For they were divining a force beyond recognition. No one was truly disappointed as they expected as much. Even if the Asgardians could not see the perpetrators, they could see the underlying chaos caused by them. Perhaps only Yggdrasil could match such chaos, but they were not deterred. They were the rulers of a race of proud warriors. They lived to face such futures. The Norns spoke again in an ethereal and eerie voice, combining the results of all their respective domains of past, present, and future to issue a prophecy. A prophecy pertaining to a new unchangeable destiny. Upon the roots of Yggdrasil, a tremor shall arise, a ripple through realms, a veil of disguise. The threads of fate, interwoven, frayed, a change in the cosmic fabric displayed. The world tree shivers, the multiverse stirs, from shadows emerges a force unheard. Known as the White Weaver, a savior to some, her touch, a beacon when the darkness has come. Yet in the cosmic dance of light and shade, a hidden aspect, by chaos portrayed. A dual persona, an evil god with the name D, in shadows, she'll rise, stoking fortune's flame. Dominion claimed, worlds shall fall, to her power, they'll heed the call. As realms submit to her web of command, an empire forged, by an unseen hand. In the enigma's rise, a tale untold, two faces, two paths, one to behold. One of salvation, one of despair, in her hands, the cosmic threads they wear. Embrace the transformation, as fates unfold, a multiverse's destiny, in her hands hold. From the heart of the cosmos, a shift shall emerge, two personas, one weaver, a cosmic surge. The threads of time, once tightly woven, now tremble and shift, by forces interwoven. As worlds fall to the touch of supremacy sway, a sovereign's reign, the heavens obey. Invisible threads weave empires' tales, and in their wake, a new era hails. As the world tree trembles, its roots quaking, two identities merge, destiny in the making. Known as the White Weaver, her true self concealed, one being, dual masks, in fates reveal. A singular presence, a path she'll engrave, empires crumble, dominions transform, under her touch, realities deform. Seekers of answers, the Norns speak true, the enigmatic weavers rise, a prophecy in view. A multiverse's destiny in her grasp, as empires fall and new worlds clasp. Yet within the tapestry, choices entwine, free will and fate, forever align. Destinies woven, paths unknown, in the enigmatic weaver's presence, a new era's throne. As the Fates spoke the last line, the waters regained their previous serene silence. The images and visions all but vanished. And so did the three Norns, leaving the Allfather and his sons in empty silence. There was no sign of the disturbance that just took place. Odin spoke after a few moments, his voice solemn. This matter is to be kept a secret and only told to a select few members at my discretion. Is that understood? Yes, Father. Both Loki and Thor replied. They had no reason not to listen to his order, much less disobey at such a time. The contents of the prophecy were beyond their imaginations and had to be analyzed carefully together with other wiser beings. But they could not let the prophecy dictate their actions. Fate is a fickle mistress. The more one tried to understand and avoid it, the more they fell into its trap. If this prophecy was destined to unfold, all they could do was face it head-on the Asgardian way. As they had always done. Chapter 45, A Spider's Thoughts. Shiraori POV. Location, the office, the 10th floor of Nazarick. I was mechanically going through the stack of paperwork that Albedo had placed in front of me. The documents concerned the progress of all the plans that had been put into motion. I affixed the official seal on the documents that were verified. By that, I mean that my parallel minds were processing all the information quickly while I used this time efficiently to think about something else. Albedo, who was standing to my right, picked up the documents that were verified. She had no doubts about whether I had actually gone through them or not. The NPCs already knew about my parallel will skill, so they had no doubts about this. Much less they would not dare doubt a supreme being. Meanwhile, Seabass stood guard by the door while Cocytus was standing to my left. Pandora's actor had managed to communicate with Albedo and notified her that he would be providing some of the results that he had gathered during his infiltration of Kamartaj. This was certainly good news, as I can start learning new magic soon. Learning magic was addicting and it had already become a hobby of mine. Shaltir had not yet left for her mission. She would leave within the next few days. Before that, Demiurge and Albedo were giving a crash course about the information in the comics to Shaltir as well as all the other NPCs in their free time. She will also personally review her plans with them as I ordered earlier before departing for the mission. I have also been thinking about whether there will really be a magical plot armor at work against my actions in the future. The conclusion I came to is that I don't know, and I can't know unless I witness plot armor at work. This is hindering any further actions. If I really do invade Asgard, the plot armor will make sure that it would only be a matter of time before they somehow revived and bit me in the ass. Or maybe some other entity might suddenly come and intrude to disrupt my plans. As I had theorized earlier, Marvel and DC have essentially the same sort of plot armor principles as the Scientia universes. If a villain tried to crush the protagonist, the world would skew in the protagonist's favor to help them in most cases. I had already somewhat achieved the goal of becoming a cockroach-like existence, an unkillable spider. Like some of those Scientia characters who had an endless number of means to save their lives. The ones who had backup plans after backup plans. If someone tried to destroy them, they had hundreds of barriers and defensive formations, followed by healing spells, extreme regenerative abilities, transportation talismans, some sort of soul-protecting device, etc. But none of this would do any good at all in front of the aforementioned almighty plot armor. That is why I had to find out every bit of information about Asgard as I could before actually planning an invasion, if any at all. This is obviously no easy feat, not to mention what those who sit above in shadow would do. Would they really allow their precious nutrients to be eradicated once and for all? The answer was obvious. They would not. These leeches had to be dealt with as well. For now, I plan to borrow Momonga's idea of having the identity of an undead overlord Ains and Mammon. I will completely separate the persona of myself and another persona that will play a different role. The first persona will obviously be me, that is Shiraori, the virtuous spider goddess. I will use this identity when I commit morally decent actions such as saving or helping someone. Just as I had done with the Almex. The other identity will be that of the evil god D. Since I had already used this identity while talking with Agatha, I plan to expand the use of this persona even more. When I used it earlier, it was simply an alias used as the first level of defense against corruption. Now, I would use it to take responsibility for all the actions perceived by other sentient beings as morally dubious or evil. Personally, the concepts of good or evil meant nothing at all to me. All that mattered to me was my own interests, safety, and enjoyment. To achieve this, I would display any sort of character, whether it was good or evil. I had also been studying Mini-chan whenever I visited the 6th floor in my free time. Calling it a mini-world tree every single time is a mouthful, so I will call it Mini-chan for now. I had Mini-chan sealed with dimensional magecraft so that outsiders wouldn't stray into Nazarick again. For now, at the very least. I could feel the barrier weakening, and it would have broken if I did not have my parallel minds concentrate on keeping it intact. Under Mare's care, Mini-chan was growing rapidly. She did not have any more leaves yet, but she was integrating into Nazarick itself. The world tree was also giving out mana instead of oxygen like a normal plant did. That was understandable, as Mini-chan was a mythical tree after all. The Guardians had also noticed the floors expanding from their original size at an extremely slow rate. I went to another timeline to run some tests. The connection between Yggdrasil and Mini-chan, or rather, Nazarick, still existed even when I was present in that other timeline. I could also feel Mini-chan trying to form a connection with the Yggdrasil in that timeline. If I had not returned quickly, there would be 2 Yggdrasils connected to Nazarick. Unless I abandoned Nazarick entirely and ran away, Yggdrasil would always be connected to Nazarick. I did not want to abandon Nazarick unless absolutely necessary. This pressing issue required a solution, further incentivizing the idea of waging war on Asgard. I sighed, feeling the weight of the ever-increasing list of tasks I had to complete. "Is something wrong, my lady?" Albedo asked, concerned. "It's nothing, Albedo," I calmly replied to her. "I can only solve all issues one step at a time." There really was no point fretting over these except putting myself in a bad mood. Thinking about it now, I have barely spent any time until now with Vampy, even though she is my own personal creation. I did not even give her a task until now. Guess I'll take Sophia with me on my next trip outside Nazarick. I plan to go outside again sometime after Shaltir left. Just as I was thinking, one of the clones I had spread out all over Earth notified me. "Body in charge, there are some pesky flies buzzing towards our web. They are possibly Asgardian soldiers. There is someone heading toward the Olmec settlement." Pesky flies buzzing towards our web, hee, interesting choice of words to talk about intruders. The magic in charge responsible for experimenting with magic laughed derisively. "Hey, don't mock my aesthetic sense. I feel being notified in this cryptic manner has a certain charm to it. Besides, we are one and the same, so you should think so as well," I replied. "No way. If I had to give a phrase, it would be much cooler." The magic in charge rebutted my claim. Before I could argue, it continued, "Instead of arguing, shouldn't you think about how to deal with these Asgardians instead?" That was fair. Dealing with the pesky flies was more important than arguing with one of my parallel minds. After all, I could argue with magic in charge later as well. Since the Guardians were present, I simply pulled out a mirror of remote viewing from my inventory for them to view as well. "My lady," Cositus spoke, doubt evident in his tone. The NPCs in the office were alarmed at my sudden actions. One of my clones notified me that Asgardian soldiers were heading towards the Olmec settlement. I replied as I got the mirror to show the visuals I desired. The soldiers marching towards the settlement after inspecting my creation spell could be seen clearly. I had expected something like this to happen eventually, albeit with a low possibility. So, I already had prepared to benefit from this if possible. I could let these soldiers return to Asgard safely, but I wanted to take this calculated risk. There was a 97% that things would work out in my favor if I carried out the plan. If discovered, of course, the dangers Nazarick faced would increase. But I had contingencies for that as well. As I said earlier, my path was one of becoming the almighty unkillable spider. The one who can never be squashed. Now, then. Chapter 46, The Divine Web. Nia, the Spider Priestess POV. Location, Divine City of Arachnemech, Mexico. May the threads of your fate be spun by Lady White. Nia, dressed in her sacred white robes, spoke to one of the citizens who had come to the sanctum and prayed to the Supreme One. The divine beasts created by Lady White had already departed. Everyone was sad as they could no longer serve them by offering food and basking in their glory while listening to the tales of the Supreme One. This settlement had been renamed as the Divine City of Arachnemech. The city where the spider goddess first spread her divine presence. The sanctum's massive stone pillars soared high, supporting a ceiling adorned with shimmering gemstones that mirrored the night sky. The auspicious color of white was visible in every direction. At the center of the sanctuary, an ornate altar fashioned in the likeness of a magnificent spider's nest awaited, its delicate patterns woven from precious stones and metals. Elaborate murals graced the walls, telling tales of the Supreme One's legendary deeds, her divine powers, and her benevolent rule. The place used to conduct rituals and worship the false gods they believed in had been demolished, and in its place stood the sanctum of worship. Nia got enraged every time she thought about their false-placed beliefs in these false gods. Luckily, the Supreme One had brought them back onto their rightful path and given Nia the opportunity to fulfill her true calling as the Apostle of the Supreme One. She did not know why she was selected as the Apostle, but she was determined to fulfill her sacred duty. It was no surprise that Nia was at the top of their hierarchy now. While just a few weeks prior it would have been unfathomable that an ordinary person at the lowest strata of society would suddenly be the leader of them all. Of course, this was all due to the aforementioned divine grace that the Supreme One had bestowed upon her. For the chosen apostle of God to be in the highest position was an undeniable fact that citizens agreed. Those few handfuls of people whose interests were harmed and who tried to play little tricks to usurp power were ruthlessly curbed by the citizens themselves before the Supreme One or her subordinates arrived. They could not show the filthy side of the populace to the goddess after all. The sanctum was a divine work carved with remarkable precision by skeletons brought over by one of the Supreme One's subordinates. They were called undead, a term completely foreign to her. But none of the citizens were surprised, as their feeble minds could never understand God's divine might. These undead are the sinful souls who were not allowed to be reincarnated as they had committed crimes and left the embrace of the almighty supreme beings. They were visible moving about the entire settlement, carrying out tasks tirelessly. They would be tasked to toil for all eternity and work to repent for their sins. This was one of the lowest punishments that sinful souls could obtain. There were much more dreadful punishments depending on the severity of a person's crimes. Naturally, the citizens were freaked out after hearing but a few of the punishments possible, and their faith grew stronger as a result. They were more eager to prove their faith. Nia was not scared off by the punishments. She felt that those who deviated from the path defined by the supreme beings deserved as much, so she was not sympathetic to those fools who dared to defy the spider goddess. The Supreme One's subordinate, whose name was Demiurge, had apparently been tasked with watching over them. He had looked over the construction of this sanctum and told of the divine tales of the supreme beings. Gods who created and ruled over everything. The sinful souls who would never reincarnate would never reach the domain of the overlord of death, one of the supreme beings. The one who ruled them all earlier. Similarly, they knew of other supreme beings as well, and Lady White was now the one who overlooked everything. The one above all. The multitude of false gods in existence had tried to usurp power from the supreme beings for their own personal gain while they slumbered. They had succeeded to an extent, as the supreme beings' avatars had passed away to their schemes and fell into an eternal slumber. This had happened to all but one of the supreme beings. Lady White had remained behind to bring everything and everyone back to order the way it should be with her in charge. Nia recalled one of the conversations that she had with Lord Demiurge a few days prior. "Do you miss your younger sister and wish to bring her back?" he asked her, smiling in the same manner as all the times she had seen him until now. "Naturally, I miss her. If she had lived for a little while longer, she could have witnessed Supreme One herself and worshipped her as well. But I know that reviving her is not in my hands. I just hope she finds peace after returning to God's embrace." Nia replied while closing her eyes and putting her hands together in order to offer a prayer. She did not know if the spider goddess had heard the pleas of one lowly as herself. She might have been her chosen apostle, but Nia knew that her worth was very low in the grand scheme of things. What she did not expect was the reply that Lord Demiurge gave. "It is not impossible to bring her back to life." "What? How?" she exclaimed, even if she knew how it was possible, but her question was cut short by his reply. "Naturally, the supreme beings can bring her back easily. For them who created everything, such a feat is as easy as breathing." He raised his hand in the air and exclaimed. Nia got excited at the prospect, but this was short-lived as reality struck her. She dejectedly questioned. "Why would the supreme beings care to bring her back?" "I understand your dejection, but I only said that such a thing is not impossible. As long as you do your duty as an apostle well and bring all humans to worship her with all their hearts. I can ask Lady White to grant you this simple wish. In the end, this depends on your own performance. Lady White might even bestow immortality upon the two of you if she so desired." She was motivated more than ever after that conversation. She would make sure to bring all the humans who were swindled away by the claims of the false gods back to whom they should truly worship, even if it took her entire lifetime. She desired immortality so that she could serve the Supreme One forever, and adding on the temptation of her sister being revived, Nia was easily hooked by the demon's whispers. After all, the fruit placed at the end of a long dark tunnel was worth it. Nia had heard from Lord Demiurge about the people who would eventually be called Mayans. They were but a few tribes of people now without rich customs and heritage who would end up worshipping the so-called Mayan gods. She had already begun planning to bring them under their fold and convert them into believers of the Supreme One before the false gods tempted them with their promises and acts of grandeur. All of those lost humans will worship the great goddess. As she was thinking, she suddenly heard a voice in her head. It was a voice she would never forget. The voice of the spider goddess whom she worshipped. That's right, I'm the apostle of the goddess, she thought fervently before focusing every ounce of her will to listen to the divine oracle. Nia, there are some intruders approaching the settlement. Tell everyone to hide in the spaces that Demiurge had designed. My subordinates will deal with them, the spider goddess spoke. Nia was a little bit disappointed that she was not bestowed a task she had to accomplish herself, but she would carry it out nonetheless. She still had to prove herself through her own hard work. Regardless of her thoughts, she could not keep the spider goddess waiting, so she replied quickly. Of course, Lady White. The voice of the spider goddess disappeared just as quickly as it had first sounded. Putting aside the feeling of emptiness and abandonment the lack of this voice caused her, she ordered the citizens to hide in the pre-designated spaces. Apparently, these spaces contained the Supreme One's power and could hide them from prying eyes. She did not know how that worked, but she did not question it. As everyone hid in the designated spaces, they watched as the barrier cast by the spider goddess was opened ever so slightly and people dressed in strange clothes glinting golden in color entered. As much as she wanted to rip apart these heretics, she knew she lacked power. Nia waited with bated breath for the subordinate of the Supreme One to appear and punish these fools for their transgressions. Chapter 47, Entangled in the Spider's Web. Third-person POV. Location, Divine City of Arachnemech, Mexico. The Einherjar marched towards the location of the primitive city that had been blocked from Heimdall's vision by a sorcerer from Midgard. They just had to finish surveying the location quickly for any suspicious activity, and then they could return back home. It took but a few moments to reach the edges of the site of suspicion. Upon closer inspection using basic sorcery that even warriors who looked down on sorcerers knew, what had blocked Heimdall's vision was nothing but a flimsy barrier with some sort of anti-scrying and anti-detection enchantments added onto it. It seems the Midgardian sorcerer was nothing special after all. While this unknown magic is intriguing indeed, it is obvious that such a pathetically weak sorcerer is not the one we are looking for. An Asgardian remarked derisively. While other warriors concurred with the statement, they were ignoring a simple fact. How could a wise and knowledgeable Asgardian like Heimdall, who had kept watch over the 9 realms since being entrusted with overlooking the Bifrost, be fooled by flimsy magic? For these warriors at the height of ignorance, such a fact did not matter. They lacked caution, which came with wisdom derived from experience. Granted, they were sent here by the Allfather, as he himself did not have great expectations of this little expedition, if it could be called that. Something that would be casually asked about once before putting it aside forever. Ultimately, it amounted to honing the skills of the most novice soldiers, allowing them to gain whatever limited experience was available. We just have to take a look over this settlement and then we can leave. Don't waste any more time. The warrior in charge of the platoon spoke as they started carving a gap in the barrier. He did not try to dissuade the remark, as he felt the same way. A small portion of the barrier was soon covered with visible cracks due to the effect of the magic that some of the sorcerers used. Soon, the barrier was opened ever so slightly and the settlement hidden on the inside became visible. The Einherjar entered the barrier and witnessed a somewhat dilapidated city. The reason it was somewhat dilapidated was that it seemed as if the city was being repaired. Despite this, no humans were visible as far as the eye could see. The leader of the Einherjar, Bjorn Harsson, harbored a deep sense of foreboding as he observed the sole survivors of the city, if they could indeed be labeled as such. Without a doubt, they bore the unmistakable traits akin to those dwelling in hell. The barrier. A warrior exclaimed as he saw the barrier rapidly closing and all the cracks vanishing. Break open the barrier quickly, Bjorn ordered. The sorcerer's efforts to pry it open again were rendered futile as the barrier seemed unbreakable, a stark contrast to earlier. Bjorn now knew where that foreboding came from. They had operated under a false premise until now that the flimsy barrier was cast by a weak Midgardian sorcerer to hide the city. It was more likely that the barrier was a trap to lure in intruders. While the sorcerers certainly seemed powerful in their mastery over this unknown magic and possibly more powerful than all of them, Bjorn did not despair. Asgardian warriors were trained to remain calm under adverse situations. This was especially true for Bjorn, who was the leader of these warriors, even if they lacked experience. Of course, he could not let his pride get further in the way of this exploration. Everyone, be ready for any attacks. Let's look around the city first. Bjorn ordered as he cautiously started leading them deeper into the city. They casually disposed of the weak undead scuttering about the city that came in their path. They seemed to act more like workers engaged in construction than warriors defending the settlement. They continued until they reached an area surrounded by massive pillars studded with red gemstones. The structure was covered in white color. It seemed to still be under construction. At the center stood an ornate altar fashioned in the likeness of a magnificent spider's nest, its delicate patterns woven from precious stones and metals. Bjorn understood based on his knowledge that this seemed to be a place of worship for the primitive humans who had inhabited the city. But due to the lack of humans and the presence of the undead, he thought that the evil sorcerer who had constructed the barrier had created this altar to conduct sacrifices to whatever evil deity they believed in. He looked at some of the completed elaborate murals that graced the walls. They showed unknown alien entities in the midst of creating something. Another mural showed multiple evil or demonic entities surrounding the aliens from the previous one. Perhaps their subordinates. Beside it were some incomplete murals depicting some sort of a spider. A white spider in a cave. They could not be made out clearly. Bjorn looked elsewhere for more information and found another mural. The third completed mural directly in front of the altar had a black background in contrast to the other ones. The mural depicted nearly all the alien entities evaporating into nothingness, leaving only their subordinates clustered around a mysterious figure. They were kneeling in front of this being. This enigmatic being remained elusive, its form obscured, appearing as a white-shaded silhouette unlike the others, defying easy identification. Under the image of the figure, a few phrases in an unknown language were carved. Bjorn could read it due to his inherent racial abilities. He read it out loud. The weaver of cosmic destiny, lady of boundless white, mistress of the ethereal web, the spider goddess who reigns above the cosmos. I pray for your blessings. I pray for you to weave my fate. The next few lines seem to be some sort of prayer to this unknown deity. Yes, deity. This spider goddess seems to be the deity that the evil sorcerer worships. Unfortunately, this knowledge did not really help him as he did not know of any such goddess. Let's try to leave, Bjorn ordered. The expedition had to be cut short much earlier than expected. There was not much written information available for them to get an idea of what was going on here. They stood gloomily a short distance away from the barrier that still could not be pried open. So Bjorn simply shouted, Heimdall, bring us back to Asgard. He just hoped that the barrier did not stop Heimdall's ability to bring them back. They could subsequently relay their findings, and if it indeed traced back to the sorcerer they sought, more capable warriors would be sent to address the situation. Nonetheless, grappling with the enigmatic events unfolding within the city exceeded their capabilities. Unfortunately, there was no response from Heimdall as if to crush his hope. But suddenly, they soon heard the sound of heavy footsteps moving towards them. This was also accompanied by the rhythmic sound of a weapon like a staff hitting the ground. The being that made an appearance as the sound stopped looked like a two-legged insect, its massive body standing around 250 centimeters high. It resembled an ant or a mantis, and it looked like some hybrid made by an utterly depraved fiend. Its hard exoskeleton was wreathed in freezing cold, and it glittered like diamond dust. It had a savage tail that was as long as its body and studded with countless spikes. Its mighty jaws looked like they could easily bite a man's hands clean off. It had 4 arms tipped in razor-sharp claws, each of which was sheathed in a shiny gauntlet. It wore a disc-like amulet on a golden necklace and platinum rings around its ankles. This was the insectoid monster depicted in that mural. Bjorn wondered. This monster had an uncanny resemblance to the image of one of the suspected subordinates in that mural. Thinking of this he questioned. Are you the subordinate of the spider goddess depicted in those murals? Let us leave now if you do not wish to incur the wrath of the Allfather of the 9 realms. Despite his fear, it was his undying belief that the Allfather could deter this monster. It was a foolish thought to incur the wrath of Odin. Too bad, he had guessed wrongly this time. Yes. I am Cocytus, guardian of the spider goddess, and you shall be punished by death for intruding upon lands protected by my lady, and speaking ill of her. The insectoid monster Cocytus spoke while breathing out cold mist. His mighty suppressed power made the Einherjar feel a mixture of fear and determination. They had entered this city with the belief that they were on a simple reconnaissance mission, but now they found themselves trapped within a city of the undead and faced with an opponent beyond their expectations. Bjorn stepped forward, his sword drawn. "We are warriors of Asgard," he declared, his voice steady despite the unease that gripped him. "We will not be deterred by the likes of you. Surrender now, and we may show you mercy." "All right. Since Lady White is watching, I shall ensure you get a chance to shine. However, before that, ice pillar." As the spell activated, 2 pillars of ice erupted from the water between the Einherjar and Cocytus, about 20 meters apart. "These pillars will be your grave. Cross them and accept your death," Cocytus declared. Bjorn now knew that Cocytus did not care about Odin or Asgard at all. He also said that Lady White was watching. Presumably, she was that white silhouette in the mural. Noticing their difference in power, he knew they were entirely outmatched and this may very well be their doom. But Bjorn was more resolute than ever now. "Brothers, let us fight to our last breaths and die with glory so we may ascend to Valhalla. For the glory of Asgard." He shouted and started charging towards Cocytus. For the glory of Asgard. The Einherjar followed after him to face the greatest and deadliest battle of their lives. Chapter 48, Unfazed Guardian. Third-person POV. Location, Divine City of Arachnemech, Mexico. Cocytus stood calmly in front of the bodies of the Asgardians that lay scattered on the ground before him. They all had a rather clean death without any signs of torture. A death that was rather rare if dealt out by those from Nazarick. While their once golden armors were now covered with splashes of blood, they were not very damaged. Cocytus was designed to be a warrior. He had allowed these soldiers a warrior's death with dignity because he had been created as such. Truthfully, he felt they did not deserve such an easy death as he had heard whatever they had said about the spider goddess. There was also the fact that they had intruded on the lands governed by Nazarick, even if that was an intended part of a grander plan orchestrated by Lady White. The defeat that the Cocytus under Lord Mamanga's command suffered was the greatest dishonor he had suffered until now. Granted, it was not him who lost, but the facts did not change. This dishonor could scarcely be surpassed, except perhaps by Cocytus facing defeat once more, potentially resulting in Lady White's permanent departure from Nazarick or, even more tragically, her demise. Cocytus reflected on the recent battle he had engaged in with the Einherjar. To some extent, he could empathize with the Asgardians, for they too possessed the heart of warriors, a sentiment he deeply understood. However, the comparison ended there. Unlike the lizardmen of the Overlord series, these Asgardians had not garnered his respect. He saw no reason to appeal to the Supreme One for mercy on their behalf. The fight itself was rather simple for a seasoned warrior like him. Cocytus was nowhere near doing his best in this squabble after all. He was also trying to put on a decent show for the spider goddess who must have been casting her gaze down here. But his expectations had been let down by the Asgardian warriors. *flashback*. Cocytus stood near the barrier that shielded the city of Arachnemech from the outside world. His carapace glistened in the dim light as the Einherjar, the elite warriors of Asgard, charged towards him with thunderous battle cries. The battle was fierce, a symphony of clashing steel, the thud of heavy blows, and the crackle of arcane energy. Cocytus fought with calculated precision, his six-bladed limbs a deadly dance of death. Each strike he made was both a testament to his skill and a show of respect for his opponents. Each strike was meant to kill each warrior quickly and painlessly. The Einherjar and the sorcerers, undeterred by the overwhelming might of their foe, fought with unwavering determination. They attacked in coordinated waves, attempting to pierce Cocytus's formidable defenses. Blow after blow, spell after spell, they pressed on, displaying the warrior spirit that had earned them their place in Asgard's ranks. Cocytus parried their attacks with ease, his admiration for their tenacity growing with every clash of steel and burst of magic. Impressive, he murmured between strikes, his speech marked by deliberate pauses. But ultimately pointless. Bjorn and his warriors, along with the sorcerers, fought valiantly, their eyes burning with the fire of battle. They were unyielding, their determination unbroken even as they faced an opponent of incomparable strength. As the battle raged on, the Einherjar began to show signs of fatigue. Their attacks slowed, and their defenses weakened. Bjorn, realizing their inevitable death, spoke again. "We fought with honor, for Asgard. Even if we die here, your goddess will have retribution wrought down by the ruler of the 9 realms while we ascend to Valhalla." With a final, decisive strike, Cocytus incapacitated Bjorn, the Einherjar's leader, and the other warriors lay defeated around him. He looked towards the last remaining sorcerer, drained of his magical energy, and remarked, "Lady White will never fall. We, as guardians, will make sure of that." The sorcerer spoke, still denying his inevitable end. "Heimdall, hear my plea. Guide our way." It seemed unlike his leader, Bjorn. This sorcerer had broken down after witnessing the vast gap in their abilities. Cocytus regarded him with an almost sympathetic glint in his compound eyes. "Your plea falls on deaf ears." With one final, decisive strike, Cocytus incapacitated the sorcerer, leaving him defeated and broken. Cocytus' thoughts were broken by a black swirl opening up behind him. This was obviously the magic gate, which was used for convenient and quick transportation over vast distances. Demiurge, who was in charge of the city Arachnemech, made an appearance. Normally, he should have been the one dealing with these Asgardians, but he had been working on some of the other assignments entrusted to him. He also had to work on new defense plans with Albedo after the previous fiasco with the World Tree. There were multiple humanoid beings with thin claw-like hands with 3 fingers and faces resembling that of an egg with 3 holes in the place of their mouth and eyes following him. There were also a couple of maids. These were doppelgangers, masters of shape-shifting. When a doppelganger impersonates someone, people closer to the target will find it more difficult to see through their disguise. This is because they use a form of telepathy during their shape-shifting to read the surface thoughts of the people they are speaking to and those around them in order to extract information related to the target they are impersonating and then apply it to their impersonation act. They were not greater doppelgangers. These Asgardian soldiers were weak and only had standard Asgardian racial traits. A test was conducted by Demiurge after they had captured Amora to see if the Asgardians of Marvel had any similarities to Asgardians from Yggdrasil. He even used doppelgangers and greater doppelgangers in this study. The test resulted in him finding that a greater doppelganger could sufficiently mimic Amora but not completely. But for weaker Asgardians around or below level 40, a normal doppelganger could completely copy the Asgardian under question. This meant that weak Asgardians like Bjorn could be completely copied but not Loki, Thor, or Odin. By allowing the doppelgangers to take the place of these Asgardians, they could not only remove any suspicion that the city of Arachnemech might evoke but also reasonably place spies in Asgard, which they had not been able to do before. Based on the fact that weak warriors like these were sent to investigate Arachnemech, it seemed that Odin did not really have any major suspicions of this place. It was likely that he was simply searching places with a low probability of having to do anything with the perpetrator just for the sake of it. As long as the Einherjar returned and reported to them that everything was normal and all the humans were safe, it was likely that this city would be glossed over entirely and Nazarick would have spies within Asgard. Of course, if this operation fails, Contingency Plan 3, Variation X, will be initiated. It had all been precalculated. Demiurge ordered all the doppelgangers to imitate the Asgardians as the maids cast, clean, on the armors and had them repaired. Luckily they were not very damaged due to Cocytus taking care in battle. Good job, my friend. Well, I never doubted that you could not defeat these weak warriors. Demiurge spoke up after instructing everyone. Thank you. Demiurge. What are you going to do with the dead bodies? Cocytus asked. I am currently conducting a study on undead created from different creatures with different racial or acquired abilities. We also have the samples from the witches that Lady White had brought back last time, as well as the flame men and multitude of humans. We will also possibly be getting bodies of mutants and aliens from other planets after enacting Lady White's plan of creating dead body factories. It is necessary to understand the parameters of undead created for greater efficiency. Of course, this will also tie in with the first task that Lady White entrusted to me regarding the Horde. The SMILE laboratory has been set up successfully for that purpose after all. Demiurge replied, taking the time to introduce his ideas to Cocytus. Despite being happy for Demiurge, Cocytus was jealous that his friend was being entrusted with all these tasks. It seemed that Amora's intrusion had not affected Lady White's trust in him at all. What more could a guardian ask for? Seemingly noticing his emotions, Demiurge spoke, I heard from Lady White that she might be taking you along with her and Sophia on her next expedition outside Nazarick. Cocytus immediately felt invigorated after hearing this. After all, he had a chance to protect the Supreme One in person. This was a duty far more important than all the tasks that Demiurge had. By the way, I heard that the spider babies had somehow entered your floor. Demiurge remarked as they waited. Ah. Yes. That was wonderful. Cocytus got lost in his thoughts as he turned around and reminisced about the spider babies meeting him on his floor and calling him Unkai while forcing him to play with them. While they were not the Supreme One's direct descendants, they were a close second, fulfilling his fantasies of being called uncle by the Supreme Being's child. Uncle. Yes. I have to meet them again. Demiurge seemed to understand what was going on and ignored his friend as he commanded the doppelgangers. Your mission has been explained in advance. For the Supreme Being, carry out the plans faithfully. Lady White will be awaiting positive results. For Lady White. For Nazarick. For Lady White. For Nazarick. Loud chants spread out over the divine city of Arachn. But there was one stark difference. Bjorn and the other, Asgardian Einherjar, were no longer rooting for Asgard and the Allfather. The Asgardians exited the barrier guarding the divine city of Arachn and were carried away by the rainbow light that was soon visible a few moments later. Chapter 49, Nexus. Third-person POV. Location, outside the Citadel at the end of time. A new and unknown tale was unfolding. One could behold a mesmerizing and intricate tapestry of time. Sprawling and continuously branching timelines created boundless temporal possibilities. Within the intricate tapestry of time, the ever-branching timelines began a dance of convergence, where one temporal branch elegantly intersected with another, creating intricate knots of chronological intersections. This resulted in the formation of a web of time. These junctures where the timelines intersected could perhaps be referred to as nexus points. They served as focal nodes where the multiple threads of possibility gracefully converged and harmonized. As the timelines coalesced, these nexus points were marked as a crossroads of profound significance, where the collective potential of different temporal paths melded together. It was at these junctures that the very essence of existence seemed to ripple with boundless possibilities, birthing captivating scenarios and extraordinary events. The repercussions of these timelines extended across vast expanses. Consider this scenario. Imagine that a genocidal maniac had exerted influence at a specific juncture within timeline A, while in timeline B, this malevolent figure never came into existence. The nexus points acted as conduits through which the narrative of timeline A bled into timeline B and vice versa. Consequently, the genocidal maniac, absent from timeline B's history, seemingly manifested into existence, with timeline B now bearing an inexplicable record of the atrocities he had committed. As the observer gazed upon these mesmerizing intersections, the realization dawned that these nexus points held the key to unlocking untold narratives and shaping the very fabric of reality itself. Each intersection, a crossroads of infinite potential, hinted at a future where the past, present, and future intertwined in intricate patterns, waiting for those daring enough to navigate the labyrinth known as time. The observer did not know if these changes were for the better or not. Such was not the observer's concern. Regardless of whether this unending chaos was an ill omen or not, the observer would not interfere, for it went against the pledge of non-interference. All that could be said for certain was that exciting new stories were waiting to be unfolded. Location: Citadel at the end of time. What is the status of the insurgents? Remind me where they had fled to again. He Who Remains asked Miss Minutes. Yes, insurgents. Throughout the multitude of times he had lived, this was the first where such bizarre events were occurring. The work of his life, the beautiful sacred timeline, had broken apart for reasons unknown even to him, and now there was an insurgency. After all, when it rains it pours. It all started a while after the sacred timeline had branched. A multitude of individuals were discovered to have defected and lost their true life purpose of serving the TVA. They had apparently been hiding within the TVA and proselytizing their heretic beliefs like a tumor hidden within the body known as the TVA. It was almost like that human organization known as Hydra, which had also done the same in a particular universe. The reason words like proselytizing and heretic beliefs were used was due to the ex-TVA members' behavior. It seemed as though they had been brainwashed by evil deities into worshipping them. Well, He Who Remains was not one who could refer to the act of wiping away a person's memories as evil, for he too had done the same, perhaps on a much larger scale than many of the so-called evil gods. Regardless, the TVA had not been degraded to a pathetic level like S.H.I.E.L.D. did under Hydra's influence. The vast number of technologies that He Who Remains spent perfecting over the eons had caught wind of these cultists. Unfortunately, they could not be captured or interrogated, as these cultists just disintegrated upon discovery. Just as He Who Remains was starting his mass cleansing of the TVA to bring it back to proper working order, thousands of these cultists, led by ex-TVA agent, Mobius, escaped to an alternate universe. He Who Remains had lived far longer than imaginable to most, and thus after experiencing so much his tolerance level was very strong. Despite having a headache over his ever-increasing list of worries, he was more curious than ever about, well, everything. Mobius's insurgency did hurt the TVA, but it was nothing that could not be solved given enough time, something he had plenty of. Ultimately, he just wanted to navigate the currents of chaos and unravel all its secrets. Perhaps it would lead to his benefit. Who knows? For once he certainly did not, and that was beauty of it. His scientific curiosity to explore the unknowns had been sparked after a very long time. Based on our most recent record, their escape led them to what we've designated as Earth 2149, or Earth-Z, often referred to as the zombie universe, or at least, what it used to be. Amidst the ongoing chaos, we can only speculate about the current state of affairs in that realm. But if everything was as it should have been, then the point in time that Mobius escaped to should have been before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Miss Minutes replied. Well, make sure the investigation begins at the earliest. I have been making some preparations of my own. Location: Earth-Z, an underground bunker. Maybe a place of worship. Reverend Mobius, the preparations for Operation Silkstride are underway. Ex-Hunter B-15 reported to Mobius, who was wearing a white suit as opposed to his usual ones. Very good. I take it the mass conversions are already underway? Mobius asked. Yes, of course. 3 human countries have already been converted using some special means, but those pesky heroes are starting to catch wind of what's going on. Those so-called heroes don't know what is good for them. The zombie virus might be upon this world at any second, or maybe something much worse. Thus, it is our duty to demonstrate and make them understand with kindness. Belief in the Supreme One is the only way this hopeless universe has to salvation. Speed up all the plans we have set in motion. Mobius calmly explained, while inwardly feeling a bit sad and disappointed in himself that he could not save the rest of the TVA, especially Renslayer. Yes, we will ensure that the operation can be initiated as soon as possible. Hunter B-15 replied and turned around to leave, but was stopped by a question from Mobius. Wait, where are the chests containing infinity stones meant for tribute to the Supreme One? The Infinity Stones were used as paperweights in the TVA due to the large numbers they were gathered in from all the missions conducted by the members. It was a well-known fact that these stones, though omnipotent in their parent universe, were worthless in others. But such restrictions only applied to them obviously. There was no reason they would apply to the Supreme One. Not that she needed them, of course. But this was a symbolic gesture they had to make to show their faith as her followers. Currently, they have been stored with other items meant to be given as tributes in the treasury. Hunter B-15 answered. Very well, you are dismissed. May the threads of your fate be spun by Lady White. Hunter B-15 left after returning the blessing. Mobius turned towards the altar made in the likeness of a spider web once more. This was created by Mobius after he had obtained minimal information regarding this from Demiurge, who would give him more in-depth information regarding rituals and such soon. He had also made plans to visit the sanctuary of the Supreme One to offer the tribute soon after obtaining more positive results. At least for now, everything was proceeding well. Location: Earth 928, Nueva York, Spider HQ. What's this? Miles asked, looking at the unknown tree branching into infinity. This is everything, Miguel O'Hara replied. Can you be more specific? Can you not talk? For a second. Yeah. Miles said as he observed the image of the tree being trailed off and replaced by multiple orange lines that interconnected to form an intricate web. This here? This is all of us. All of our lives woven together, in a beautiful web of life and destiny. Miguel explained. The Spider-Verse. Spider-Verse. That's stupid. It's called the arachno-humanoid polymultiverse, which sounds stupid too, I guess. Miguel spoke. And these nodes where the lines converge? Miles asked. They are the canon. Chapters that are a part of every spider's story every time. Some good. Some bad. Some very bad. Miguel then went on to explain about canon events and regarding the death of every spider totem's loved ones. Canon events are the connections that bind our lives together. And those connections can be broken. That's why anomalies are so dangerous. Inspector Singh's death was a canon event. You weren't supposed to be there and you weren't supposed to save him. That's why Gwen tried to stop you. As Miles became more delirious in regards to all the unexpected information he was getting, Miguel spoke about his past and why breaking canon events was a bad idea. You break enough canon, you save enough captains. And we could lose everything. Miguel concluded. Miles asked to be sent back home in order to save his father in time, who would soon become captain and thus be killed by the Spot, only to be imprisoned. But this would not stop him for very long. Wow, what is happening now? There was confusion erupting everywhere as Gwen asked the question on everyone's minds. He got the distraction he needed to break free when the alarms in the entire Spider HQ went off, followed by multiple Spider-Men/women glitching in and out of existence. Miguel, look here. Lila spoke as she projected what she wanted to show. The familiar orange web that had just been visible a while earlier came into view once more. But this time it was drastically different. Some parts of the web were ripped, others were eroded white. Some canon events were flickering out of existence while new unknown ones were being formed as they breathed. The aforementioned torn threads were now beginning to intertwine with previously isolated strands. Strands that never should have met. The arachno-humanoid the Spider-Verse is rearranging itself. Miguel exclaimed, dumbfounded by the situation. This anomaly was something completely unknown as compared to what they had experienced before. What did the eroded white part mean? What was the cause? Was it Spot? Miles? Some else entirely? It was all entirely unknown and something they had to investigate quickly, lest total chaos was to be unleashed. Two bad things were not going Miguel's way, as the original anomaly had escaped the Spider HQ, taking advantage of the confusion. Realizing that Miles had to be contained while simultaneously dealing with the Spot and whatever this was, Miguel ordered, all stations, stop what you are doing and stop Spider-Man. Of course, that order did not apply to the glitchy ones. Now, what would happen if the so-called original anomaly was to meet an even greater anomaly? More chaos. Chapter 50, Interlude 1, Threads of Myth and Reality. Third-person POV. Location, XXX University Lecture Hall, 2005. Professor Simmons paced confidently across the lecture hall, his voice echoing through the spacious room. Rows of students, notebooks in hand, gazed intently at the large screen displaying images of ancient ruins and legendary figures. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we delve into a fascinating aspect of our planet's history, the enigmatic figures and unverifiable myths that have left an indelible mark on our world. The professor clicked a button on his remote, and an image of an ornate spider-shaped altar filled the screen. Gasps of awe rippled through the audience. Take, for instance, the legend of the spider goddess, Professor Simmons began. Shrouded in mystery, she was known as Shiraori in ancient texts. A deity worshipped by a civilization that flourished around 400 BCE. They primarily inhabited the city known as Arachn. He gestured toward an ancient map that displayed a city named Arachn in the heart of modern-day Mexico. This city, now in ruins due to the ravages of time, is believed to have been the epicenter of their faith. A city filled with intricate spider motifs and enigmatic rituals. The professor advanced the slide, revealing an artist's rendering of Shiraori. According to the legends, Shiraori is a deity with dominion over everything. The supreme god, if you will. She is believed to have woven the threads of fate, guiding the course of history itself. Whispers filled the lecture hall amongst the students. As they had opted to study this course, they knew this fact at the very least. But, Professor Simmons continued, as captivating as these legends are, they remain purely speculative like all other myths. The city of Arachn is simply a ruin compared to what it once was and something archaeologists flock to. He paused, allowing the gravity of the revelation to sink in. Now, let's shift our focus to another intriguing myth, the legends of Nazarick. The screen displayed an image of an imposing, otherworldly citadel. Something that had been recreated based on a multitude of scattered myths and records discovered over the years. Nazarick, often referred to as a tomb, is said to have housed immensely powerful beings known as Supreme Ones or the Supreme Beings. According to the myths, Professor Simmons continued, Nazarick was an impregnable fortress, home to beings of godlike power. It was said that these supreme beings governed the very laws of the universe, shaping reality itself. He shifted to an image of an armored figure that bore a striking resemblance to a spider. Shiraori and Nazarick are intertwined in some versions of these myths, with the spider goddess having a role in the fate of the supreme beings. But it is unknown what the exact connection between these two legends is, as we have not yet decoded or found the texts to answer our question. Perhaps she was one of these supreme beings herself. But this is unlikely, as Shiraori is depicted to be kind, merciful and benevolent as opposed to the malevolent residents of Nazarick. The professor spoke. It's important to remember that while these myths are incredible, they lack concrete evidence. They are often considered products of the rich imagination of ancient civilizations. However, they hold immense cultural and historical significance, shedding light on the beliefs and values of their time. As we explore the intersection of myth and history, Professor Simmons concluded, we must approach these legends with a sense of wonder and curiosity. Who knows what hidden truths may lie buried beneath the sands of time? The professor soon moved on to another related topic, having given a brief overview regarding the Arachn and their beliefs. He continued, the legends of Shiraori and Nazarick, although unverifiable, have cast a long shadow over history. We find intriguing echoes of these myths in various cultures and belief systems around the world, even though we cannot definitively attribute and connect them to the ancient civilization of Arachn. He clicked the remote, revealing a world map covered in a complex web of interconnected lines and symbols. Throughout history, we see patterns that hint at the influence of these myths on other parts of the world. He pointed to different regions on the map as he spoke. In the far corners of Europe, for example, there are tales of mystical spider weavers who were said to control destiny. While these stories are often considered folklore, they share a striking resemblance to the legends of Shiraori, the spider goddess. The famous tales of vampires and such from years later also seem to have references to a spider goddess mysteriously similar to descriptions of Shiraori. The professor then turned to an image of a majestic citadel with an eerie aura. Nazarick, the fabled tomb of the supreme beings, finds its counterpart in various cultures' myths of otherworldly fortresses and realms that transcend mortal understanding. These fortresses often serve as the dwelling places of gods or powerful beings. He shifted the focus to a slide displaying a diverse array of symbols, all bearing similarities to the spider motif. The symbol of the spider itself, associated with Shiraori, appears in diverse religious and mystical traditions worldwide, hinting at a shared human fascination with the concept of weaving destiny. The lecture hall buzzed with intrigue as students exchanged whispers about the global impact of these myths. Furthermore, Professor Simmons added, there are records of secretive cults and organizations throughout history that venerated figures with powers reminiscent of those that appeared in the legends written down by the arachn. These groups often wielded esoteric knowledge and claimed to possess insights into the fabric of reality itself. He advanced the slide, revealing enigmatic symbols and artifacts from different time periods. While we cannot definitively connect these groups to Nazarick, Shiraori, or the arachn, the parallels are too striking to ignore. It's as if these myths have transcended time and culture, leaving subtle imprints in the collective human consciousness. The professor paused, surveying the rapt expressions of his students. In essence, ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves in a world where the line between myth and reality is blurred. The legends of Shiraori, Nazarick, and their cultists persist in the tapestry of human history, influencing beliefs, cultures, and even the course of events. As historians and explorers, he concluded this section with a sentence, it is our duty to continue unraveling these enigmatic threads, to seek the truths that may lie hidden within the myths, and to understand the profound impact of these legends on our shared human story. Professor Simmons continued, as we delve deeper into the annals of history, we encounter tantalizing hints of interactions between the arachn civilization, with its enigmatic myths of Shiraori and Nazarick, and other great cultures of the ancient world. These interactions, while shrouded in mystery, are nonetheless intriguing. He gestured to a series of ancient artifacts on the screen, representing different civilizations. In the pyramids of Egypt, we find relics adorned with symbols bearing a striking resemblance to those associated with arachn. Could it be that these symbols represent more than mere coincidence? As fantastical as it might sound, perhaps there were exchanges of knowledge and ideas, hidden from the pages of history between the Americas, Asia, Africa, etc., that far back that we do not have in-depth knowledge of. The professor shifted his focus to another slide featuring Norse runes and Mayan glyphs. Similarly, among the Norse and Greek civilizations, we detect subtle parallels to the myths and legends of arachn. Could these be echoes of forgotten encounters, where the ancient peoples of these cultures crossed paths with the enigmatic civilization? He paused, emphasizing the speculative nature of these claims. While the specifics of these interactions elude us, the presence of such similarities raises questions about the interconnectedness of human history. Were there shared threads of influence that link these civilizations, or were these resemblances the result of independent developments? The lecture hall buzzed as everyone contemplated the mysterious intersections of these ancient cultures. As we embark on a journey to uncover the truth, Professor Simmons concluded, we must remain open to the possibility that the myths and legends we explore may be more intertwined than we can currently comprehend. The history of the world is a tapestry woven with countless threads, and each thread, no matter how faint, contributes to the rich narrative of our shared human experience. Location, conference room, meeting amongst the Avengers, 20XX, a few years later. So, who exactly are the freaks we have to deal with this time? Scott asked. Well, we don't really know yet. They seem to be some cultist witches or magicians or something. Steve replied. Specifically, the witches who they had run into were led by someone who was called the Scarlet Witch. Why are the experts on this sort of stuff not present here? Like Strange or Thor? Banner questioned. They'll be here any minute now. And speaking of the devil, Dr. Strange entered the conference room followed by Thor. Upon reviewing all the materials in front of him, Thor was the first to open his mouth. This is definitely the work of witches who believe in D. He said, looking at the evil sacrifice ritual. The marks, patterns, and remains were something he was all too familiar with considering he had been dealing with them for thousands of years now. Mind giving us an insight about who this D is? Also who names themselves D? Tony quipped. You would be wise to be careful about what you say regarding D. Stark. If her fanatic followers catch wind of what you said, the consequences would be unimaginable. They don't handle the slightest disrespect toward her well. Thor replied. Tony looked like he wanted to retort what was just said but kept his mouth shut, seeing the unusually serious look on Thor's face. Perhaps this D was a greater threat than he imagined. Even greater than Thanos. That seemed unlikely. Thor is right, Tony. It would be best to avoid talking about her entirely. But it seems like that is not an option. All of you have probably read her honorific name already, considering you were investigating this, right? Strange spoke, pointing towards sentences scribbled on one of the documents displayed on a remote screen which read: "The enigma of cosmic fate, dreaded sovereign of boundless shadows, mistress of the end, the evil god who usurps the cosmos." Seeing their nodding faces, he continued, "It is very likely that her gaze was cast upon you the moment you uttered or read those sentences. Lucky for all of you, she usually does not bother to deal with any remotely troublesome thing, for whatever reason." He did not say that when something did catch her interest and she did interfere, dying would be considered merciful. The Avengers got the underlying meaning even if they did not understand it properly. Strange and Thor regularly dealt with cosmic threats. What made this D so different? "Hey, can you explain what is going on already? I assume all of you have heard about the legends of the spider goddess Shiraori and Nazarick?" Thor questioned. Of course, everyone more or less knew about these myths to differing degrees. They were common knowledge. Something that children heard and read of. Understanding where Thor was going with this, Tony said, "Let me guess. They are real. The spider goddess exists and so does Nazarick. But what does that have to do with these rituals?" It was not so unbelievable for everyone in the room. After all, a Norse god from myth was in their presence. Not to mention all the batshit crazy stuff they had dealt with over the years. Yes, she does exist. Shiraori is every bit a deific being those legends you have on Midgard make her out to be. Perhaps they are not doing her justice. Thor went on to ramble/fanboy about the spider goddess for a while before coming back to the topic. You see, thousands of years ago, the 9 realms and beyond were thrown into chaos by the followers of D. At that time we did not know of her. Facing an unknown enemy, my father took me as well as my brother to seek the wisdom of the fates. The fates issued a prophecy upon his request which spoke about an upheaval in the cosmos. It talked about Shiraori and D, who had a major role to play in this upheaval. At first, we believed them to be one and the same, but the horrific events of the Great Purge showed us how wrong we were. Shiraori is the only reason that everything is as peaceful and stable as it is. I am not allowed to talk much about the Great Purge, but you will have to take my word for it." After a brief silence, Tony spoke, "So to summarize, this D is an evil goddess like her title suggests who wants to overthrow the order of the universe, and Shiraori is the one stopping her. That does not seem very different from what we deal with usually. Why does D scare you so much?" Thor suddenly had vivid flashbacks of his encounters with D, and a look of horror was plated on his face for a few brief seconds, which was caught by everyone in the room. Noticing this, he immediately cleared his throat and summarized. "Anyway, all you have to know is not to mess around with any matter regarding D. We should visit the divine city of Arachn and ask for their help in this matter. They are experts in dealing with her cultist followers." Strange said. "Isn't Arachn a ruin now? And it's a World Heritage Site, how could anyone possibly live there?" "The World Heritage Site is simply what they want outsiders to see. The reason we are going there is that as followers of Shiraori, they can deal with these cultists much more easily." Strange replied as he started opening a portal to their location. Location, near the divine city of Arachn. Exiting from the portal, what lay before the eyes of the Avengers was a city that might have once boasted grand power and progress in the distant past but was now in ruins. The huge pyramidal structures were visible in the vicinity. Of course, Strange had already told them that this was simply a fake illusion for outsiders to witness and not the real deal. As Strange led them, he spoke, calling this city a fake is not entirely accurate. It is more like a mirage of what the city once was. The true entrance that only a select few can enter is through the sanctum, a place of worship. This is of course not my first time being here. The legendary sorcerer supreme of the past, Gandalf, had come into contact with Arachn and fostered relations for protection against D's forces. They soon entered the sanctum, which though dilapidated, was the grandest structure of them all. The sanctum's massive stone pillars soared high, supporting a ceiling adorned with shimmering gemstones that mirrored the night sky. The auspicious color of white was visible in every direction. At the center of the sanctuary, an ornate altar fashioned in the likeness of a magnificent spider's nest awaited, its delicate patterns woven from precious stones and metals. Of course, this place too was a far cry from the glory it held in its past. Strange took out a white ring which was made from metallic threads intricately woven into the shape of a ring and wore it. Standing in front of the altar, he placed food on all sides surrounding it in the Avengers' bewildered eyes. This was a standard offering to the spider goddess. Well, she was not an evil god and did not desire such things as souls or dead bodies. Much less, this ritual was just to open the doors to arachn. In essence, it was the key and did not have very extreme requirements. The only requirements were being granted the ring and conducting the ritual while wearing it. The food, comprising of delicious sweets and exotic meats, was more a formality than anything else. It was said that she liked to visit various places in the multiverse to try out the local cuisine, and so this offering sort of stuck. Of course, the goddess won't really consume those. He then channeled his magic through the ring while chanting. The weaver of cosmic destiny, lady of boundless white, mistress of the ethereal web, the spider goddess who reigns above the cosmos. I pray for your blessings. I pray for you to weave my fate. I pray for you to open the gates to the kingdom you protect. As soon as he finished speaking, the offering on all sides of the altar vanished in a white light. This was soon followed by a white blinding light engulfing the Avengers. As the light faded, the sanctum had regained its peace and quiet with no sign of anyone ever having been there. Chapter 51, Respite. Shiraori POV. Location, the office, 10th floor of Nazarick. I'm finally free from all the work that was backlogged. I stretched my hands lazily without caring about my image even if albedo was present. I was sitting by the imposing mahogany desk sat in the center of the office. The room was lined with tasteful and exotic furniture, every single piece being of exquisite design and decoration. The crimson carpet upon the floor was thick and soft, swallowing the footsteps of those who trod upon it. Flags bearing assorted insignia hung upon the walls in the depths of the room. Since I know the NPC's true character unlike Ains, I don't see any reason to put up a false facade when there is no reason to do so. All my actions will be filtered by them to look positive anyway. Truthfully speaking, it was just my parallel minds doing the work, but who cares? I have to go on my next trip soon. The doppelgangers had been called back to Asgard and might have successfully infiltrated into their ranks. Or so I hope. But I have plans in place in case things actually went south, so I am not really worried about that. Demiurge had apparently taken away the dead bodies of the Asgardian soldiers after Cocytus had slaughtered them. If I remember correctly, he said something about studying undead. I wonder how he, or rather any of these NPCs, are able to work so tirelessly. While my parallel minds were earnestly working, I used that time to play around with the wisdom charm some more. Well, I used the wisdom skill to try and check what sort of progression the NPCs have. After all, they are also not bound by Yggdrasil's system anymore. It should be reasonable for the wisdom skill to spit out some sort of evolutionary pathway for them as well, right? Analyzing a little bit of the cosmic pathway Wisdom Chan displayed for me, it was obvious that it was custom designed for me. Perhaps, a similar custom pathway would exist for them as well. Primarily, I checked what pathway would Demiurge have. As I had stated earlier, for me to have a comfortable life, Demiurge's safety is of prime importance. After all, he would be doing most of the important work. I felt more relaxed concerning the other NPCs as they mostly resided in Nazarick, and even if they did go out, they would return not long after. Nazarick was safely secured in my pocket dimension for now, barring the whole Minichan fiasco, of course. Even Shaltir, who would leave today for her assigned mission, had been ordered by me to not stay outside for long periods of time. There were still some lingering hesitations in my mind regarding her IQ, but I had personally witnessed how much effort she had put into preparing for this mission under albedo and Demiurge's guidance. I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. I could make the other NPCs stronger at a more relaxed pace. Of course, I was not looking down on the dangers that Marvel's bullshittery would throw at me. I was not a stereotypical young master villain who could only shout courting death. I could use the magic knowledge I would obtain and some future plans I had in mind to slowly increase Nazarick's strength as a whole. This was already what I had planned earlier. But, Demiurge would require longer periods of time exposed to the outer world and thus a higher chance of being entrapped by someone else's plot armor. It was simple mathematics that a higher exposure rate to said plot armor equated higher rate of being killed. Especially for an evil demon like Demiurge and by extension me as well as the rest of Nazarick. Anyway, the result I got from my search was this. Minimum conditions for possible optimum evolution into a chaos tyrant. 1. Control a hell dimension, become a hell lord. 2. Obtain one or more sin skills. 3. Use the Chaos Catalyst to become a world enemy. 4. Demon Lord skill/title. 5. Become a Lord of the 7 Deadly Sins using the Chaos Catalyst as well as having the corresponding ruler title/S. 6. Karmic Change of Fates on Universal Scales. Karma-500. 7. Make the virtue which is opposite to one of the sins you embody lose meaning in one universe 4 at $% cosmic time scales. 8. Access and understanding of cosmic energies. 9. Outlier of the multiverse, requirement satisfied. Note, these are minimum requirements for a possible path of evolution into a chaos tyrant. While easier paths might exist, those are not accessible due to not fulfilling the required criteria. Well, this is what it would have looked like if I removed the random gibberish in the way that had of course shown up like the last time when I checked the results for my evolution into a cosmic entity. Speaking of the results, some of these are definitely doable. I planned to give Demiurge the Chaos Catalyst anyway, and this just gave me more of an incentive to do so. He would then become a world enemy and gain a massive power boost. Of course, I can also bestow a sin skill to him such as gluttony. This would tick off the easier to do conditions on the list while also making him stronger. I plan to give the lust skill as well as the ruler of lust title to Albedo, by the way. A succubus having the lust skill seemed fitting. Well, I'll also give the pathway that Wisdom-chan deduced for her as well as the other guardians to them later. Anyway, I had already spoken to the guardians about all of this while simply telling them that I wanted them to be stronger for the safety of Nazarick. As expected, they were of course very moved by the kindness of their supreme being as well as proclamations of working even harder. Albedo was also quivering slightly while giving those creepy smiles. Her succubus instincts must have come into play hearing about the lust skill. All of that aside, I had already decided to take Vampy and Cositus with me on my next trip to space. Yes, I will be going to space this time. I realized that I had gone so far as to time travel but not explore space in my own timeline. There would be a very high chance of running into some dangerous characters in space even at this point in time, so I will have to tread carefully. Speaking of Vampy, NPCs seem to be getting along well with Sophia as far as I can tell. After reading the Overlord light novels, the NPCs had basically understood about each other. They had understood how each of them acted in different situations in the novel outside of what they were coded to already know. It was appropriate to say that they were already familiar with each other. Vampy was the exception to this, as I had obviously not written her into the Overlord light novels. I simply passed this off by saying that I had died before I even had the opportunity to create Sophia, so they don't really know her very well. A quiet knock on the door caught my attention. Albedo glanced at my expression, then bowed deeply and headed to the door. Seabass was not present here, so this duty fell on her. After verifying the identity of the visitor, Albedo replied. Shaltir seeks an audience. Shaltir? That's fine, let her in. I am free now anyway. After receiving permission, Shaltir entered the office wearing a black ballroom gown with a bell-like skirt like always. Greetings, Lady White, she said while bowing. I simply returned her greetings, being in a good mood. Is there something wrong, Shaltir? Why have you come to the office? I asked in doubt. Shaltir normally did not come all the way to the office as she was patrolling her 3 floors. Naturally, it was to admire your beautiful features, Lady White. Well, I had no aversion to being referred to as beautiful. It was undeniable that Shiraori was good-looking, but the details of my past life were already blurred at this point by everything I had experienced. I simply took it as one of the usual pleasantries that the NPCs gave. Nothing more, nothing less. But the other person in the room was not as calm as me. I could see the smile on Albedo's face twisting as she looked upon Shaltir's crimson eyes. How had Ains put in the novel? It was still a smile, and her beauty was not diminished in the slightest, but it was no longer a pleasant expression. Rather, it resembled the grinning of a demon. His description was apt for this situation. Then, seeing as you have looked your fill, you may leave, Shaltir. Lady White and I are currently deciding the future of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Would you mind not interfering with our important work? It is basic courtesy to greet someone politely before launching into the main issue. Aged old hags are so annoying. Could it be they're desperate because they're past their expiry date? Don't you think that food without an expiry date because it's stuffed full of preservatives is the same as poison? Expired food would be safer compared to that, don't you think? I'd advise you not to look down on food poisoning. You might get an infection. The important thing is whether it can be eaten, right? Compared to what looks like a large display of food, but the truth is, well, you know what I mean, right? A food display. You'll die for that, bitch. Now who's the expired goods, humph? Well, isn't this the exact same conversation between Albedo and Shiraori in the novels? Of course, the only difference is that I am the cause of the argument. Did they decide to stage it in front of me after reading about in the novels? Why? The NPC's jealousy is tiresome. That's enough. Shiraori, do you have anything to say to me? I asked once more as the two guardians reverted to their previous expressions. Well, I already knew the reason after inferring it from the context of the situation. Yes, I will be departing for the task soon. I came to bid farewell before leaving. She said. I see. Shiraori, work on the task and return safely. Remember there are no time constraints so you don't have to rush. As I had said earlier, safety and secrecy are important. Shiraori looked like she would start crying if I continued, so I just stopped my little speech there and bid her farewell. I then looked towards Albedo and said. I will go have a bath in the spa resort on the 9th floor. Tell the Pleiades or whichever maid is in charge to come there. Also, inform Cocytus and Sophia to get ready. We will depart after my bath. Take care of the preparations for the trip. Being the ruler of this place had some obvious merits. If this was the new world, living a life of absolute luxury with tons of servants was absolutely possible. Unfortunately, such treatment could be enjoyed fewer times in this multiverse to the survival pressure that has become a constant factor after my reincarnation as a spider. Regardless, even for mundane things like having a bath, I can have maids and servants take care of it. All I had to do was sit back and relax. As you wish. Albedo replied while bowing. I could see some faint sadness or regret in her eye as well as thinly veiled jealousy. She also seemed to be breathing heavily and her cheeks were reddening. She was probably sad that I will be away from Nazarick for a while and jealous of Cocytus and Vampy for being able to accompany me. Maybe I should take Albedo on a trip with me sometime. Considering that Albedo had also done quite a bit of work for me and will do so in the future, I feel like I should promise her something small. Anyway, she will think of it as a great gift from the Supreme Being. I had not really rewarded her anything except Tabula's item until now either. Albedo, don't worry. I'll take you on a trip with me the next time. Well, I'll also make sure to return to Nazarick once a day. It's in my pocket dimension anyway. If you want you can join me when I go to the spa next time. Well, that's all I could think of for now. That said, I knew just this was too much for these fanatic NPCs. Yes, I mean of course, Lady White. I would be glad to accompany you on both those occasions. She replied while kneeling down as if I had bestowed the greatest gift in history to her. I see. I'll get going then. I replied and teleported to the spa for my relaxing evening, missing the loud shouts that filled the entire office. Chapter 53, Deus Arania Dominatur. This chapter is unedited and might contain lots of errors. Some people might find it boring, but it is a necessary chapter for the future ones. Hope you enjoy reading. Demiurge POV. Location, the Blazing Temple, 7th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. The Blazing Temple bore a striking resemblance to a once proud Grecian-style sanctum, its columns now strewn about as though they had clashed violently with one another. Broken statues of ancient gods lay in shattered disarray, their forms profaned and defiled. Above, the ceiling had given way, with large fragments plunged into the earth below, as if casting the divine out of the heavens themselves. Amidst the desecration, at the heart of the temple, sat a pristine white throne. Amidst the desolation of the 7th floor, which evoked the eerie imagery of hell, faint, tormenting echoes reverberated through the air. These distant cries, laden with anguish, painted a haunting portrait of souls or perhaps unfortunate beings suffering in an eternal, unseen torment. Ah, the chilling, mournful cries echoed through the blazing temple, carrying with them the weight of torment and despair, creating a haunting symphony of suffering that reverberated throughout the infernal domain. One such unfortunate being was Amora, who was being tortured for her grave sin of infiltrating Nazarick. Strolling through the meticulously designed sacred precincts shaped by his creator's vision, Demiurge allowed his thoughts to wander affectionately through their shared memories, all while he absorbed the enchanting melody that served as a backdrop. As Lady White's directive dictated, he was obliged to indulge in a moment of respite, a customary practice for all inhabitants of Nazarick during their scheduled periods of relaxation. And so, Demiurge readily set aside the multitude of tasks delegated to him, wholly embracing the enchanting music that surrounded him. He had received news of Shaltyr's departure, courtesy of the evil lords. Demiurge was not worried as he alongside Albedo had made sure that she was prepared for her mission. A repeat of something along the lines of the Overlord novels would not happen. Lady White could not face further disappointments from the NPCs, or rather the Guardians in particular, after the previous fiasco. As the defense commander of Nazarick, Demiurge had made sure to ramp up the security of Nazarick to avoid any incidents like the previous one. He had gone over uncountable hypothetical scenarios involving risks and tried to provide a solution to each one. Undoubtedly, Lady White's well-being stood as the foremost concern, but this didn't imply that his strategies depended on the demise of the other Nazarick inhabitants. Au contraire, once Lady White's safety was secured, Demiurge wholeheartedly dedicated himself to safeguarding the lives of his colleagues. He regarded them with respect as fellow creations of the Supreme Beings, after all. Even during his designated rest session, he remained vigilant. Lady White, along with Cocytus and Sophia, had embarked on one of the Supreme One's periodic expeditions, which left Nazarick's security at an unprecedented low. He had casually traversed the sections monitored by his fellow inhabitants, all the while conducting his scientific experiments and gleefully tormenting Amora. Managing this multitude of tasks concurrently was indeed demanding, yet this very capability ignited feelings of envy within the minds of every tomb resident. Demiurge reached his study and glanced at the object placed at the corner of his desk. This was the Chaos Catalyst, a sinister and compact world item, was a macabre fusion of ghastly and diabolical elements. It appeared as a small, palm-sized onyx black orb that seemed to absorb light and exuded an eerie crimson aura. The surface of the orb was etched with intricate, writhing patterns reminiscent of tormented souls, invoking a sense of suffering and dread. It felt cold to the touch, as if it hungered for the warmth of the living. The object's dark energy swirled within, casting faint, malevolent whispers into the minds of those who dared to gaze upon it, promising power, but at the cost of their humanity. As a demon, this was not a concern for him. It was an artifact of profound malevolence, a harbinger of chaos and malefic transformation, embodying the essence of all that was evil in the world. This world item was the gift bestowed upon him by Lady White. Demiurge now had the opportunity to become a world enemy, something his creator had wished at one point of time but denied it. Of course, Lord Ulbert did not truly require the use of such a world item, being an omnipotent supreme being. It showed her concern for his safety as well as hopes for his future accomplishments. He was especially in awe of her foresight when she informed him of the requirements of the ritual to become an entity known as an abyssal tyrant. All of this had already coincided with his plans of reigning terror across different timelines which he had discussed with Albedo earlier. As expected of the Supreme One, she knew everything before he informed her of his plans. Demiurge planned to use the Chaos Catalyst soon and start working on fulfilling the ritual requirements. He had also decided that the sin he primarily wanted to embody was one of either greed or gluttony. He would ask for Lady White to bestow this authority upon him when the time was right. One particular requirement was particularly difficult to accomplish, but he would definitely fulfill it to repay Lady White's trust in him. After all, only one universe had to be plunged into terror to achieve it. Of course, it could not be the current timeline they were inhabiting. After all, the Supreme Being was present here. That aside, as a demon he had no qualms about the torture he would put that unfortunate universe through. Instead, he was particularly happy. Demiurge then looked to the right and saw a huge stack of papers. This stack contained the preliminary ideas of the religious order he was planning. The Holy Scriptures, if you will. Of course, there was plenty more to be refined. Reading off the list to look for any obvious errors being made, he was satisfied with what he had written down so far. First off, drinking coffee was banned for obvious reasons. It read, "Coffee, the nectar of the unworthy, shall be forever forbidden to those who seek salvation in the embrace of the divine. The souls of the misguided who dared to partake of this dark brew would be tainted, their moral compasses skewed, and their fates cast into the abyss of depravity." Demiurge's sinister smile deepened as he considered the web of enthralling dogma that would ensnare her followers, safeguarding them from the snares of the mundane world. Of course, coffee did not exist in the current time period but will in the future. The denizens of Nazarick had come across their beloved supreme being trying to drink this brew that was essentially poison to her and stopped her in time. It was clear that Lady White still had the conviction to drink coffee, and as her guardians, such attempts had to be stopped even at the cost of her displeasure. They could not understand her desire to drink coffee despite knowing the effects it would have on her. Perhaps it's the same way mortals flock to consume alcohol or smoke cigarettes despite knowing the adverse effects on their health. He thought. Essentially, it was a Pandora's box that must never be opened. Setting aside his thoughts, Demiurge looked at the sheet of paper titled, Rituals. Of course, this section would only be implemented after Lady White bestows upon them the gift of magic. The information contained on it was as follows. All magic circles are based on octograms symbolizing 8 spider legs. Baptisms, conduits for divine connection, they allow individuals to acquire new skills, bestow blessings, and awaken latent mutant abilities. Each baptism strengthens the sacred bond with the Supreme One. Fertility rituals, elaborate ceremonies dedicated to enhancing the fertility of both crops and the people. In these rituals, Lady White's influence over growth and abundance is celebrated. Weather manipulation rituals, followers seek Lady White's guidance to manipulate and shape weather patterns, aligning nature's forces with their needs. Divine spider summoning, the faithful invoke the presence of sacred spiders to seek guidance, wisdom, and protection from the divine realm. Marriage rituals, symbolizing the unity of devoted couples, these rituals involve the tying of threads on their fingers, signifying their connection and interdependence, in alignment with Lady White's teachings. As threads intertwined in Lady White's web, we emerge anew, cleansed by the white fire of our goddess. Our unity is a testament to her grace. Cocoon burials, a funeral practice that reverently entombs the deceased within delicate spider silk cocoons. This signifies their sacred passing and the promise of rebirth, embodying the eternal cycle. Fate interpretation rituals, weaving symbols in the shape of webs, offering insights into the fabric of fate. Facilitate dream interpretation and life guidance. Hunting rituals, through the establishment of a revered order of elite hunters, these rituals harness Lady White's divine favor, ensuring bountiful and successful hunts. Ritual of punishment, a ritual for individuals who were once deeply religious but engaged in morally questionable actions, involves hanging them by a rope. This act symbolizes their unworthiness to be enveloped in the silk of a sacred spider, after death for instance, yet acknowledges that they remain connected to the intricate web of Lady White's divine order. They are still in the weaving of Lady White. Lady White's faith, of course, has its own sacred scripture, known as the Spider Codex. A central and sacred scripture known as the Divine Codex will stand as the guiding light for her devoted followers. At the core of this revered text are the 8 sacred tenets, serving as the cornerstone of the faith. These tenets emphasize the paramount importance of unwavering devotion to Lady White and the strict adherence to her teachings. They are regarded as divine laws that shape the lives of the faithful. The Spider Codex also contains a collection of sacred scriptures titled Texts on Righteous Behavior. These scriptures emphasize virtues, morality, and the path to righteousness as perceived by the divine weaver. They offer ethical guidance and principles by which her followers are expected to live their lives. Within the holy text, there are melodious expressions of devotion known as hymns of praise. These hymns are sung and recited by the faithful as they serenade the eternal grace of the divine goddess. They serve as a means of expressing deep reverence and adoration. Within the Spider Codex, there are also texts about blessings. These texts offer detailed accounts of Lady White's divine powers and the boundless blessings she bestows upon her devoted followers. They deepen the understanding of her divine nature and the grace she bestows upon those who faithfully serve her. Next. Garments and attire in the faith hold profound symbolism. White clothing, pure, immaculate white clothing serves as a symbol of one's standing within the religious hierarchy, reflecting the inner purity cultivated through devotion to Lady White's teachings. Weaving and silk crafting, the art of crafting with the finest spider silk is a revered practice, symbolizing the dedication to Lady White's divine order and the intricate craftsmanship that binds the faithful. Braided hairstyles, a sacred and exclusive hairstyle reserved for the priesthood and married individuals, the intricate braids symbolize unity within the web of the goddess. Spider accessories, adorning oneself with spider-themed items demonstrates unwavering loyalty to Lady White's and signifies her divine protection. Rites of passage. Rites of passage involve sacred traditions and crafting of artifacts to enhance the connection to the weaver. Weaving white clothing. This sacred tradition, reserved for aspiring priests and priestesses, involves the creation of enchanting white garments with self-repairing properties, symbolizing spiritual growth and unwavering devotion. Crafting silk artifacts. Crafting powerful and enchanted artifacts, utilizing the mystical properties of spider silk, further strengthens the connection to the divine weaver, deepening the faith. With every stitch and every thread, we honor the sacred act of creation. Through these crafts, we express our devotion to the Supreme Being. The next page was about special events and festivities. Special events mark key moments in the faith, reinforcing the bonds between the faithful and Lady White. Spider silk offerings. Threads blessed by eternal white flames serve as offerings of devotion, reinforcing the divine bond between the goddess and her followers. The anniversary feast, a joyous celebration marked by a feast featuring pristine white foods and clothing, commemorating the ongoing unity within the faith. Ring gifting, a momentous occasion when Lady White bestows 7 unique rings upon her people once every century, each with its own enchantments, symbolizing her divine favor. Each ring, a symbol of divine favor, weaves its unique thread into the fabric of our existence. As we don the rings bestowed by Lady White, we celebrate the unity of our faith. Burning black clothes. On a sacred day, the faithful come together for a ceremony involving the burning of black clothing in the cleansing flames of white fire, signifying their unwavering devotion to the goddess. In the shadow of the eternal white flame, we are reborn, cleansed of the stains of our past. We emerge as threads, woven into the eternal tapestry of Lady White. Finally, the last page included information about some other customs. The faith encompasses daily customs and practices that deepen the connection between the faithful and Lady White. Prayers at key moments. The faithful begin each day with reverent prayers. They offer supplications before embarking on activities like sewing or acquiring food, seeking Lady White's guidance and protection. Apparel of the rulers. Those in positions of authority are adorned in self-cleaning, self-repairing white clothing, reflecting the divine nature of their leadership within the faith. Festivals and contests. Festive gatherings featuring dancing, singing, competitions, crafting, and cooking contests grant wishes to the winners, deepening the communal spirit and faith. Demiurge had also gone ahead and created a new language to be spoken by Lady White's believers. It would unify the citizens of Arachnamek and any future believers they will have. This would be the language of rituals and official documents. A language mortals will believe to be spoken by the supreme beings themselves. A language of the gods. He named this language Hebraic, for now. Of course, this was a proto-script and would still need a lot of refining to make it convenient. It was a difficult task, but Demiurge found it to be quite pleasing as an activity to be done during his free time. It would eventually become integral to all aspects of Arachnamek's culture, including science, magic, art, and education. It served as the basis for various scripts and inscriptions throughout the city. The Hebraic script is visually complex and intricate, resembling an actual spider's web, with lines, curves, and loops that intersect and connect. Each character is composed of distinct elements, and their arrangement can change the meaning of a word. The written characters themselves often reflect the symbolic nature of spiders. A character might resemble a spider's silhouette, complete with legs and body, reinforcing the cultural importance of arachnids. The language was designed around the concept of weaving and the interconnectedness of life. Sentences are constructed as if weaving a tapestry, with each word acting as a thread in the intricate fabric of meaning. Metaphors related to spiders are seamlessly integrated into the structure. For example, to convey knowledge, Hebraic might use the phrase, spinning threads of wisdom, invoking the image of a spider spinning its web. The language incorporates a hierarchical system of addressing individuals, reflecting Arachnamek's societal structure. It uses different words and forms of address depending on a person's age, role, or social standing. This feature reinforces the importance of deference within the community. It includes a unique tense system where time is expressed as threads, with past events represented as threads behind, the present as the thread in the center, and the future as threads extending forward. It emphasizes the idea that the past influences the present and shapes the future. Hebraic has a polysynthetic structure. This means that in the language of Hebraic, you can create long and detailed words by putting smaller word parts together. For example, instead of using the word knowledge, Hebraic might combine smaller word parts that mean wisdom, getting, and through the web to make a single, complex word. Sentences are typically long and intricate, conveying deep layers of meaning. This reflects the belief that the interweaving of concepts and ideas mirrors the interconnectedness of all things in the universe. An example of a sentence could be, Lady White weberlith lovakar is myrandrii. Translation, Lady White weaves the threads of fate. This sentence might feature intricate characters forming the shape of a spider, with delicate lines extending from its body, signifying the act of weaving. The words weberlith and myrandrii would incorporate motifs that suggest the interwoven nature of fate. Another sentence could be, Ziridal squiliner shibrekara. Translation, the stars shine brightly. In this example, the characters in the script might be woven together in an intricate pattern that resembles starbursts with radiant lines connecting them. The verb squiliner may have an elegant, web-like motif around it, signifying the action of shining brightly. This was definitely not the final form as mentioned earlier. It would be made far simpler and convenient after refining. For the fun of it, Demiurge made some of the Webraic words and concepts bear a resemblance to contemporary scientific and technological terms, introducing a sense of linguistic anachronism. It would be fun seeing future linguists trying to understand minute resemblances to languages that would have been born in different parts of the world such as Asia or Europe in the future, that is, if the whole world did not already speak this language by that point of time for whatever reason. Putting down the sheets of paper, Demiurge considered his future plans. Lady White had already informed them that she would be playing two separate personas, herself as the benevolent goddess and evil god D. Naturally, any morally evil actions he or any other member of Nazarick would do from now on would naturally had to fall under the command of evil god D when reviewed by outsiders. To this end, he had also given evil god D a position of absolute evil in any scripture he designed. Of course, any text could not be written to disrespect Lady White even if she was written to be the root of evil in them. Instead, evil god D was depicted to be an antithesis to Lady White. A necessary evil to keep the balance of reality. People would fear her but respect her nonetheless with no follower daring to blaspheme her. Demiurge felt satisfied with his current progress and was determined to execute each task assigned by the Supreme One, their absolute ruler and goddess, to the best of his abilities. Chapter 54, Mystic Machinations. Location, Mystic Confluence Grove, Himalayan Mountains, Nepal. Pandora's actor POV. Amidst the snowy expanse of the Himalayas, a figure with silver hair and a matching beard moved with quiet grace. This scholarly man, characterized by an aura of profound wisdom, cast contemplative gazes upon the vast landscapes that unfolded before him. Draped in a modest robe reflecting the colors of earth and sky, he wore a pendant bearing the symbol of Athena, a disguised world. Clutching a well-worn scroll, his presence exuded both humility and scholarly authority. A young man of around 20 years old came running towards him and spoke while taking a breath. Master Gandalf, we have defeated the demons summoned by those sorcerers. He waited patiently for Pandora, or rather his disguise Gandalf, to respond. Excellent. You can head back to Camartage. I'd like to linger here a bit longer. The young sorcerer acknowledged the dismissal with a bow and departed. Elders in the realm of sorcery often displayed peculiar habits. In contrast, Master Gandalf's habits were deemed relatively unremarkable by young sorcerers. It's about time I send back information to Nazarick. Pandora thought, resisting his urge to salute or bow exaggeratedly as he watched the young sorcerer departing. He was currently here to guide novice sorcerers in training the mystic arts by killing rather weak demons. Nothing special, really. What was remarkable was being considered a master in the mystic arts by sorcerers of Camartage so soon. It had only been a couple of months since he had infiltrated Camartage and he was already considered influential. How did this happen? Pandora had considered various routes to assert Nazarick's influence over Camartage, including using knowledge from the Grand Library, defeating the Triumvirate and Caius, or controlling Caius to manipulate the selection of the Sorcerer Supreme. Of course, as this was not exactly how things had played out, and so Pandora had to keep modifying his plans as when necessary. Firstly, his knowledge of Camartage at this period of time was rather limited, so Pandora expanded his know-how for a few days before making a plan. Getting into Camartage was surprisingly easy. Suspiciously so. Maybe he was simply prepared to face the worst, that he did not expect things go so smoothly. This was something he was still wary of and the reason why he had held off on sending back information about the mystic arts sooner. In any case, Caius, the Sorcerer Supreme in the making, had arrived at Camartage shortly before Pandora. Despite this, Caius was also considered a master of the mystic arts like Pandora was. It made sense that he would be able to defeat the triumvirate and become the sorcerer supreme within a year of his coming to Camartage. Knowing this, Pandora planned to initiate both Option 1 and Option 3. He did not use Nazarick's magic yet but had started discussing his knowledge in the fields of philosophy or mathematics with sorcerers of Camartage while slowly displaying his abilities in the mystic arts. The triumvirate would be considered famous thinkers, and so they loved whatever knowledge he had displayed and valued him a bit more. Learning mystic arts was not difficult for someone like him. He had also earned significant popularity among his fellow sorcerers in Camartage, as aspiring novices painted his persona in the likeness of the stereotypical wise sorcerer, adding to his growing popularity. While he may have not learned this multiverse's mystic arts, he was no stranger to magic itself. Delving into Camartage's magic, he found striking similarities to a form of magic he already knew of. That's divine magic used in Yggdrasil. Yes, both of these types of magic used energies obtained from other dimensions or godly entities as the source of their abilities. Shaltir was an example of someone who used this magic. Of course, there were differences as well. After all, divine magic was something that was not invented in this multiverse. The sorcerers here molded these energies into different magical constructs from scratch to display the effects they desired. For denizens of Nazarick, magic was something instinctual. An organism did not need to know how their body worked in depth in order to control it. This was something instinctual. This was not to say that no one in Nazarick knew how magic worked. There were vast records of the inner workings of magic in the Grand Library, left behind by the Supreme Beings. For the servants of Nazarick, magic was but a tool to serve the Supreme Beings. They had been designed to know how to use magic instinctually, and that was all that mattered unless ordered otherwise. As such, they did not mold mana from scratch to use the magic but simply thought of the effect they desired to display it. One could think of the process as being entirely automated and coded into the very fibers of their existence. There were positives and negatives to both approaches. Power aside, Nazarick's method of using magic was certainly more convenient and the process was simpler, but the user was restricted to only using specific spells. Camartage's magic was tedious but allowed far greater flexibility in terms of use. This reminded Pandora of something that Lady White had informed him as well: the Guardians. Apparently, she predominantly used two different energies for magic. The mana they were familiar with, as well as something called MA energy to conjure magic. Although he did not understand her wisdom entirely, she said that the system that was used in Yggdrasil was a convenience tool to help use magic easily and instinctually. In contrast, she could create magic from scratch through the art of conjuring. She did not do so if Yggdrasil's magic already had the effect she desired, as it would be a wasted effort. Pandora felt he was starting to understand what she meant now. It seemed that at the base level, multiple different forms of magic followed a similar principle of molding magic, but this process was simplified for the denizens of Nazarick by the Supreme Beings while creating them. Understanding this truth, he was able to uncover the mysteries of the mystic arts much easier. Despite this, he was faced with a dilemma during his efforts to master the mystic arts. Pandora obviously could not call upon the power of Vishanti to use the mystic arts. That would be suicidal. The only alternative, or rather, the correct path forward, was to use the power of the Supreme Beings instead. Luckily, he was able to use Lady White's immense magical powers to drive the use of the mystic arts instead. And as his powers grew, so did his disguise abilities, making them even more impeccable every step of the way. Now, on to talking about the other option. After analyzing Caius's character, he could certainly be seen to have the self-sacrificing character that a sorcerer supreme is supposed to have. A sense of duty to protect the world, if you will. Despite this, he also had great pride befitting of someone who had his origins in Sparta. The way of thinking ingrained in him from his upbringing in Sparta must also have been the reason he will choose to challenge the triumvirate for the role of sorcerer supreme instead of having them hand it over willingly. Along with this, he also had a great drive for learning the mystical arts and acquiring knowledge. Any smart individual here knew that knowledge equaled power, and it was the knowledge that Pandora displayed that got him in Caius's good books. Caius might even have considered Pandora's actor a friend, and Pandora's meticulous act made this friendship seem even greater. Pandora's actor had not yet gained control over Caius, but plans had already been made to do so. All that could be said was that poor Caius would bring upon himself his own downfall for pursuing the forbidden fruit of knowledge. Taboo knowledge that would lead right into the arms of the Supreme Beings and being him the grace of Lady White. Yes, he would be led onto the rightful path by Pandora personally, as he was after all Pandora's friend. Pandora himself felt no remorse or glee for what he was doing. He was not like Demiurge to gain happiness from such acts, or like Seabass to feel remorse. This was simply a duty he was doing in order to accomplish the orders of Lady White. He had also clandestinely gathered information about the recent occurrences within Nazarick, keeping a keen ear to the ground for every whisper of Lady White's actions and even the infiltration attempt by Amora. His awareness spanned the entire spectrum of events, and it appeared that among all the NPCs in Nazarick, he was excelling the most in his duties. Thinking of this and noticing no one around, Pandora finally saluted as withdrawal symptoms started catching up to him for not doing so. The information will be delivered today, Mean Godden, he said to no one in particular, but he knew the omniscient spider goddess must have been able to hear him. She was a supreme being after all. Having gotten that out of the way, Pandora's actor fixed his act just in time as a portal opened behind him. The young sorcerer from earlier had returned to see Master Gandalf standing like a statue in the same position as earlier, as if nothing was able to distract him pondering the mysteries of magic. Master Gandalf, the Sorcerer Supreme, has summoned all the masters, including you of course, to discuss something important immediately. He spoke. Lead the way. Pandora replied in a slow manner, mimicking wise mannerisms according to a book which was taken from the vast collection of tomes owned by his creator, How to Cultivate a Wise and Regal Presence, a Beginner's Guide in 100 Simple Steps. It was but one of a series of books about acting, a gospel in the ways of acting handed down to him by Lady White. Pandora knew that this meeting was requested by the Asgardians for some reason. By combining the information he had received so far, he could come up with multiple reasons for this action. Regardless, as a servant of the Supreme Beings, he was obligated to drive the currents caused in this encounter toward a favorable direction for Lady White. As Pandora entered the portal, he was filled with glee thinking about Lady White's pleased reaction to what he presumed to be a job well done so far. Chapter 55, Lost in Time's Playground 1. Unknown POV. Location, 9th floor of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. It was just another day as they roamed across the caves created by the one they referred to as Mother, while occasionally hunting food to grow stronger and help her. But today they were being rather playful. Their playfulness stemmed from the fact that the food on the floor had been depleted, and it would take some time for it to respawn, leaving them eagerly awaiting the next feast. Instead of weaving intricate webs or plotting the world's domination and eventual destruction at their hands, they decided to engage in a chaotic game of tag. With tiny legs scampering all over the place, they giggled and tumbled, creating a cute and fluffy scene. Some even attempted acrobatic stunts, attempting spins and flips that ended in a mess of spider legs. With all their infinite energy to cause chaos, it was a wonder that they remained confined to this particular floor quietly, as ordered by their progenitor. None of the servants that roamed the mighty halls of Nazarick could control them. Or rather, they didn't dare to. Well, not entirely. There was one guardian who was given certain leeway in regards to this matter, but we will get to that soon enough. Anyway, whether they were maids or majority of the floor guardians that occupied the highest hierarchy within Nazarick, besides the supreme beings of course, this fact did not change. The reason was obvious. These brats were known to be the clones or children of the last remaining supreme being. Spreading their influence over them was equivalent to committing the sacrilegious act of imposing themselves to a higher standing than the Supreme One. In fact, such thoughts never even crossed the servants' minds. They would much rather consider it a privilege to accompany them in their folly. Sadly, only a handful of the servants had come into contact with these brats. The first was obviously the floor guardian personally created by the last supreme being entrusted with protecting the 9th floor, Sophia Karen. She was the aforementioned exception. Their relationship was interesting. Well, it was interesting to say the least. She had to clean up after their mess before they became a problem. It was her and only her duty as the floor guardian of the 9th floor and fellow creation of the same creator to ensure this. Thanks to this, she had gotten a role akin to a pet owner looking after a troublesome untrained pet or someone babysitting hundreds of babies. Much to the brat's annoyance, as she was always on the lookout for the first sign of trouble. Hence, the exception. Their unusually playful behavior could be attributed to the rare phenomenon of Sophia's temporary absence. They all shared the same question, why their usually brash manager suddenly begun to show excitement and danced before vanishing. While she was not busy destroying their happiness, she usually just sulked around, smashed stuff or talked with them about the other guardians. She seemed to have some unknown animosity against the guardian named Albedo, in particular. Obviously, the sudden change was rather jarring for brats whose mental age was akin to babies, even if they were dreadful weapons of mass destruction if unleashed on some unsuspecting prey. Sophia aside, another person in contact with them was a member of Pleiades' battle maids, Entoma. Being an arachnoid herself, she had very high affinity with the spider babies and was thus assigned by the Supreme One to occasionally look over them. The task was rather easy and enjoyable for her, a vast contrast to a certain vampire. There were multiple humans who came into contact with them and said humans ended up either worshipping them or being slaughtered by them. The latter of which brought the spider babies into contact with multiple elder liches and overlords as well. Finally, there was the insectoid guardian of the 5th floor of Nazarick, Cositus, whose visits had increased as of late. This was due to the warrior obtaining the official position of their uncle, or Unkai, as they called him. But let's not dwell on him. To summarize, the only one who could truly control them and stop their chaos was their creator. And the reason for mentioning this is that they had sensed their creator entering the floor and doing something, causing the spider babies to stop their shenanigans and act well behaved. Random Horo Nia POV, thoughtlessly named Silky by Shiraori. That was close. Silky thought as it awaited the arrival of their revered magnificent almighty mother. Or rather moved towards her location along with its siblings, as Silky did not have the patience to wait after the first couple of minutes. All of them barely had contact with her and she rarely came to this floor. The few times Silky had met her recently was limited to when she summoned them to play with those flaming rocks. Since they were planning to hurt her, all of Silky's siblings collectively decided to punish those baddies. She even made Silky stay back and play with those humans. So Silky and a few of others taught those humans of Mother's greatness. The humans were so in awe of Mother that they offered Silky with food. Though it was not great, but Silky felt tempted to say, mongrels. Kneel, ha ha ha. For whatever reason. Scurrying through the caves, Silky was finally able to see Mother in all her glory. She had her back faced towards them with some sort of yellow doors surrounding her. Silky remembered where it had seen those doors before. It was when that woman named Albedo, who their manager seemed to hate, had sent them to kill some humans beyond those doors. It was rather fun as far as remembered. As those doors vanished, Mother turned around and saw them as she tossed the rectangular box she was holding on the ground out of frustration. It was easy for Silky to know that she was indeed frustrated for some reason. Maybe I should give her some food. Silky thought, and so did the others present, as that was the best solution in their minds. Did you see Vampy anywhere? Silky heard her voice in its mind as she stroked their heads. It obviously knew that Vampy referred to their manager. None of them knew where the manager was, so they just shook their heads obliviously. Where did she go? I could have just summoned her using message, or asked a servant to bring her back, but I wanted to fetch her in person. What a wasted effort. My experiment on time using the spare technology obtained from TVA is not going well either. Master started speaking something that Silky did not understand at all. But it was evident that the rectangular box was the cause of her worries. Silky did not know why that was, but it felt compelled to remove any worried Mother faced. It was not alone in thinking so. Others who shared the same sentiment joined Silky in heading toward the rectangular box as Mother attended to those of its siblings who didn't. Having a name bestowed by Mother, Silky was one of the de facto leaders of the group along with others who had a name as well. This thing is what's troubling Mother. Silky thought as it started randomly fiddling around with the rectangular box. I have to punish Vampy to release my frustrations before we leave. Maybe I will forbid her to fight during our trip if we have to battle someone. Crack. Boom. Unknown POV. As Silky fiddled with the elaborate buttons and panels, an unexpected glitch in the TVA's technology initiated a sudden surge of energy. The atmosphere crackled with an otherworldly resonance, causing the cavernous space to distort and contort. A subdued, resonant hum permeated the chamber, progressively intensifying into an electronic crescendo of pulsating energy. The auditory experience mimicked a dissonant symphony of machinery malfunctioning, a result of experimental manipulation, unveiling an eerie harmony that echoed the portal's chaotic emergence. The air shimmered with ethereal hues as the portal voraciously expanded. The once stable reality around them now trembled with the uncertain energy of the portal's creation. The portal held no similarity to the stable time door opened using the tempad under normal conditions. Those present did not know that this anomaly was caused as a combination of experimentation on the remote and the timelines being thrown into chaos, causing an unexpected resonance. With an unforeseen force, the malfunctioning technology began to convulse and shudder, as if straining against the confines of its own design. Sparks of light erupted from the tempad, casting an erratic display of colors that illuminated the creature's surroundings in an otherworldly glow. The rhythmic pulsing of the portal intensified, accompanied by a dissonant symphony of clicks, whirs, and electronic whines. Silky, realizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to retract its limbs from the unpredictable machine. However, it was too late. The portal's voracious pull intensified, creating a gravitational force that tugged at Silky and the malfunctioning tempad alike. In an instant, the cavernous space convulsed with a blinding surge of light, and Silky, along with the handful of spiders and the tempad surrounding it, found themselves drawn into the gaping maw of the interdimensional portal, leaving behind the familiar confines of their underground lair for the unknown realms beyond. Luckily, the Supreme One was able to close the portal quickly, but Silky and the handful of other Horonia had disappeared into the realm of unknowns that time represented, forever lost. Or were they? Silky POV. Where are we? Silky spoke as it came to grips with the situation. Its siblings were still unconscious beside it. As for their location, it felt as if they were buried under lots of sand. They needed to get back home, but Silky, in particular, might get in trouble for what just happened. They might have caused problems for Mother. First, Silky had to find out where they were and then figure out how to get back. Staying alive wasn't a new thing for them. They'd been doing it since they were born. And being scared? They did not fear anything except when it came to not making Mother happy. Thinking so, Silky started climbing out of the sand it found itself under. It would help its siblings afterwards. And upon doing so, the bright sunshine hit its face as if to signify their absence from the caves they lived in. But what caught Silky's attention more was the giant pyramid in front of its eyes, similar to what it had seen near those humans' home but also different. Wherever they were, Silky had to find that rectangular box to go back home, as it had caused this mess in the first place. Considering this, Silky once again dug into the sand to help its siblings before planning to leave once more. Chapter 56, Infinite Horizons. Shiraori POV. Location, Nazarick surface. I assume that preparations are complete. Let's depart. I conveyed to Cocytus and Sophia, who were standing behind me as we stood in the 200-meter-wide area covered with statues of gods and angels. Yes, Master. We can leave whenever you wish. Vampy spoke up. Cocytus just silently agreed with this notion. I then turned towards Albedo, who was also standing to the side, smiling as usual, and spoke to her. Pandora's actor will be sending information about Kamartaj's magic soon. Store that information in the library. You can hand it over to Titus and I will have a look over it when I'm in Nazarick. Also, keep contact with Shaltir to ensure she does not mess up. As you wish, my lady. Albedo replied. Pandora's actor had already notified me that he could send the knowledge of mystic arts that he stole within today or tomorrow. He had also notified me of his progress in infiltrating Kamartaj. Apparently, he had reached a decently high position in Kamartaj using the name Gandalf as his cover. I almost laughed out when I heard about that. Did I leave copies of the Lord of the Rings trilogy lying in the library and Pandora chanced upon them? Pretty sure I did not. Maybe he heard me talking about it somewhere and somehow decided that Gandalf was a real legendary wizard. Considering the NPC's disposition, that seems very possible. Since a supreme being spoke of this Gandalf, he must be great. It might have been a thought process similar to this. Anyway, the infiltration going well meant that I would get my hands on some sweet new magic soon. As I had previously mentioned to the NPCs, playing around with magic is one of my life's joys now. I had been surprised when Pandora's actor was somehow able to design a technique siphon my magic, but with a little investigation I understood what was going on. This was later confirmed by the message from Pandora's actor. Using me as a substitute source of power instead of the Vishanti. The idea was not bad at all. Great even. This would reduce risk obviously, but opened up more prospects. I can use this to make my act as an evil god more immaculate. Corrupting minions by supplying them power and knowledge. Hell yeah, that's something evil god-like. I can then slowly extend my influence by gaining control of the mind and soul, obtain knowledge I did not know of or brainwash targets in distant lands. The possibilities are limitless if handled well. I don't really have to worry about running out of mana or MA energy. If the planet runs dry, I can use another one. Heck, I even had every planet across time at my disposal using the tempad. If I get the Celestial's corpse successfully, we can use that as an energy source as well. We can drag every dead Celestial's corpse using the tempad and drain them of their energy as well. Well, that's thinking far ahead, but a viable idea nonetheless. Such acts would be a necessary step in solidifying my second identity as the evil god D. If someone investigated, they would come to the conclusion an evil god did it. Who would do this was not very important in the grand scheme of things. This multiverse was crawling with evil entities who played such tricks on a daily basis. For someone investigating this, it would not be a surprising fact. Such a person would have come across crazy cultists worshipping demons or evil gods multiple times already. The only difference would be that the choice of worship would be a previously unknown evil god, that is, me. Even better if I can spread my influence across time in a similar manner. For instance, being able to spread my influence over to Agatha sitting in a different timeline. If I am able to achieve something like that, it would truly be a leap in what I can accomplish from now on. Thinking of this, I had started experimenting with the spare technology that Mobius left behind to crack the mysteries of time. Obviously, I failed quickly and horribly. No matter how I tried, achieving my grand idea still seemed like a distant dream. For now, at least. Maybe if I get the time stone I might get better ideas. I should ask Mobius to hand over some of those paper weights in the TVA to me. They might be useless rocks in this universe, but I might be able to make something out of them. If not, I'll hand them over to Demiurge as a test of his knowledge. It works well either way for me. The reason I failed horribly was not entirely my fault this time. It's due to stupid Silky-chan playing around with the tempad that I was messing around with. The spider baby had to drag a few other spider babies into trouble as well. Those babies got dragged off to who knows where, taking along the faulty tempad with them. They might be causing all sorts of chaos elsewhere as we speak, and I will have to be responsible and go clean up the mess they will create, or it will bite me in the ass. Where did I go wrong with these brats? I should gather all the spider babies together for a training session and teach them about responsibility so that they can become more dependable like me. I have enough headaches already as it is and can't be bothered to look into this matter this very second, and so I did the only sensible thing that should be done. Delegate it to the NPCs. Let the smart kids figure out how to deal with this mess before it truly does cause problems, so that I can focus on the more important issues. Again, I lament the failure of my experiment. Otherwise, I could just scour over the timelines to look for these brats, drag them back. Wait. Maybe I can use this to my advantage. Since the spider babies are my clones, so to speak, they are directly connected to me. Is it possible to use them in a similar fashion to a lightning rod or radio transceiver to achieve a form of pseudo-influence? I have already successfully experimented with the time-displaced resurrection eggs. Maybe I can try to extend their function further and have them or the spider babies themselves act as antennas spread across time. In time, I might truly be able to act out being an evil god like I had imagined if this worked successfully. At the very least, I might be able to use this idea until I truly become powerful enough to achieve this sort of influence on my own. Of course, this required lots of experimentation to be carried out successfully. For now, it was just a fantasy drawn out on the paper that is my mind. I'll work on it in my break times when I will return to Nazarick as I had promised Albedo. Let the will of D spread across the multiverse. Muhahahaha. Ahem, I almost let my inner Chunny loose for that brief moment. But while I was cackling like a maniac on the inside, my expression had not changed at all. Let's go, I typed, and then dragged Vampy and Cositus with me out of my pocket dimension. Truthfully speaking, exploring space was rather suicidal in some ways. It would be easier to run into trouble out there compared to Earth until we reached the modern era. But I would be more insane to not explore my own backyard before causing mayhem in other timelines. Well, I had already caused lots of chaos. Regardless, caution is necessary in this expedition, is how I had phrased it to the NPCs, in an attempt to give my exposition a more epic vibe. Mamanga would be proud. Other than spreading my mini-clones across the universe as my surveillance cameras, there were no rather grand plans when it came to this trip. This was the primary objective along with safety. Of course, if we were able to have some positive gains along the way, that would obviously be welcome as well. A peaceful journey awaited us as we dived into the sea of stars. I was sure of it. Chapter 57, Side Story, What If, Part 1. Manga POV. Location, Round Table Room, 10th floor of Nazarick. A gigantic table carved of gleaming black stone sat in the center of the room, surrounded by 41 luxurious chairs. However, most of those seats were empty. Once, every single place had been filled, but now only 2 were occupied. One of the seated people was clothed in a magnificent black academic robe, edged in violet and gold. The collar seemed excessively gaudy, but somehow it fit the overall design. However, the exposed head was a bare skull. Points of dark red light glowed in its large eye sockets, and behind that skull glowed a halo of black radiance. The being in the other seat was not human either, merely a mass of a black, sticky substance. Its tar-like surface roiled and writhed continuously, never staying in the same shape for more than a second. The former was an overlord, the highest ranked of those magic casters who had become undead in order to learn the most potent spells. The latter was an elder black ooze, which boasted the most powerful corrosive ability of the slime families. I'm having trouble staying awake. I think I'll log off first. I'm glad I could meet you in the end. Good night, said the elder black ooze, or rather hero. Today's the last day of the game. I know you're tired, but we'll never have a chance like this again. Why don't we stay together until the end? Of course, there was no response, because Hero had already returned to reality. Ha! This is the great tomb of Nazarick that we built together. How could you abandon it just like that? No, they did not abandon it but made a choice between fantasy and reality. Manga picked up the staff of Ain's old gown that had been crafted by the last few remaining members of the guild. I wonder if Shiraori-san will come online today. Probably will, she was the only other player that stayed behind after all. Speaking of Shiraori-san, she was truly a strange one. Manga recollected their first encounter together as he walked past the unconquerable great underground tomb of Nazarick. She seemed to be online most of the times, but that makes sense considering the reason she gave. Apparently she had a terminally ill disease due to which she could not leave bed, so Yggdrasil was her only source of freedom. Poor girl, and that's why we made an exception and allowed her to join Ain's old gown even if she was not a working member of society. She also rarely ever spoke, using her own voice, relying on the chat software instead to communicate, which she did a lot. When she did speak, it was a couple of barely audible words, causing Perarankino to name her Kaderi-chan before getting beaten up by her. Sighing, Manga got up and departed towards the throne room. As Manga walked past the hallways of Nazarick whilst reminiscing and hoping for his guildmates to show up one last time before the game's fateful inevitable end, he finally reached the gates of judgment. The golem's legitimate stood as one of the last lines of defense before the gates to welcome any intruders who might trespass upon the guild's grounds. Made from prismatic ores that the guild had acquired from the 7 hidden mines. The gates were a majestic set of double doors that were over 5 meters in height and covered in intricate carvings. The left side was shaped into a beautiful goddess, while the right was made to resemble a cruel demon. So realistic was their design that even from across the room, one felt like they would attack. With a final sigh, Manga opened the gates and entered the throne room of Nazarick. Due to the dramatic flair that everyone in the guild possessed as well as the members' knack for role-playing, the throne room certainly reflected such tastes. Consisting of flags and majestic thrones for each of the members as well as the hard-earned world item, the Throne of Kings that lay at the end of the hall. Beside the Throne of Kings lay Tabula's masterpiece, the Guardian Overseer Albedo. The perfection that Albedo embodies was a testament to the crazy amount of dedication and effort Tabula put in order to perfect her. Manga took his seat at the Throne of Kings with the staff of Ain's old gown hovering beside him, the position reserved for the guild master according to the roleplay the members were gunning for. He opened the flavor text that Tabula had inputted for Albedo, displaying a massive 40-page text. Tabula was always very keen on details. Although there was no harm done, other members felt this was totally unnecessary as, the NPCs were at the end of the day, bits of data. That would not change no matter how much they wished it to. Upon glossing over the entire text, he came to the final line which said, incidentally, she is a slut. Facepalming at the antics of his friend, having written such a long and detailed flavor text only to reduce her entire being to this one line. Momonga resolved to change this particular line on the last day of Yggdrasil, thinking Tabula would surely forgive him anyway. Deleting this line using his guild master's authority, he started writing, "She is deeply in love with." He was going to add his own username in that space but finally deciding against it as he did not want to desecrate his friend beloved NPC. Leaning back against the throne, he started loudly reciting the names associated with each of the flags that represented his guildmates. Pararankino, Tabula Smaragdina, Bukubukuchagama, Genjiro, and Shiraori. That's right, it was fun. Maybe for the final few moments he could spend the remaining time with the NPCs. Momonga imagined a scenario where the throne room was filled with the heteromorphic creations of his friends as he did his one final role play as the overlord of Nazarick before the inevitable end. Thinking of this, he used the master source to summon the NPCs to the throne room. With few obvious exceptions like Gargantua, of course. Momonga did not have to wait too long for the NPCs' arrival as the opening of the gates signaled their arrival. Soon enough, the throne room was about to be packed as NPC after NPC made their appearance known. Momonga was pleasantly surprised, no truly happy when the gates opened for the final time to show Shiraori with Seabass and the Pleiades in tow. He had expected that she might be logging on the final day as well, and suspicions were confirmed to be true. Of course, he would not complain about the presence of one of his dear friends. Momonga spoke up as he saw her making her way to the throne, drifting past the hordes of NPC. "I see that you have made time to visit Nazarick on the last day. How is your health?" After a few moments her reply was visible in the chat software. "Of course, it's the last day after all. Nazarick is basically my home, so I would obviously come here. As for my health, well, it's been rough. Let's leave it at that." Momonga sent pitying looks towards her after listening to her reply, not that she could make them out. Perhaps he should not even have asked. As she said, Nazarick was her home. While Momonga considered this to be true as well and Nazarick provided the necessary escape from reality for him, these words could not be more accurate when talking about Shiraori. She did not have any other options other than Nazarick. Momonga truly admired this girl who had never complained about the unfairness of reality despite her circumstances. Well, she might have in her mind but never bothered to let any of them know about it. She was kind of synonymous with the words introvert. Regardless, there was no point discussing about any of this. Yggdrasil would soon end and there was no clue if any of them would ever meet again in reality or otherwise. This might as well have been the last ever meeting he will have with Shiraori. At the very least, let's have a pleasant send-off, Momonga thought. And so, Momonga gave play to all his dramatic flair under Shiraori's doubtful eyes as he raised his skeletal arms attempting to copy a regal pose as he spoke out in a purposefully deeper voice. "I thank everyone for gathering here today on my command. In the coming few moments Yggdrasil will usher in Ragnarok leading to the end of everything including Nazarick. As the guild master of Ains Olgaun I thank everyone for their hard work." After he finished speaking, the embarrassment caught up with him as he regretted his little act. "Cough, Shiraori-san, do you wish to say anything?" He shifted the topic, urging Shiraori to say something as well. In truth, there was no need to be embarrassed as the NPCs were just bits of code and as far as he knew, Shiraori was not someone to care about his act. "Well, good job," Shiraori replied in a barely audible voice. Momonga could not hear most of what she said but he was surprised that she even spoke out loud at all. Was this the 5th time overall? He rubbed his chin as he tried to recollect the number of times he had heard her speak. He then glanced to the timer that showed the countdown before the game was shut down. 0:10. It seems this is the end. Well then, I hope we meet again, Shiraori-san. Momonga spoke as he looked towards her, to which she just nodded. He then proceeded to close his eye, expecting to wake up to reality as he was forcefully logged out. Midnight. But the expected end did not seem to come. As he opened his eyes once more, he was still seated on the throne within the halls of Nazarick. What shocked him was the NPCs kneeling before him were moving on their own and making elaborate expressions. He turned to look for his friend but she was nowhere to be seen. Shiraori had vanished into thin air. Maybe she got logged out. Lord Momonga, is everything all right? Just earlier you spoke of the end of the world. Is something wrong? Albedo asked in a concerned voice. She is speaking. This should have been impossible. Did the shitty devs secretly release a new patch for the game instead of shutting it down? This is all too real. I should check if our 18 actions are possible. Momonga was going to proceed with his confirmation, but on second thought he decided against it. For whatever reason, the NPC seemed alive. Regardless of the reason, he did not feel comfortable going ahead with what he had thought. Firstly, he had to confirm if and where his friend was as well as their current situation. Seabass, take the Pleiades with you to investigate the surroundings. Nazarick is currently in an unknown situation. After Seabass conducts his investigation, all of the floor guardians present should do the same for their respective floors as well. Momonga ordered. It should be fine to order them, right? He was unsure. As you wish, my lord. The NPCs replied, and Seabass made his way to the gates with the Pleiades in tow. My lord, has something happened to Lady White? She suddenly disappeared from the throne room. Is it possible there is an assassin aiming for the last supreme beings? Or did she sacrifice herself to get us to safety? As soon as the words fell, all the NPCs were thrown into frenzy and looked around alertly as if to find the suspected assassin. Momonga looked towards the NPC who spoke. A man in a red pinstripe suit with glasses and a tail as if to signify he was not human. Guardian of the 7th floor, Demiurge. A demon and Albert's creation, he thought. But how should he reply? Shiraori's whereabouts were his concern as well. Her current location is unknown, but an assassin is unlikely. I don't think someone could sneak attack anyone in the throne room with all of us present. There were multiple powerful NPCs present, a few of which were level 100. Momonga himself was level 100, and if the target of the NPCs was Shiraori, that was even more unlikely as she herself was very powerful. Then has she abandoned us like the rest of the supreme beings? One of the twin children spoke up. Aura, guardian of the 6th floor, information about Bukabukagama's creation passed through his mind. The supreme beings that the NPCs speak of must refer to the players. But abandoned? Is that how the NPCs view the other members of Ain's Olgaun who stopped playing? They were indeed abandoned, as they would have chosen reality over a game. That was the same choice. Momonga was the odd one for not abandoning the game and focusing on making a living. But he could not say that as he looked at the children who looked as if they had been abandoned by their parents. This was not only referring to the twins who were already on the verge of crying, but also the rest of the NPCs. Even more so due to the fact that any of them could give up on Yggdrasil, but Shiraori could not. As she said earlier, it was her home. To say that she had abandoned them would be to deny the truth, and that was something that did not sit right with Momonga. Of course not. She considers Nazarick her home more than anyone else, me included. Unless something happened, she won't choose to leave Nazarick of her own will. That is why our top priority is figuring out her whereabouts as soon as possible. Of course, my lord. We will definitely bring Lady White back home safely. His dear friend's creations replied with determination flashing through their eyes. And as the clock relentlessly ticked away. Location, the office, 10th floor of Nazarick. Momonga, no Ains, was looking over the stacks of papers placed in front of him as Albedo and Demiurge stood by. It had been a few weeks since Nazarick had been transported to a new world, and Ains had his hands full with managing the guild and exploring the world. There was still no trace of Shiraori that could be found. Well, that was not entirely true. Whenever Ains tried to message her, he could hear something, but it was covered up with background noise. Regardless, that had given everyone in Nazarick hope of her return, as not even this much was possible in regards to his other friends. Soon enough we will find some clues. Is what everyone told themselves every day, and today seemed to be the luck day. Ains was startled as someone used message to contact him. But the reason for his surprise was not the message itself, but the same background noise that appeared whenever he contacted Shiraori. He signaled the NPCs to quiet down so he can listen carefully. Noticing his sudden burst of seriousness, they stopped their conversation and did not ask what was the issue, no matter how curious they were. Finally Ains was able to hear something. Momonga, are you there? Can you hear? The words came through muffled and obscured, lost in the crackling hum of distant interference. But unmistakably, it was the voice of his lost friend. The familiarity lingered, etched in his memory from the few times he had heard it, creating a distinct recollection. I can hear you clearly, Shiraori-san. He replied in a louder tone than normal. Not even emotion suppression could put a stop his elation. Surprise was evident on Demiurge and Albedo's faces. Would they be the first ones to hear of the Supreme Being's whereabouts? Demiurge thought, not making a sound. If they lost this clue due to a random burst of noise he made, that would be a sin that he could not atone for even by taking his own life. Good, Marvel, the comics. It was getting harder for Ains to hear what was being said. But he was confused by the few words he heard clearly. Why does she care about comics right now? Is there some clue in those Marvel comics she has stored in the library? Ains was thoroughly confused, so he inquired about his doubts. Marvel, multiverse, real, I am, and then the message was cut off. Ains was confused if he should take what heard literally. Was she trying to say that the world in comics was real and she went there like a novel protagonist? Or did the important part of the message get cut off? Regardless, this was the only clue they had right now in order to investigate, and Ains was not going to let this chance slip. He immediately ordered. Bring all the Marvel comics in Shiraori's collection in the library. Call the other NPCs as well. It is very likely they contain a clue to her whereabouts. Chapter 58, Interlude 2, Transit of Threads. Third-person POV. Location, Secret Sanctum, Paris, France, around the same time as Avengers head towards Arachnemech. In the dimly lit chamber, the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning incense, casting an otherworldly haze that clung to the heavy atmosphere. The eerie glow of flickering candles cast a dim light on the macabre spectacle unfolding. The walls, adorned with grotesque symbols of twisted demons and arcane runes, seemed to writhe as if animated by unseen forces. The air pulsed with an unnatural energy, sending shivers down the spines of the gathered zealots. At the center of the chamber stood the imposing altar, its surface adorned with twisted patterns reminiscent of demonic architecture. There were symbols, etched deeply into the dark obsidian stone, which seemed as if they absorbed and trapped the ambient light, creating an unsettling play of shadows. The altar held a collection of strange artifacts, ritualistic daggers, vials of dark liquids, and effigies representing the demonic hierarchy. A middle-aged man with a tall and muscular build and smooth gray-white long hair, dressed in robes worn by the sorcerers of Camartage and a hood drawn low over his face, stood by the altar. This was Caecilius, a sorcerer who had defected from his duties as a protector of Earth after the loss of his family. In Caecilius' outstretched hand, there writhed a grotesque amalgamation of tormented souls, their anguished cries echoing in the chamber. The souls, compressed and intertwined, struggled to break free, their collective pain forming a twisted offering to the cosmic forces Caecilius sought to beckon. These souls comprised of friends, loved ones, and those who trusted the zealots deeply. Prior to their tragic fate, of course. With a swish of his hand, the candles lit up with an eerie red light akin to that of blood. He placed the compressed souls on the meticulously designed altar as an offering to please the one he now served. As if in sync, all the zealots started chanting incomprehensible phrases. Caecilius channeled his magic and proceeded with the sacrificial ritual. He chanted loudly. The architect of infernal machinations. Supreme strategist in the abyss. Mastermind of endless schemes. The demonic executor, weaver of dark designs. We pray to the executor of her will. The chaos tyrant who plunges reality into the depths of terror. We pray for obtaining eternal life in your unholy domain. The offering of wailing souls vanished in a burst of flames as soon as he finished speaking, marking a successful ritual. The flames then materialized into a vintage box at the center of the ritual circle. He had responded to their offering and bestowed a gift to them. A burst of information appeared in Caecilius' mind, informing him of knowledge regarding this gift. The box contained something known as Seeds of the Fallen. A mystical item that can convert his followers into demonic beings directly under his servitude. Of course, they would be the lowest of beings in the demonic hierarchy, but with enough exploits they could become higher demonic beings. The zealots' reverent devotion had been answered. There was only one seed of the fallen, but none of the followers present were going to compete with Caecilius. He was their leader who had been personally chosen and approved by their lord, after all. Just as Caecilius was about to pick up the box, the red flames burst into existence one more in the form of writing atop the altar. It was an order from him, and read. Head towards New Salem, the land of the witches in service to the lady. Meet up with Agatha Harkness, the Witch of Ruin, chosen by her as an executor of her will, and await further instructions. The flames vanished as soon as he finished reading that message. Obviously, he would comply with the order. Lord Demiurge had shown him the right path in her servitude and had granted him the opportunity to win back the life of his deceased family members. She was truly above all and could not be named by someone as insignificant as him. But she had taken notice of Caecilius and sent Lord Demiurge as a messenger to bring Caecilius and his like-minded followers onto the path of salvation. The pantheon of Nazarick had quieted down significantly following the mythical events of the Great Purge. Other than a few odd incidents here and there, they did not cause much noise on the multiversal scene. Regardless, no one with significant know-how or power had truly forgotten them. It was only a matter of time before she made moves again. This was a matter processed by multiple powerful entities. And the promised time was nearing. Caecilius, as a knowledgeable sorcerer, also knew about the infamous Witch of Ruin as well. She and the witches who followed her had been instrumental in designing the events of the Great Purge. Despite all the true or embellished facts that circulated about Agatha, one thing was certain, as she herself proclaimed this fact repeatedly. Agatha essentially held a position similar to being her Grand Priestess. There were multiple different ways to say this, but the essential meaning remained the same. Agatha was the one who received an oracle directly from her whenever she wanted to accomplish something. Camartage had a policy of ignoring anything and everything related to her unless they had staged a catastrophic event that could end everything. If they wanted to deal with such events, they made a journey to Arachn to get the citizens' help. Due to this, Caecilius had never come across Agatha in person. Looking at her, he also held a certain envy deep within his heart. He also wished to be the one who received the Lord's oracle directly. And he would make sure to earn this privilege by completing all missions successfully. Thinking of this, he turned around to speak to the other zealots. Lord Demiurge has bestowed this gift and given orders. We are to head towards New Salem to fulfill his wishes. Make preparations immediately. If we do well, we might be given the opportunity to climb the webway and enter the blazing temple located in the Lord's dimension. May your fate be shrouded in eternal darkness. May your fate be shrouded in eternal darkness. May your fate be shrouded in eternal darkness. Of course, Lord Demiurge had made no such promises, but Caecilius believed it to be true. Even if it was not so, it could be used as a motivator for the zealots to complete the orders efficiently. The zealots truly desired to ascend the webway. Any true follower would desire so. The Asgardians had even copied her personal design by creating their own cheap knockoff. The so-called Bifrost. The webway, a mystical lattice of intricately woven threads, extended from the core of Nazarick, her sacred realm. This celestial bridge not only linked the 11 realms within Nazarick but also functioned as a divine conduit, facilitating travel to diverse corners of the multiverse, and according to whispers, spanning the bounds of time itself. Such capabilities were, of course, expected, given that she transcended all realms. Location: Earth Z, Sanctum of the Cosmic Weaver, Church of the Weaver. The sanctum rises as a monumental structure, seamlessly blending arcane mystique with cutting-edge technology. Located in a pocket dimension, its exterior appears as a harmonious synthesis of ancient architecture and futuristic design. Tall, crystalline spires reach towards the sky, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of cosmic constellations. Upon entry, visitors are greeted by a colossal atrium bathed in the soft glow of holographic projections. The central hub, overseen by former TVA members, boasts a massive spherical device, the Nexus core. This advanced machine, a marriage of magic and science, channels temporal energies to facilitate connections across all of time. The interior is a marvel of architectural ingenuity. Visitors traverse corridors adorned with interactive displays showcasing the timelines and alternate realities under the watchful gaze of the Cosmic Weaver. Enormous viewing chambers, equipped with reality warping screens, display glimpses into distant worlds and divergent timelines. A transcendent energy permeates the sanctum, resonating from the Nexus core. Magical conduits intertwine with quantum processors, creating a harmonious synergy that allows the sanctum to serve as a hub for dimensional travelers and worshippers alike. At the heart of the structure lies the Celestial Auditorium, an awe-inspiring assembly hall that accommodates countless worshippers. Here, sermons and ceremonies are conducted, blending ancient rituals with explanations of cosmic phenomena. The auditorium's domed ceiling, a fusion of enchanted panels and adaptive nanomaterials, shifts to mirror the cosmic events discussed during gatherings. The sanctum is further divided into smaller alcoves, each dedicated to a different aspect of the spider goddess's influence, fate, time, and the intricate patterns of existence. In one corner, a hidden library holds ancient texts and forbidden knowledge, guarded by ethereal guardians. The library is run by spider totems selected across the various generations and act as a gathering point for discussions about the evils of the multiverse that must be exterminated in order to maintain stability. Mobius, now assuming the prestigious role of the Pope in the Church of the Weaver, cuts an imposing yet benevolent figure. Clad in elaborate ceremonial robes, rich with symbols of time and cosmic order, he stands as a living embodiment of the sanctum's purpose. His attire, a seamless blend of traditional ecclesiastical vestments and futuristic embellishments, reflects the dual nature of the church. Adorning his head is a resplendent mitre, adorned with intricate patterns resembling interwoven threads and celestial constellations. Mobius' gaze now carries the weight of knowledge acquired across countless timelines. His eyes, a piercing blend of wisdom and empathy, project a sense of understanding that transcends the boundaries of ordinary perception. His facial features, etched with the marks of ageless existence, exude an otherworldly charisma. In his hands, Mobius holds a staff topped with a radiant crystal. The crystal, pulsating with temporal energies, serves as both a symbol of authority and a conduit for channeling the blessings of the cosmic weaver during sacred ceremonies. Its glow intensifies in harmony with the Nexus's rhythms, casting a soft, iridescent aura around him. As the spiritual leader of the church, Mobius moves with a deliberate grace, and his every gesture carries a profound significance. The preparations for ceremony have been completed. The number of believers expected to attend have increased dramatically compared to the last time we had held it. Archbishop B-15 spoke. That is to be expected. Living beings across the multiverse, whether humans or otherwise, understand her grace very well. They are no longer ignorant as they once were. It is to be expected that they attend. Send the webwalkers after those who did not attend to bring them back onto the right path after the ceremony is over. Mobius calmly replied. The webwalkers were a specialized unit for such tasks. They hunted down all the heretics by any means possible. Most of the attendees that will be coming this year comprise of this universe once again. I guess their devout faith is to be expected after we saved them from the apocalyptic zombie threat. The remainder are from places that were saved by her or her followers across different timelines. B-15 continued reporting. This shows that our efforts as her followers is lacking. Those poor lambs do not know of who brought them salvation and will do so again. We will hold a meeting to intensify our conversion efforts. He spoke. As you wish. Now, let's put such unholy thoughts aside. The holy day is almost upon us. We must ensure to host it appropriately. Especially so as I have received an oracle. The Prophesi's time is here. It is very likely another event on the scale of the Great Purge will take place. We must be prepared. I will explain the details in the meeting. Maybe Lady White weave your fate. May Lady White weave your fate. Location, Divine City of Arachn. Is this for real? First Wakanda and now this. Has having hidden sci-fi cities become the trend these days? Scott asked flabbergasted. Well, he was not at fault. The contrast of moving from dilapidated ruins to this would have been shocking for most people. Unfortunately for him though, the Avengers had already witnessed far too many shocking things to be truly fazed by this. Even he himself had witnessed the mysteries of the quantum realm, so the shock wore off quite soon. Arachn stood as a marvel of technology and mysticism, a city that seamlessly blended the futuristic with the ancient, a beacon of progress and reverence. The skyline of Arachn was dominated by towering crystalline structures, their sleek and angular designs reminiscent of spider legs, reaching towards the heavens. These structures served dual purposes, housing both the advanced laboratories of quantum weaving and the grand temples where followers sought communion with their revered deity. Perhaps in terms fantasy novel authors might consider, they could be called magic towers run by wizards. Except they were in a more futuristic setting with said wizards ardently worshipping a deity. A mix of contrasting concepts. The act of weaving was no longer limited to physical threads but involves manipulating quantum particles. Quantum Weavers uses a mix of magic and specialized devices or nanotechnology that allows them to control subatomic particles, creating intricate patterns in the quantum field. These patterns are believed to shape the fabric of reality itself. Of course, it was not to very grand scales. Regardless, it was a technological and mystical marvel. This was an experimental technique based on string theory with the goal of ultimately manipulating said strings. Within the city's heart lay the Quantum Weaver guilds, sprawling complexes where skilled individuals underwent rigorous training in the delicate art of quantum manipulation and temporal control. The guild members were not only scholars and researchers but also seers and guardians, entrusted with the sacred duty of shaping the city's future. The streets of Arachnemech were a blend of the organic and the technological, with holographic arachnid motifs adorning the walkways. Hovering vehicles, propelled by a combination of magical levitation and advanced propulsion systems, moved gracefully through the air. The air itself shimmered with residual energy from quantum manipulations, creating an otherworldly ambience. Quantum Weavers, clad in robes that seamlessly integrated nanotechnology, moved through the city, their presence marked by the soft hum of quantum devices. In colossal chambers within the temples, they gathered to meditate before holographic altars, in an attempt to commune with the spider goddess as they wove the reality webs. The reality webs, now a central focus of Arachnemech's culture, were intricate and ever-changing holographic displays that adorned the city's public spaces. They represented the interwoven destinies of individuals, cities, and worlds, shifting and evolving based on real-time data. Citizens consulted these ethereal displays for guidance in making important decisions, believing in the foresight bestowed upon them by the Quantum Weavers. Of course, white was the theme of the entire city with minute amounts of red thrown in there. Windows were tinted light red and divided into 8 sections to mimic spider eyes. Arachnemech's temples, though architecturally modern, retained traditional arachnid motifs. This city truly represented a mirror world of what the ancient city now in ruins might have looked like thousands of years in the future. Follow me, everyone. And also, Stark. As we said earlier, not even the slightest disrespect to the spider goddess is allowed in this city. So please control your mouth or we will face unnecessary trouble. Thor spoke. It's okay. You are worrying too much. I know how to behave myself when it matters. Tony rebutted the statement in his defense, to which everyone just stared in disbelief. Strange decided to shake off any more unnecessary comments and move onwards. Talking to Tony any further would simply be a waste of energy. Why does everyone here wear white clothes? Clint asked, observing the citizens moving about all dressed in white. They believe white is the holy color as it is associated with the goddess. Oh, also among other things, coffee and alcohol are prohibited here. Mainly coffee, so avoid talking about those. Strange spoke. What kind of lunatics don't drink coffee or alcohol? How are they still sane? Tony couldn't keep his mouth shut. Luckily he spoke quietly. Never mind. Just know that whatever communities across the world have similar policies have a connection to these people sometime in the past. He replied as everyone went silent. The Avengers followed Strange and Thor while listening to the conversations being spoken around them. Freshly woven silk from the quantum loom. You won't find anything like it in the other realms. Look at that. The reality webs are showing a convergence of timelines. Our wedding anniversary is on there. Think it means something, someone spoke, pointing to a twist in the reality threads before them. Love in the quantum era. May your threads weave together for eternity. A smiling passerby quipped before leaving quickly. And they finally reached the quantum transit station they had to catch to get to their destination. The train is delayed again. Something about a temporal hiccup on the tracks. Typical. Last time, I ended up in the Middle Ages. Not the best commute. Another man replied while groaning. It seems we will have to wait for a while. Thor spoke. He was all too used to all of this. This was obviously not the first time he came here. How are we able to understand what language they are speaking? Because it definitely isn't English. Natasha asked. All the citizens of this city have access to a skill called Allspeak. I believe it is something Asgardians use as well. That's right. But it is a racial ability for us rather than a skill bestowed upon us. Thor replied. Every citizen of Arachnemech is connected to a magical construct called the W system. You might be granted access to it as well. You were also connected to it the second you entered the city. You could think of the system as being a learning assistance tool at its base level. Of course, it has lots of advanced functions, but the very basic function is to allow your body to instantly learn skills and magic. Basically, you are like a character in a video game and the system monitors your stats and skills, but on a much more complex level. Strange spoke. Tony was thinking if he could adapt some of these ideas better for his own use. He had never bothered with magic before, but seeing magic and science working hand in hand before his eyes opened his mind up to new possibilities. Friday, do you know what language are they speaking? He asked, following Natasha's doubt, as he too did not know. He could just ask, but he had confidence that the AI he had created could figure it out. Based on analysis, the language being spoken has 13% similarity to the modern arachnic language spoke in different parts of the world. It is likely a predecessor of the modern language. These people seem to hold their traditional values in high regard. They would try to conserve their roots as much as possible. Tony nodded. On comparison with historical records, it is. Friday was cut off as a low hum echoed through the station, signaling the impending arrival of the quantum transit. The transit emerged from the temporal rift, its sleek, crystalline exterior refracting the ambient light in mesmerizing patterns. Trails of mystical energy followed the train's trajectory, leaving ephemeral traces in the air. Its arrival was heralded by a harmonious blend of magical chimes and the mechanical hum of quantum engines. As the doors slid open, passengers entered the quantum realm. Enter quickly, we can't afford to miss the transit or we won't be able to meet the priestess until tomorrow. This is the last transit of the day. Strange spoke quickly as the white ring he was wearing was scanned, allowing them entry into the transit. As they following him onto the transit, they could hear a voice announce. Next stop, Central Weaver's Sanctum, Sector A. The doors soon closed and the transit vanished from existence. The next chapter of my new Overlord fanfic, An Eldritch Demon's Odyssey, will be uploaded in the next couple of days, with my other fanfic, The Eldritch Weaver of Chaos, following sometime after. Quite difficult to write this chapter as I found it hard to come up with creative descriptions and names of stuff. As for the concept of the city and stuff, all I had to do was link up sci-fi stuff I have seen earlier with the concept of weaving. Next interlude chapter, whenever that will be, might go into more detail about the Great Purge, actual events that Shiraori has caused leading up to the interlude chapter, as well as unveiling what the events interlude chapters will be dealing with. From the next interlude chapter, the POV will mainly be focused on the Avengers and them unraveling all the mysteries, just like the hero party in Kumodiso did. But that will be a while later. Also, please help me come up with name of the festival/ceremony I mentioned. It's basically the Burning Black Clothes Festival, but I decided to turn it into a holy day which they believe is Shiraori's birthday, the day she woke up in Yggdrasil. Anyway, thanks for reading. Chapter 59, Courting Death. Third-person POV. Location, Death's Royal Palace, Realm of Death, Overspace. The Overspace. A point above and apart from all realities. Of course, many beings rather referred to it as the superflow, an informational space between universes where ideas and dreams come from. A junction to everywhere in the realm of abstract entities. These ideas and dreams, or more simply, information, would then flow into the universes to be molded by the astral plane. It was a location where one could confer and communicate with abstract cosmic entities. The court held by the living tribunal was also convened here. And somewhere in the overspace was the realm of death. It evoked a stereotypical image one might expect of a location named as such. Death and darkness as far as the eye could see. A pitch-black palace lay in the center of the domain, evoking the image of a villain's castle. The castle heroes must raid in order to bring peace to the world. Lady Death, assuming the form of a cloaked skeleton, sat upon her throne in her royal palace, heavily guarded by undead minions who scurried about. Truthfully, she could assume any appearance she desired. She was the last image anyone witnessed before their inevitable demise and reaching death's embrace. Lady Death was thinking about the interesting turn of events that had gripped this multiverse. Events that no one other than perhaps the one above all had expected. And for a variety of reasons, these interesting events had drawn her attention as well. Initially, these new changes irritated her for a brief period. She could sense that the instigator behind these changes had gone about creating undead in massive quantities, stealing what was rightfully hers. Death was known to be very possessive. It was not the first time foolish living beings had tried to deny their destiny and escape her loving embrace, and certainly won't be the last. Due to this, she periodically made examples of such beings to set an example for others to avoid. Unless she had ordained for someone not to die like the so-called elders of the universe, then they must reach her as their final destination. Death would go to any lengths to reclaim what she owned. But if that was all, Death would not have cared so much about the anomaly treading over the entire multiverse. But this cute little anomaly had not stopped at merely creating undead, but had gone ahead committed massive genocides across all of time and space. The anomaly had undone everything that was and should have been. The anomaly had to be an outsider to this multiverse. Only such a being who was not bound the laws of the multiverse could cause this. To be fair, Death was no stranger to chaos and change. Change was a constant. She had witnessed every moment of chaos since the beginning of creation and will continue to do so until the eventual end of all things. She would be the very last entity to do so. But even then, the anomaly who had entered the multiverse was not bound by the rules in this reality. The future of reality had become a blur. As the embodiment of Death itself, she tried to expand her domain over her twin, eternities. There was no better gift for her than such an endless mass genocide which will continue for as long as the anomaly moves about in this multiverse. No, I must hold back. It's not time yet, she thought. If Lady Death had assumed the form of a woman, which she did many times, she would have a furious red blush across her face. Her thoughts were clouded like a young girl in love about this mysterious someone. The anomaly must have caused these beautiful genocides to seduce her. Death was certain of that all of this was a gift to her personally sent by the anomaly. Death had fallen for other entities before, but none like this. Every breath the anomaly took would cause an imbalance in reality, ultimately resulting in someone's death somewhere far, far away. It resembled a suitor passionately expressing affectionate sentiments in a bid to capture her heart. Lady Death found herself completely enraptured and intoxicated. Yet, she desperately held back her urge to go and claim this anomaly. A misstep and her one true soulmate might disappear and escape her grasp. The anomaly was not bound by rules. It was entirely possible that something would happen that would prevent Death from claiming the anomaly. She could also sense something blocking her attempts to detect the anomaly. It was probably her lover's attempt to remain anonymous for as long as possible. Of course, Lady Death could forcibly break through this barrier blocking her detection attempt if she put her mind to it. Such a weak power could not hold her back. But she did not choose to do so. What if her attempt alarmed the cute anomaly? What if the anomaly hated her for this? And most importantly, the one question that now feared her the most was what if the little cutie escaped from her grasp? That was unacceptable. No, their meeting had to be perfect. Perhaps listening to the music of wailing souls over the backdrop of a universe's death. She would then proceed to give her little cutie a kiss of death as she pulled her into her embrace forever. It would be their first and last date as they remained together forever. How romantic. For now, she would employ her toolman to lay some groundwork for their glorious date. And so, her voice drifted across reality, reaching into the mind of her target. Thanos, could you please, the target. Thanos was ecstatic as he heard the voice he was longing to hear. Shiraori POV. Location, floating around somewhere in space. Achoo, sniff. Is someone thinking about me? It's not impossible. The NPCs back in Nazarick must already be wishing for my return. I could sense Cositus and Vampy's nervous expressions over a mere sneeze. As expected, one of them spoke up. Master, are you all right? Are you sick? Do you feel cold? Do you wish to cancel the trip and return for now? Has someone attacked you? Who is it? I will kill whoever it is immediately. Vampy went on to rant about my illusory health issues and possible aggressors. Where did I go wrong with Vampy? I know she is fundamentally different from the original Sophia, but still. From the few times I have interacted with her, she gives off borderline yandere behavior towards me. Maybe I should have put everything about Kumo di Sugie, Nani Ka, in her backstory to make her more similar to the original. I had only put up snippets of what I had read and remembered from her wiki page in my last life into her wiki, so this should have been expected. The fact that she is now an NPC and the behavior of the other NPCs must also have played a part. Ultimately, if she does end up becoming a yandere, it is due to my negligence. This negligence was mainly due to the fact that I had thought we would end up in the New World. Essentially, being invincible in the New World, having Momonga take care of work while I enjoyed the life of a god. That was the dream. And in due to being the invincible god of the New World, a minor thing like Sophia's flavor text didn't matter to me. Regardless of what happened, it would not have impacted me in any meaningful way, even if she did end up becoming a yandere over there. This was also the reason I hadn't prepared more. If I had known we would coming to Marvel and not the New World, I would have been much more prepared. I would have stocked more useful items and tried to find more world items. But after living in the great elroe labyrinth for so long and then finding out I was somehow in the world of Overlord, all of my survival pressure had already left me by that point of time. Well, no matter. I don't have the time or energy to deal with yandere shenanigans, so I will simply use the administrator skill once more to make her more normal, like I did with Albedo. Well, in Albedo's case she never became a yandere to begin with this time around, so it was all good. I can tolerate the level of possessiveness that other NPCs have. I have no issues with that as long as they don't show some yandere tendencies that might undermine my goals in some way or form. Heck, I could go and become a doctor that cures yanderes of their possessiveness. Curing the illness known as yandere, maybe that's my calling in life. Just kidding. It's fine, Sophia. It must be because I am tired with all the work and experiments I have been focusing on. Let's not ruin this outing, I replied and calmed down the paranoid vampire. I will head to Nazarick for later for a delicious lunch, but not now. First, I want to spread my clones on more planetary bodies. I plan to explore space as much as I can and spread my clones wherever possible to form a huge security net. Magic in charge is coordinating information from the clones. As we landed on an uninhabited moon-sized celestial body, the vast expanse of the barren landscape stretched before us. Tiny spider clones immediately crawled out of my shadow and started spreading in every direction. Let's continue onward after a while, I told the Guardians as I switched to my arachne form to relax for a while. I had not used this form since back in Yggdrasil. Might as well play around with this form for now. Chapter 60, Dimensional Entanglements. Third-person POV. Location, Deviant Skrull Imperial Star Fleet, near Shiraori's current position, the moon-sized body or space debris, wide expanse of space. A small fleet of 12 warships sliced through the void. The ships moved with a synchronized elegance, their dark hulls adorned with intricate, alien glyphs. The Imperial Star Fleets comprised of many such small fleets. At the forefront of the formation was a single commanding dreadnought. It was rather small compared to how big these ships usually were. Its presence casting an imposing shadow across the starlit canvas of space. The birds of prey, nimble and lethal, flanked the dreadnought in all directions. All of which have 2 wings, a bridge, and a neck connecting the bridge to the main body. They were equipped with advanced cloaking technology, rendering them nearly invisible. The energy fields nearly surrounding them shimmered with a protective glow. Some of them were malfunctioning as if they had been damaged during battle. Scanners and sensors embedded in the hulls hummed with activity, constantly probing for any anomalies. The warp drives were on cooldown after a long slingshot through the vast, empty stretches of space. Each ship boasted a formidable array of firepower, capable of unleashing devastating barrages upon their adversaries. The concentrated beams, when unleashed, could raze entire cities and reshape landscapes, leaving destruction in their wake. Of course, this was just a small fleet that lacked firepower which could not erase solar systems, but it was formidable in its own right. In the heart of this interstellar armada, a bald Skrull with pointed ears, furrowed chin, and green skin like any other deviant Skrull, was pacing with scars visible through his armor. This was the Grand Commander of this small fleet, Vorkeen, who was currently in a state of panic. He was a veteran who had won quite a few battles, but this time, his fleet had been lured into a trap. But in truth his victories were in a large part due to luck and manipulation. This time, he had found a small fleet of what he assumed to be a small fleet of those pests. The Kree, who were also their mortal enemies amongst all others in existence. It could be said that their civilization was entwined with the Kree for a long, long time. It was back when the Skrulls were a pathetic, largely peaceful race. About 1 million years ago, the reptilian Skrulls encountered prehistoric planet Hala, inhabited by the Kree and Katati races. The peaceful Skrulls sought to integrate the natives into their empire. To determine the worthier race, they transported representatives of the Kree and Katati to the blue area of the Earth's moon, instructing them to create something of value. The Kree built the impressive blue city, while the Katati cultivated a beautiful garden. When the Skrulls returned for judgment, they deemed the Katati's creation superior. In a fit of rage, the Kree slaughtered the Skrulls and Katati, seizing their starship. Using the technology, the Kree expanded their empire across the galaxy, sparking the Kree-Skrull War in subsequent encounters with the Skrulls. The Kree-Skrull War seemed unending, for it still continued to this day. Even if it was no longer those peace lovers who had died out and left behind this archenemy as their legacy. It was them, the deviants of the Skrulls, who ruled now. They had wiped out all the unworthies. Perhaps they could simply be called Skrulls now. A ferocious warrior race of humanoid shapeshifters. Anyway, hunting down lone Kree ships was Vorkeen's hobby. He loved watching them pathetically curse on the throes of death. And he thought this time would be no different, only for them to be ambushed, not by the Kree, but a swarm of the Brood. The Brood were eerie insect-like beings with both exoskeletons and endoskeletons. They weren't your typical bugs, their jaws were more like fangs, and their heads were flat with unique marks between their large eyes. Their two front legs were like tentacles, able to grab and manipulate things. There were different types, the smaller, flying ones, the bigger queens, and the supersized empress. The little flyers had see-through wings, and the queens could stick brood embryos into other creatures, turning them into more brood. What made them extra scary was their parasitic nature. They didn't make their own bodies, instead, they hijacked other creatures, even intelligent ones. The infected host might not even have known they were under the Brood's control. These insects were a cosmic threat to all races, infecting and transforming all sorts of species across the universe. It was like a silent invasion, spreading fear and uncertainty wherever they went as they devoured everything in sight. They were like a swarm with a hive mind. Any information from a brood host would be passed on to the queens, who would then transmit it to other broodings. Newly converted members of the Brood could retain abilities of their hosts and could morph into them. While Vorkeen was able to temporarily escape the swarm, he had lost 8 warships in the process. Again, this escape was momentary thanks to a last-minute successful warp. But it was only a matter of time before the Brood caught up. And speak of the devil. Commander Vorkeen, the voice crackled over the communication channel, Brood warship sighted, approaching coordinates 952 Mark 7. The warp drives and shields are down. How should we proceed? Vorkeen, cursed before commanding, how much longer until the warp drives are running again? Try and draw out the battle for as long as possible before making another space jump. His reluctance to engage in a losing battle was palpable. Amongst the warrior-like Skrulls who lived to wage war, Vorkeen, was an oddity. He lived to exploit those much weaker than him and enjoy the fruits of others' battle achievements through treachery. Approximately 4.5 hours at the very least for a short-range space jump. There is also some space debris that is blocking our path. Furthermore, the engines are damaged, so we can't change course. Our only choice is to try and destroy it, but that would require the little remaining energy source of the entire fleet. Needless to say, their encounter with the Brood had nearly wrung them dry. Moreover, it was unlikely that they could destroy the debris entirely with their limited reserves even after all of this. Still, this was their only option, as even if the debris was not shattered in its entirety, it might give them enough room to maneuver. If not, the only other option that remaining was fighting to death. Then draw out the Brood warships and destroy all of them together. He would happily sacrifice all his glory as the commander along with his fleet if he could escape and start over. Seizing an escape vessel during the chaos and running away was his plan. Of course, his subordinates happily followed this suicidal order. Unlike him, the rest of them longed for battle and to wage war. Fighting to the death was an ideal scenario for them, so no one complained. So, the plan was put in action, and with the expert maneuvering of the ships by the capable captains under his command, the mix of organic and inorganic ships belonging to the Brood were visible. They were closely approaching the projected trajectory of the energy beams that would destroy the debris. This fleet of the Brood were not using the infected Acanti as starships. Acanti were gargantuan creatures, ranging in size from a few miles in length to hundreds of miles long. The Brood had infected them due to observing their potential for faster-than-light travel. If the Brood were using them, they might have already caught up with his small fleet. Initiate the energy beams. Obliterate everything. He commanded in a haste born out of desperation. The brood fleet had not even been properly aligned with the expected trajectory. Even if the plan was successful, at most only a few of the brood warships would be destroyed. Regardless, as Vorkeen-TH's command reverberated through the ship, streams of luminous energy erupted from every surviving star ship in the fleet. These concentrated energy beams streaked across space, converging towards the menacing brood warships and the space debris. The brilliance of the energy beams illuminated the darkness. As Vorkeen-TH awaited the impending impact while looking for his chance to escape, a portal materialized unexpectedly, swallowing the energy beams into its mysterious depths. Bewilderment etched across his face as the anticipated destruction did not unfold as planned. What? Is it a new enemy? Before he could process the unexpected turn of events, another portal emerged, redirecting the energy beams towards few of the flanking warships with ruthless precision. The once formidable vessels, whether Skrull or Brood, succumbed instantly to the devastating power leaving behind the remaining few starships. The portal then expanded and engulfed all the warships in sight, whether they belonged to the Brood or the Skrulls, before closing again. It seemed that they were locked away in a small-sized pocket dimension of sorts. It was not an uncommon tactic in space warfare to trap singular enemies or fleets in different spaces during battles to prevent outside interference or communication. Vorkeen-TH didn't know who this enemy was, but they were clearly hostile to them. He had to bring the situation under control quickly. Quick. PR. His words were cut off as what seemed like tangled threads wrapped around the dreadnought, ensnaring it with a vice-like grip. They held the ship tightly with no sign of being ripped apart, as if to mock a starship that had survived through many battles. The sound of snapping cables then echoed through the silent expanse, cutting through the materials that made up the dreadnought. In an instant, the once proud dreadnought succumbed to the relentless force, shattered into cosmic debris. Boom. Amidst the chaos, Vorkeen-TH's desperate attempts to issue commands were stifled by the threads. A chilling silence replaced the once bustling communication channels as the remaining starships watched the spectacle unfolding before them. Of course, neither the Skrull nor the Brood were scared of this unknown powerful enemy. Especially in the case of the Brood. After all, power enemies meant potential powerful hosts. Besides, they had to deal with this enemy to leave the pocket dimension. So they moved towards the debris that was the possible current location of the enemy with anticipation. Chapter 61, For Mother. Shiraori POV. Location, Shiraori's current position, the moon-sized body or space debris, wide expanse of space. I stared blankly at the shattered scraps of the spaceship in front of me. Oops. I guess I overdid that a bit. We could have used the spaceship, but whatever. I guess it can be fixed with some handy magic. It's not my fault that this Commander Vark whatever suddenly launched an attack trying to destroy our location. Yes, I used the handy evil eye of past sight as usual to figure out what was happening the instant my spread-out clones notified me of the incoming spaceships. I was just chilling while admiring the vast empty stretches of space everywhere when these guys showed up. The Skrulls and the Brood. My first space trip, and I have already run into members of different iconic Marvel villain camps. Unfortunately, villain alliances end in failure most of the times unless the authors wanted to create a powerful villain camp for a challenging storyline. Otherwise, as a villain myself, I could have signed mutual restraining orders with all the other villains out there so we don't get webbed into each other's business. To be fair, I could have just teleported us away from this little moon the second I found out in order to avoid any conflict at all, but it seems that my senses have dulled down a bit as I have not seriously fought in a long time. Yeah, it really has been a long time, huh? The last I seriously fought must have been a few years already. Even when I went on expeditions with the guild members, we all fought together against boss monsters. Basically, I have not been challenged for a while. Which is not bad, per se. It means I have done a decent job of ensuring I live. But it also means that I might be disadvantaged in a possible fight against a more powerful opponent. By the way, those flaming rocks from a while earlier don't count as they were basically mob monsters. Neither did my spell tests in different timelines. Even if my motto is not to underestimate those much weaker than myself, as I did claw my way up to my current strength, I did end up unilaterally crushing them. I mean, I did use a super tier spell to instantly finish that fight. Anyway, out of reflex I ended up opening a fissure and sending the energy beams shot towards our location back at some of the spaceships that were approaching here. Quite a few got destroyed. I also used some of threads to make quick work of the dreadnought. It didn't seem to have enough brute force to destroy my space lace threads, after all. But that was not the important point. It would cause more trouble if these guys notified their bosses. I don't want an analog of Xianxia cliché, where instead the bosses will come to clean up the messes of their subordinates. You know how if you face slap a young master, their entire ancestral line shows up for revenge. Who knows if such clichés could happen here as well. More importantly, my loot. Those spaceships are my loot that I won fair and square by crushing them. I won't accept my victory stash being lost just like that. So I isolated all the approaching spaceships, even the destroyed ones, into another dimension. As an added bonus, they won't be able to contact the outside world either. I apologize for not protecting you. Myself. Lady White. Cocytus bowed and spoke in self-blame. Sophia was also clenching her fists because I used space magic myself to repel the attack instead of her. Don't worry. It's been a while since I have fought anyway. Those guys in Nazarick also didn't let me fight much even if I was stronger than many of them, I replied. My sickness lie might have played a part. Not that it stopped me as I just went and killed monsters when they were offline. No one could stop me as a master of space magic. Of course, this was only during my earlier years when I joined Ain's Olgown. I just kinda chilled later on as I thought I would already be invincible in the new world. But believe it or not, I went through a phase where I went around picking fights with powerful monsters. I sure was immature back then. I will also be fighting today. Both of you get ready as well. I commanded without caring more about this conversation. Since I have this chance, I might as well enjoy this light workout. According to that commander whatever, this was a small fleet with not many powerful or well-known opponents. The brood did not currently have the signature large numbers that made the swarm dangerous. Nor were any of the queens present. Another way to think of it is that there are no named enemies in both these fleets. So I won't be pulled into the regular bullshit Marvel shenanigans while at the same time relaxing my body. During this period of time when we chit-chatted, both the Skrull and brood fleets approached our location. These bloodthirsty warmongers sure do love running towards danger. Luckily, no one on my side is similar to these guys. From that commander's memories, I knew that the Skrull ships had already used up most of their energy reserves in that trick they had pulled earlier. The brood must still have lots of excess energy reserves remaining. Before they try anything else, I guess I'll make my move first. I opened another fissure and countless eyes peeked out from it looking towards the direction of the spaceships. These were of course more of my clones. They simultaneously used the evil eye of gluttony towards the ships and hungrily started devouring the energy from them. Muhahaha, let's fully squeeze out every last drop of that sweet, juicy energy until their ships are useless in a fight. While this was happening, I quickly spoke to the two behind me. Once their ships fail, they will of course try and fight physically with us. You can choose not to hold back. It's up to you really. Of course, Master. Leave the fighting to me. In fact, I will gladly crush them all, hee hee hee. Sophia replied with a creepy laugh at the end. Thud, you mean both of us. Cocytus slammed his halberd and spoke while exhaling cold air. Oh, that reminds me. Don't the brood also have weapons that target the victim's minds? The ones that target subconscious fears and hatred? I doubt the Guardians would succumb to that. I guess their biggest fear is something happening to me. Cocytus's equipment granted him resistance to fear and mind-affecting effects originating from external sources, and Vampy was an undead. Although, they probably don't need it, might as well play it safe to avoid trouble. I used the Administrator skill and added Heresy Nullification next to both their names. It seemed that they felt some sort of change happen to them thanks to gaining the new resistance skill, and both of them promptly thanked me. I just waved my hand and said, I will take on the enemies from those 7 ships. You can handle the rest. I feel like I have communicated too much today. Even a person with exceptional communication skills like me will feel tired after interacting too much with other. Just kidding. Moving on, 2 of the 7 ships belonged to the Skrulls while the rest were under the Brood. There were still about a dozen more ships worth of enemies for them to split up amongst themselves. Based on how strong these guys are from the commander's memories, I know I can fight all of them if need be, but why bother? Let the kids have fun amongst themselves as well. The clones had managed to suck them dry just in the nick of time as the ships began to deviate from their flight path. Noticing the loss of energy reserves, a massive swarm of enemies left the ships and rushed towards our general direction like an angry mob. Some of them, specifically the Brood, did comprise of a swarm. They were insectoid alien creatures, at the end of the day. After they exited, I just used space magic to conveniently stow away my loot. Demiurge sure will be happy with the present I'll give him. Not only the technology but even the dead bodies of all the enemies which can be raised as undead or used for other research. Maybe I can also take some of them back alive. An alive specimen must be more valuable than a dead one, right? Anyway, I am more interested in the Brood than the Skrulls. I can totally copy their tactics for my benefit. I mean, I can become the Marvel equivalent of a Queen of Blades after absorbing the benefits of rest of the swarms in existence and then eliminating them or putting them to other uses. I can create my own version of a Zerg disaster. I won't allow anyone to tell me that's not a cool idea. I want a swarm of my own now. I guess, the babies count as something of a swarm but not the ideal one I have in mind. I can input the beneficial adaptations of the horde, the swarm etc. into the spider babies and create a fearsome spider swarm that I can unleash on annoying enemies. Since I am setting up the persona of the evil goddess D, anyway, having another swarm under my control besides evil minions makes total sense, right? Right. The more I think about it, the more I love the idea. There won't be a Queen of Blades in this multiverse, but rather me. The terrifying goddess that spreads unending disasters to my enemies. For the swarm. Such an involuntary thought passed through my mind as my inner chunny self gushed at how cool such a scenario might be. My parallel minds nodded in approval as well. Great minds think alike after all. My charming thoughts aside, the enemies were almost upon us. I moved towards my section of enemies and trapped many of them with microscopic threads, halting their advance. Seemingly noticing that I had laid a trap comprising of webs, the Brood started teleporting in an attempt to approach me. Devour. For the hive, they growled. But damn are they ugly and disgusting. These guys would fit right into the great elroe labyrinth. They have that same sort of vibe going on with a lot of the friends I fought in there. How dare you try and teleport in front of me, huh? You are courting death. Ahem, I mean they couldn't harm me in any shape or form as I was the superior space manipulator. I used Evil Eye of Static and Evil Eye of Extinction simultaneously disintegrating the ones who teleported towards me from existence before closing my eyes again. That was probably overkill. Note to self, don't use the more powerful Evil Eyes like Evil Eye of Extinction needlessly. I still want their bodies. There's still plenty of them around, so that's not an issue. Another member of the Brood teleported behind me and tried to bite me while another used those mind-manipulating guns to attack my mind. Sorry, but that's useless. I have no blind spots due to fluoroscopy. I just used a sickle on the spider part of my body to rip that Brood apart before killing the other one with some convenient threads. I am not using my boundary field as it seems unnecessary. At the same time, some Skrulls modified their bodies to have a pair of wings on their back and morphed their body parts into weapons. They flew over and slashed at me while growling one after another. I easily dodged the attack of the first Skrull before punching its head off with a single strike. This was followed by catching 2 other Skrulls and slamming them together. I did have physical strength beyond the system. The energy blasts they hurled towards me were of course sent back to them with some convenient dimensional magecraft. Opening my eyes again, I simultaneously used Evil Eye of Static and Grudge on the enemies directly in front of me. They stood frozen where they were as their stats were sapped away and added to my own. Since there was no system here, it was more like sapping away life force of the opponent. Other projectile attacks were intercepted by my Attract Repulse Evil Eyes. Evil Eye skills sure are convenient, huh? They are perfect to be spammed against a horde of enemies like this one. Triplet Maximize Magic, Reality Slash, I cast the Yggdrasil spell as the fabric of space was cleaved, killing enemies that once again approached me by maneuvering away from all the obstacles in their path. Yggdrasil's magic system did make magic a lot easier. I can use conjuring to cast a similar space magic to reality slash, but it takes unnecessary effort. If there was a convenient Yggdrasil spell available for what I required, I would use it. I once again used magecraft and rained down multiple bullets of darkness penetrating huge swathes of the swarm and killing them. Let's also check how the others are doing. It shouldn't be difficult for them to fight these guys. I focused my vision towards Sophia after delegating my parallel mind's control of my body. What I saw was loads of zombies created from Skrulls attacking the swarm. It seems she used the Undead King skill. As for Sophia. Die. 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 She shouted while crazily swinging her sword. Yeah, let's not bother about her. On the other hand, there were tons of Skrulls frozen around Cocytus while he swung down his halberd without hesitation, killing enemies in the process. It seems he was not paying attention to that whole honoring the opponent stuff today. Perhaps being an insectoid being himself, he felt like crushing the brute to prove his superiority. Or maybe it's because I am here. I switched my focus back to my own fight. I could just use some destructive magic or even super tier spells and quickly end the fight, but I was reluctant to do so. I know. Let the brats also enjoy fighting. This can be training for them to become my personal swarm in the future. After I had this thought, I quickly got to work. I had to play the part one had to play after all. Might as well start practicing now. I switched back to my human form. I used magic to change my appearance to that of a high school girl with waist length, straight black hair and eyes of various colors. My clothes changed to a school uniform and a pair of glasses as shadows shrouded me, leaving behind only a grin visible on my face. I then looked towards the brats who started crawling out from other pocket dimensions. They had also been shrouded in my magic to look a dark version of themselves. Everything had to follow a certain theme. Kill them all. This is your first training session to become a worthy arachnid disaster for me. For the swarm. Muhe. All my parallel minds were laughing inside crazily while thinking about how cool all of this is. I can just tell Cocytus not to kill any more of his set of enemies and apprehend them alive while using my set to train the brats. The babies looked towards Brood while ignoring the few remaining Skrulls as if feeling challenged and declared loudly. For mother. And then they started charging towards the confused Brood. There's still lots more to be achieved for making the dream of creating a swarm a reality. I should thank the Brood for appearing in front of me, right? They did inspire me with a new impromptu idea. Well, for now I'll just sit back and watch my swarm undergo its first step of training. Chapter 62, Brood Control. Shiraori/DPOV. Location, Shiraori's current position, the moon-sized body or space debris, wide expanse of space, in pocket dimension. Well done, brats. Not that I expected anything less from you, my voice reverberated inside the minds of every member of the Spider Baby army who were dancing joyfully. Whether it was at my praise or their successful hunt against a competitor swarm was unknown. It was not a difficult task for them to crush these enemies. Ultimately, the weaker part of the Brood and the Skrulls was no match for an army of evil eye-spamming and magic-wielding babies. The result was obvious. Heaps of corpses belonging to the Brood and the Hive lay littered across the surface of the moon. The scene was pretty gruesome, but nothing really new to me. Other than the quantity of corpses, of course. But with this, my creation of an ideal swarm has begun. All I have to do is keep giving all the beneficial evolutions and adaptations of other swarms to the babies. That makes it sound rather easy, doesn't it? Unfortunately, as with everything, it will take time for my multiversal swarm to come to fruition. Let's aim for being the only one in all of existence. Take all the bodies to Demiurge's lab, I commanded as the babies began to scurry about, dragging the heaps of corpses with them through the fissure I had opened. They were also taking away the corpses of enemies killed by Sophia and Cocytus. I allowed them to carry most of the ones apprehended alive as well. All except one small spaceship worth of Skrulls and a few members of the Brood. What do you wish to do, Master? I am initiating the next stage of my plan. These guys will be necessary for what I wish to do, I replied to Vampy, who looked deeply satisfied after letting out her primal destructive urges after that massacre. This situation kind of makes me feel like I am a pet owner taking out their dog for a walk. I guess that analogy is not entirely wrong. Anyway, there are more important things to focus on right now. Some clones crawled out of my shadow and entered their ears as they squirmed on the floor in agony. Scree. Arg. It was not long before they got up again, now under my control. For now, I had not left the controlled brood any autonomy like I did with Mobius. The reasons for controlling these brood and Skrull members were also different. I won't underestimate classic villain camps that have had hegemony over the vast stretches of space for eons. In all honesty, it won't take them too long to figure out that something went wrong. Despite this, they will most likely gloss over this loss of theirs as situations like these are too common in the treacherous corners of space. Now, I won't be me if I don't take advantage of this situation to the fullest. Since the goal of creating the single, greatest swarm in existence has been determined, I will take the next step starting here. The brood are a hive mind with all information passing onto the queens and then onto the empress. I have personal experience in dealing with something similar. Yes, I am talking about Mother. Mother was a queen Terratect who basically did the same thing with the entire Terratect racial tree back in Yggdrasil. There was no Ariel present in Yggdrasil, so she was the de facto head honcho of the spider group. I was able to consume her soul using my parallel minds before killing her. I can try and do the same now with the brood. There was no limit to the parallel minds I could create as long as I had enough MA energy or mana. It was now a Yggdrasil skill and of course had not been lost even when I became a god. I have always been using the skill until now, after all. In order to do this, I completely controlled the members of the brood standing before me right now, forming a vague connection with the brood hive mind. A connection weak enough to go unnoticed by the hive mind that spanned galaxies. I created new parallel minds and spoke while mentally saluting. You are now the brood in charge 1x. Go forth, mighty warriors. I allocated numbers to the many parallel minds I created. Roger. Wait for the good news, boss. The newly created parallel minds saluted back and then entered the clones that had controlled the brood. These parallel minds could start devouring the hive mind. Of course, this connection was a two-way street. Technically, the brood hive mind can also attack me back. This is why I split the parallel minds from my main body and inserted them into the clones. The ones getting tracked and retaliated against would be these parallel minds. In case something does happen, I can permanently terminate these parallel minds before causing harm. This was not the end of the plan. I used the administrator skill and added the tags undetectable, untraceable, covert strike, permanent memory concealment, undisrupt connection, temporal displacement, and many more tags next to these parallel minds. I provided accurate descriptions of the intended effects in the syntax. Just because I added them does not mean that they will work as intended. There might be unknown mutations arising based on past experience. For example, when I bestowed silent casting to Shaltir, it ended up becoming obscured casting. And that was a rather simple change being made for the skill I was bestowing. Depending on how great of a change I was making and how the change reacted with the rules of reality, along with my personal power, the effect displayed would be different. And as I had hypothesized earlier, some changes simply did not take effect at all. Like asking to be the creator of the multiverse. If and when I became a cosmic entity, which was unlikely or even entirely impossible, I could just brute force these changes. Just like a painter can paint a word however they wish or an author can modify their story settings to their desires. But with all the experimentation I had done, there was no visible pattern for what sort of change would take place. Anyway, the reason to do all of this was so that I could send these few brood that were now under my control to other timelines. Ideally, undisrupt connection and temporal displacement would ensure that my parallel minds can maintain the connection with the hive mind and consume it even if they were at different points in time. At the same time, undetectable, untraceable, covert strike might help in obstructing any attempts the hive mind might make in attempting a counterattack against my parallel minds. I don't even know if they might have been able to influence my parallel minds across time. But at the very least, they can't physically eliminate these brood carriers as they will be in different timelines. I wonder what sort of abilities or power would consuming a galactic hive mind give me. Regardless, the very thought of this hunt thrills me. Gaining power and gaining control of an existing swarm while making my own ideal swarm. A plan that combines all of these things in one. Again, this is the ideal scenario. I'll know the true situation once I actually start. Worst case, I end up with a whole bunch of nothing. Let's begin. I used the tempad and opened multiple time doors to different points in time. From within my seat at the head of the Council of Spiders in the depths of mind, I waved at my parallel minds tearfully. Adios. Sayonara. I bid them farewell in multiple languages and they did so as well. To be honest, I simply wanted to say, goodbye Jojo, after naming one of the parallel wills after the Joestars, but I desperately held back. I am being overdramatic. TSK, TSK, TSK. It must be boring in the mind of a person who thinks like this. After all, what is life without a little whimsy and drama? One must make the most of every moment they live on the throes of death. That's a little too much philosophical bullshit even for me. The parallel minds then controlled the brood carriers and leaped through time doors, disappearing from my sight. The time doors also immediately closed after this. Now, then let's move on to the other group. The controlled Skrulls did have some level of autonomy. But just enough autonomy to control their spaceship. Yeah, that's the only reason I controlled this bunch. I have no grander reason this time, unlike with Mobius and the brood. I might just kill them directly after they have no use left. Unless they do provide me with another reason for their continued existence. For now, I want to ride a cool spaceship right out of science fiction. It's definitely not because I am annoyed with having to fly across this endlessly empty nothingness myself. Is this the feeling of crossing genres from fantasy to sci-fi? Is this how OG Shiraori felt when she got to know how advanced the world she was in had been in the past? Or when she saw Potamus and his robots? Well, technically I encountered sci-fi stuff with the whole TVA time travel technology. But such concepts like time travel also exist in many magical worlds. A real spaceship, on the other hand, is directly out of a sci-fi book. I brought out one spaceship from the pocket dimension where I had stored it and supplied it back with some of the energy I had stolen earlier before commanding them to pilot the ship. Of course, I was concealing the ship itself with my magic. Let's enter the ship. Follow me, I spoke to the two guardians standing behind me as I led them into the ship. I teleported us to the command room and took a seat upon the throne-like seat at the back of the room. This was where the captain under the commander whatever used to sit while ordering his lackeys. Sitting here on this seat inside a spaceship made me imagine if this was what being in Star Wars might have felt like. Creating my own galactic empire and role-playing might be fun, but it's too much unnecessary work just to satisfy my childish fantasies. It also would have too many unknown variables to consider. Especially as this world has a ton of monstrous beings who might squash me. Nope. Not even going to consider such an endeavor. How should we refer to you when you are in disguise? My thoughts were disrupted as Cositus inquired after witnessing me not look like my usual self. In this form you can refer to me as D. The evil god D. Anything will do, really. I don't mind. I replied. As you wish, Lady White. In truth though, I am far from portraying D. I thought back to what D was like in the novels. What sort of requirements were necessary to roleplay as D? Let me think of the original for inspiration. I came up with a list off the top of my head. Evil God Roleplay Checklist. 1. This is not based on D from the novels, but all the evil plans I have put in motion until now will help me act as an evil god. This includes all the massacres and killing, the chaos I have caused, my plan to spread my influence over timelines using my resurrection eggs and clones, and now the plan of creating the swarm. 2. Based on the novels, lazing around fits D's persona. That's totally fine with me as I love to do the same. 3. Speaking in a voice devoid of emotions and usually appearing as a silhouette. Basically intentionally staying hidden while indirectly communicating with others using telepathy or a smartphone. 4. What else? Reading novels, playing video games and acting like a shut-in while toying with innocent victims. Yes, this is an important one. Dee was described to be extremely sadistic and all her goals were related to her own personal amusement and entertainment. 5. In the same vein as the earlier point, she loved toying with Shiraori, taking immense joy in her suffering but having some twisted sense of care at the same time. So, I need to find a cute, innocent spider to incorporate into my act. That is if I decide to stay dedicated to acting as the original. Now, I can't torture myself. I have no such inclinations. I guess I can find a substitute. What about one of the many Spider-Men/women spread across the multiverse? I guess they fit the bill. But which one? I have not come across any of them, so the first one I come across will work, I guess. If I play such a scenario out, it has to be the perfect blend between concern, care, and sadistic enjoyment. I'm not a sadist myself, so this will be hard to do. We'll see how it goes when the time comes. No point fretting over it. It's just role-playing at the end of the day. If I think about it in another way, I will be doing them a favor. Considering how much shit the poor spiders have to endure, being under my care would be beneficial to them. I guess I am the spider goddess now. Taking care of one lost little spider while using her to my advantage is something I can totally do. This is an angle I can use to tackle playing this role. Alright, it's settled. I think I can somehow pull this act off. For now, let's enjoy sitting in a spaceship for a while. Chapter 63, System Design. Shiraori/DPOV. Location, control room of the spaceship. Looking at the endless stretches of space whizzing by makes you realize just how small you are, doesn't it? I thought with my fingers clasped. Why are you trying to sound profound, boss? Don't tell me you are suddenly experiencing an epiphany about the true nature of the universe like a cultivator. Magic in charge did not leave an opportunity to make a snide remark. Oi, all of you better shut up. Let me enjoy the moment. There was no more room for conflict after my declaration. Seriously, these parallel minds can be annoying sometimes. Do they really have to give cheap commentary on every action I take? Anyway, we have been moving about with nothing remarkable in sight for about a couple of hours now. While it was enjoyable initially, the novelty of it all has worn off. It's being excited over a brand new toy and losing interest after playing with it for a while. It just makes me realize that manipulating space is the best way indeed. Well, if the circumstances of my reincarnation were different and I was born in a 100% sci-fi setting, maybe I would have thought differently. But at least for now, magic is the way to go for me personally. And since we are on the topic of magic, I ended up thinking about another super complicated conjuring construct that D is directly tied with. Yes, that's right. I am talking about the W system. The system itself was a planetary-scale conjuring construct designed by D to restore the MA energy of the planet. It served as the governing force behind the skills, titles, stats, and abilities of both inhabitants and monsters, enabling residents to utilize magic in a facilitated manner. Or simply a learning assistance tool. It was the result of Gilly Distity's attempt to save the world by getting help from D. D obliged and had the ability to instantly restore the planet into balance. But for her amusement and entertainment, she chose to set up a roundabout way to delay the destruction and possibly fix the planet in the long time by trapping the native inhabitants in an endless cycle of reincarnations and battles. A cage that manipulated the residents' reincarnation cycles. This cycle of death would gradually heal the planet but also forced its residents to fight continuously for its survival. In their world, magic would have been impossible for humans to use. The system essentially enables them use magecraft in an assisted form. Why would I think of this right now? Since I had decided to act out the role of D perfectly, I started thinking about all the aspects related to her. More importantly, thinking about the W system reminded me of one of the requirements for me becoming a cosmic entity, which read, "% a dollaristum requirement, should span the entire multiverse." Is this really just a coincidence? I hadn't taken that requirement list seriously, but here I am now, seriously considering one of its requirements. Anyway, there's no point mulling over it. It's not even certain if I will actually create a system. Much less having it span the entire multiverse. That's just insane. I don't have the necessary understanding required to even recreate the planetary scale one that D had conjured. I do have ungodly amounts of energy reserves now, as every planetary body across time is just potential fuel for me. But this does not mean that I can actually manipulate such a huge reserve of energy. Believe me, I already tried to test the maximum limits possible. While that's work in progress, I believe that I can slowly increase my upper limit of energy that can be manipulated with practice. And the use of lots of clones, of course. If I do try to create a system now, the maximum scale it can extend to is about equivalent to the Olmec settlement if I had to put an estimate. That's if I can work the technicalities of it all out. Besides, is it really necessary to make the system exactly the same as the original? If not, what changes should I make? Heck, is it even necessary at all, and if yes, what benefit can I get out of it? If I do create the system and it only spanned the Olmec settlement, I won't need to have any of its negative aspects that D had incorporated in order to satisfy her sadistic tendencies. To them, I'm the benevolent spider goddess and not a sadistic evil god. But I guess they probably won't know its finer workings. How will the evolution aspect of the system as well as stuff like titles work? Would I have to create monster races for this or just remove this concept entirely? Determining the best way forward is difficult. Well, there are a few positives I can think of to this whole idea. One being that, since I have decided to use the Olmec settlement as test for combination of magic and science, the system can fit right in as well. I won't even have to teach any magic to them in this manner. The system can automatically cover this role as it is a learning assistance tool. Not only that, it can be used to monitor all aspects of culture and society. There is no angel serial here to form the core of the system and govern it. A substitute would be necessary. Just based on energy requirements, the celestial corpse would be more than enough. By this point, the celestial corpse is becoming a sort of multipurpose object if taken in combination with my previous ideas. But just the corpse won't be an appropriate replacement for serial. There also won't be any divine voice, as Komoko called it. Of course, if I do manage to create the system, I will be the highest administrator. The floor guardians would take other spots. And although I doubt it, if someone else I could put an equivalent amount of trust in showed up in the future, they could take a spot as well. Oh, and since we are on the topic, maybe I can make another variation of something similar to the original system but still different. This one would be primed for use while under the guise of my D persona. What I'm thinking is along the lines of a subsystem concept. Since I want to spread influence across time and brainwash/control people by offering knowledge like an evil god, why don't I let the system do the work? The system they would gain would give me control over their minds and their souls while empowering them at the same time. It can act as a conduit for them to channel my energies as well, except this energy would be instilled in them in the form of corrupting skills and abilities. The system would convert pure energy into the desired new form. My clones and resurrection eggs will act as antenna that will guide MA energy into different timelines while the system acted as the receiver. A personal phone my brainwashed evil minions use to download information obtained directly from me. This way I can totally control them and their souls as well while extracting any information I want from them. I actually like this idea. But again, there's still a lot to consider and many flaws to address for this to work. Regardless, I'll test this out. At least D's subsystem idea I just thought of. The greater technical difficulty in enacting this resided in actually being able to send my energy to different timelines rather than the system itself, in contrast to the main system. As for the titles, abilities, changes to be made and other stuff like that, they can be worked out after the hard part is over. Let's head over to Nazarick for a quick break, I told Cocytus and Vampy. I'll just head back for a couple of hours before popping back into this spaceship. I really lucked out by mastering spatial magic, huh? With a flick of my sleeves we were already within the halls of my home, in the office. For a brief moment I got nostalgic and thought of my temporary places of residence, made of webs back in the labyrinth before I threw it out. Even I had moments like this sometimes. Welcome back, Lady White. Do you wish to rest or eat something? Or maybe. Albedo spoke in glee upon seeing me appear in front of her. I guess I'll eat something before taking a bath, I replied. Falling asleep in the majestic spa resort felt great. Not that I needed sleep. By the way, I did say that Albedo can join me the next time I go for a bath. Oh, might as well call Aura and Vampy since we are going anyway. I'm sure Albedo won't mind too much other than being slightly jealous, if at all. Not that I care. Too bad Shaltir isn't here or she could have joined as well. I'll go get food for you immediately, Master, and Vampy immediately ran off to the kitchens. Cocytus also left to inspect his floor. My shoulders feel a little stiff after that workout. I know that's just my imagination as my regenerative abilities as a god are off the roof. Moreover, I wasn't even injured in the slightest. My mind's playing tricks because I actually fought for a while, albeit it was a one-side defeat on my enemy's part. If you are feeling uncomfortable, do you wish to receive a massage to relax? Albedo offered after seemingly noticing my stiff shoulders with an unnaturally wide smile. I guess I might as well. Go ahead. But only until Sophia returns. With that I closed my eyes and laid my head down on the table. Of course. Leave it to me. I heard Albedo's voice as I felt her hands on my shoulders. I involuntarily let out a voice as Albedo's skilled hands worked their magic, expertly massaging my shoulders. Was she inputted with this sort of skill by Tabula, or are all NPCs this skilled in giving massages? The occasional hum of approval escaped my lips, as Albedo's fingers expertly worked their way through imaginatively tense muscles. The faint rustle of fabric accompanying each movement was the only other sound. How does this feel, Lady White? She asked. I could vaguely hear her breathing heavily. It feels pretty good. I ended up actually speaking the sentence. Her massage must really have been of a high caliber if it could make me speak. I am glad if that is the case. This massage utilizes one of my racial skills to work efficiently, after all. I will continue then, she spoke. Is that so? Well, if that's the case, then I won't be surprised. Many racial skills can do wonders. Thud. The sound of the door opening brought my attention back to the office as I saw Sophia standing there with a stiff face while holding a platter of food in her hands. Her arrival also signaled Albedo to stop as Vampy seemed to glare daggers at her. Here you are, master. Enjoy your meal, Vampy said, placing the tray in front of me. Or more like forced out the words while gritting her teeth before continuing her face off with Albedo, who wore a smug smile. Don't mind if I do. Oh, can you also go and call Aura here? Both of you can also join me and Albedo at the spa later. Of course. I'll go immediately. Her frustration seemed to have vanished upon hearing my words as she rushed out the office once more. Sorry I invited them without asking you first, Albedo. I provided her with a token gesture in the form of an apology. Oh, I don't mind, Lady White. The more the merrier. It seemed that Vampy's frustration had transferred to her as she replied while gritting her teeth. I'll just eat and then sleep in the spa after turning my senses off for a while. Then I can speak with Demiurge and Albedo regarding my plans and review the magical knowledge that Pandora probably sent back. After a few hours we'll be back floating about in space. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Chapter 64, Announcement. Chapter 65, S.M.I.L.Es and Secrets. Demiurge POV. Location, Smile Laboratory, Hidden Pocket Dimension. Demiurge had just finished inspecting the newly set up Happy Farms. For now, each farm had been designated to hold a single type of life form each. Eventually though, crossbreeding experiments would be conducted. Some of them were very likely impossible due to reproductive isolation, but they would merely serve as a pastime for him. If he ended up getting significant results out of them, then great. If not, he would at least derive pleasure from their despair and perhaps a few laughs along the way. Of course, these farms housed living varieties only. Undead organisms were kept in a separate hold, and variety of experiments that Demiurge had outlined previously were already underway in regards to them. As compared to the Happy Farms, the holds for the undead were packed to the brim, boasting a vast collection of undead whose lives were plundered across the time stream. Demiurge had also successfully conducted operations to capture specimens of the so-called mutants. These operations were carefully enacted in select points of time based on prior knowledge from the comics. He chose the weaker, lesser-known, and easier-to incapacitate ones for obvious reasons. As much as he wanted to study Omega-level mutants, that would have to be on hold for now. Ultimately, there was still a space reserved for them in the Happy Farms. In fact, the spaces for these more special, higher lifeforms were even more luxurious. The treatment they would undergo would certainly be top-notch, even by Nazarick standards. Demiurge grinned, struggling to hold back the thought of conducting experiments on these more powerful beings. For now, other than research related to undead, Demiurge's focus was on grasping scientific concepts as much as possible. As for the superpowered lifeforms like the captured mutants, they were obviously first in line to undergo experimentation related to obtaining the Horde immunity. Lady White had granted him total access to this pocket dimension, going so far as to manipulate the flow of time in the dimension to a certain degree. This way, Demiurge had spent much more time silently conducting his research than what many in Nazarick believed. Since they could travel to any point in time, it was the most worthless thing to denizens of Nazarick. Still, he preferred conducting experiments in this pocket dimensions instead of doing so at some other remote point in time. This way he could always be ready to assist anyone in Nazarick whenever required. Needless to say, there was also the fact that the pocket dimension was connected to Lady White, so it would be easier for him to protect her as well. As much as he liked research, there was nothing more important protecting Lady White as a guardian. Perhaps from the point of view of other species, he was already being overworked. By the standards of other civilizations, Lady White would be considered the evil employer and Demiurge, the pitiful employee. This could not be far from the truth. In fact, he was the object of envy in Nazarick for the amount of responsibilities he shouldered. The Smile Laboratory was set up after Demiurge drew wisdom from one of the many scriptures in Lady White's collection called One Piece. He could not be more grateful that he had the opportunity to draw inspiration from Lady White's experiences. Yes, he was certain that all of these scriptures in the library were the result of Lady White simply noting down whatever she had personally seen or experienced for entertainment. If not that, then she might have used some sort of magic to divine them like she had with the Marvel comics. Those pathetic lifeforms whose actions were noted down by her should feel delightful for obtaining this privilege. That fool called Caesar Clown had the right attitude towards experimentation, but he was too pathetic and lacked the drive to achieve anything of substance. Regardless, Demiurge liked his naming sense. It just sat well with him for some reason. So much so that he borrowed the title and the general aesthetic of the place. He studied technology and conducted experiments on the mutants in this laboratory. Demiurge turned his head in mild surprise. Multiple spider babies charged into the laboratory carrying multiple corpses on their back. They were generally of two types. Some were bald humanoids with pointed ears, furrowed chin, and green skin. The others were insectoid creatures with jaws which were more like fangs, heads that were flat with unique marks between their large eyes and tentacles as front legs. Just with a cursory glance he could make out their identities. He had studied the comics in depth, after all. The Skrull and the Brood. Moreover, not all of them were dead. There were some living specimens as well. It was clearly evident that these alien creatures had run into Lady White while she was touring the vast stretches of space, somehow provoked her and ended up being crushed. Since they had been handed to Demiurge under Lady White's directive, it seemed that he could make use of them for experiments as and when he desired. Despite this, Demiurge refrained from dissecting them immediately. He did not know plans did Lady White have in store for them. He just ended up storing them away in the empty farms for now. Another thing to note was how the spider babies looked. They were draped pitch black in shadows instead of their usual appearance. He did not know for what reason and decided it was best to talk with Lady White in person. And so, Demiurge just ignored the babies who seemed to hold some sort of competitiveness or animosity towards the Brood and made his way towards Nazarick. Location: 6th floor of the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. Upon inquiring Lady White's whereabouts, Demiurge had been directed to the 6th floor by the area guardians. He could see Lady White sitting in the distance against the backdrop of the Colosseum on one side and the forest on another. A table had been prepared and Seabass placed some refreshments and delicacies in front of her. Albedo and the twin guardians were also present. Although, Albedo looked visibly depressed for some reason. "Welcome back to Nazarick, Lady White. Was your outing to space pleasant?" Demiurge bowed down and greeted the Supreme One. Depending on her answer, how Demiurge treated the new arrivals in his happy farms would change. It was quite relaxing. "Did you get the gift I prepared for you?" "It's been a while since I let loose and fought against anyone," she replied. The Brood and the Skrull were apparently gifts. Demiurge was so touched that he almost shed tears. Of course, he was also concerned about Lady White having to fight in person. But seeing how visibly happy she looked, he might be a bit more lenient in treating his new specimens. Yes, the Horo Nia dropped them off in the laboratory. "Thank you very much for the gift. Is there any particular use you have in mind for them?" he inquired just in case. "Oh right. I was going to speak with you and Albedo regarding some things." "Well, let's talk after a while. Relax for now. We were just having a casual discussion." Have a seat, she spoke while pointing at one of the empty seats. As he sat down, Demiurge breathed out a sigh of relief that he had not started dissecting specimens out of curiosity. Is there anything you want to know? I am in a good mood, so I will answer anything, Lady White inquired. There were lots of questions that ran through Demiurge's mind the second he heard what she said. This could not be helped. The supreme beings were enigmatic gods for everyone in Nazarick. They would be fools to let go of such an opportunity. How did you meet the other supreme beings? Aura started off with a simple question. It seemed that she was reserved about asking something more hidden and private. I met them back when I was an arachne. All of them ran into me in the great elroe labyrinth. Isn't that the name of the floor you created, Lady White? Mare asked sheepishly as usual. That's right. The great elroe labyrinth is where I was born. It was a high-level dungeon back in Yggdrasil. So when I became a member of Ain's old gown, I simply cut an entire strata of the labyrinth and converted it into a floor, she replied. Everyone present was shocked. After all, they just had a revelation regarding the origins of a supreme being. A dungeon that could give birth to a divine entity like Lady White. What sort of mysteries did it hold? Moreover, a section of it is present in Nazarick. While all of them considered Nazarick a divine realm that exists for their creators, it was even more so if Nazarick actually held the grounds that birthed one of said creators. It is nostalgic now that I think about it. Back then I was just a weak little pterodactyl. In fact, I might even have been the weakest in the entire labyrinth. All I could do was claw my way to the top and eat everyone in my way, she spoke with a reverie in her voice and a longing expression. Almost as if she was missing those times. That could not be allowed. Although Demiurge had doubts about her claims about being the weakest, it would be a tragedy if Lady White ventured into dangerous realms in the multiverse to relive her past experiences. Based on the grim expression on Albedo's face, it seemed that she thought so as well. The twins on the other hand were oblivious. I don't believe that Lady White could be the weakest. That is impossible. Aura vehemently denied what she had heard. Speaking of being the weak, he remembered that Lord Momonga also made a similar claim in the Overlord novels. Perhaps you can tell us something about Yggdrasil that we don't know, Demiurge shifted the topic. Not to say that he was not interested in knowing more unknown facts. Something you don't know, I guess the fact that Yggdrasil was a game created for entertainment. Entertainment. Yes, it was just an artificially created world for the sake of entertainment. Lady White calmly repeated once more. Demiurge was shocked as well, just like the mayor who had asked for confirmation in shock. It was not hard to understand why. Yggdrasil had been their home world for many years, but it turned out to be a world created for the entertainment of supreme beings. There was also a darker fact to be considered. Lady White had previously spoken about her origins, and it was clear how she seemed to miss the times when she was a pterodactyl. Adding on that the supreme beings considered everything that happened in Yggdrasil as entertainment, isn't it very much likely that she will put herself in danger for experiencing thrills? I guess it's about time we start discussing about what I wanted to talk about earlier. That's enough of break time. Lady White spoke after she finished the vast assortment of delicacies in front of her. Demiurge also put aside his thoughts after brief eye contact with Albedo. It was clear what both of them had to discuss later. For now, there were more important issues to discuss. Chapter 66, Intertwining Threads. Demiurge POV. Location, 6th floor of the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. First off, about the corpses and living scrolls or brood. I have no requirements. I also have the wreckage of their spaceship stowed away in my pocket dimension. You can use all of them any way you wish, Lady White's voice resonated in Demiurge's mind. Aura and Mare had left the vicinity of the Colosseum and wandered off to other sections of the 6th floor. Begrudgingly, of course. The twin children desperately wanted to participate in what they considered to be a high-level meeting of maximum confidentiality. The more likely reason was so that Demiurge alongside Albedo could make appropriate preparations before guiding everyone else in Nazarick as required. As much as they wanted to conquer the multiverse, this grand undertaking was no mere child's play. Even if the twins are highly qualified guardians, any plan must be deliberated over repeatedly and improved upon. It seems that Aura and Mare understood this as well and finally left without more complaints. Now, about what Lady White just relayed. He was free to conduct experiments as he desires. Moreover, there's wreckage from a spaceship for him to toy around with as well. It seems that he would be spending lots of time filled with joy soon. By the way, I have also hijacked a ship and controlled some Skrull to fly the spaceship. It was quite fun for a while riding it, but I soon got bored. Magic is the best after all. Nevertheless, I'll be returning to the ship soon to have a more comfortable space trip, the Supreme Being continued. It is reassuring that they will be flying in a spaceship in relative luxury. It would be best to have an impregnable moving fortress to cruise through space. It's best to incorporate the time travel technology of the TVA as well. Another addition to my ever-growing list of research topics. Perhaps we can employ some of the mind-controlled TVA members for the task. It would improve research progress significantly. Hopefully, that human named Mobius has made some decent progress. Lady White did not give him more commands, and neither me nor Albedo told him anything. An oversight on my part. Demiurge thought. He was deeply inspired by multiple iconic spacefaring vessels present in Lady White's scriptures. He also desired to create a fleet of ships in association with the main one. This is what happened, she went on to explain the events of their space trip so far. From floating through empty space and spreading multiple surveillance clones to fighting the Skrull and Brood while acting as the evil goddess. For the short while they had left, it was quite an eventful trip so far. Then again, such events were to be expected if the comics were anything to go by. That's about it. Moving on, I have created a series of plans as well as pondered on possible steps to take from here on out, her voice seemed to casually remark. As expected of Lady White. Such a thought passed through both Albedo and Demiurge's minds. I'm guessing that you need our help to enact these ideas, Lady White. If so, please tell us and we will try to get it completed immediately, Albedo requested for the task immediately. Yes, that's right. Upon considering the circumstances, I decided to take advantage of the situation by linking my parallel minds to the Brood hive mind and sending them off to different timelines. The idea is that my parallel minds would consume the Brood hive mind, giving me its abilities and a boost in my overall power. I have used this method before on someone else that was also the controller of a hive mind, but it was in the same timeline. So, I don't know if this will work. But if the hive mind is somehow able to counterattack, I can cut the connection between us immediately. She said. While Demiurge was a bit worried about any danger associated with the plan, it was a plan that would greatly strengthen Lady White. The stronger Lady White was, the better. Especially in her weakened state. As for the plan not working, Demiurge refrained from commenting anything as he anticipated that Lady White had much more to share. As I said earlier, I have started to act as the evil goddess in earnest. The scuffle with the Brood earlier gave me another idea to solidify the image of my alter ego alongside the others. And that is to create a swarm of my own. The Horonia from earlier. Demiurge asked, making connections to the spider babies draped in shadows he had seen earlier. That's right. And I want to include all positive adaptations of other swarms such as the Horde or the Brood into them. The idea is to create the strongest and deadliest swarm in existence. Perhaps, I will use my administrator skill to create two different paths of evolution for two groups of Horonia. One for me and one for my persona. But this is not certain. As for the spider babies that wandering through time, I have other plans for them which I will now tell you. But, ideally they should evolve into a distinct third branch capable of temporal abilities to best work with my idea and in conjunction with the resurrection eggs. That was a lot of information and there was more to come. But Demiurge was not dumbfounded. Far from it, the excitement was visible on his face. This plan was right up his alley. Even more so than deciphering technology. Demiurge was certainly entranced with technology and applications of technology working alongside magic. But like Lady White, deep down, the old way of doing things was and will always remain his favorite. Especially, experiments on evolution. Oh, of course he won't conduct any crude experiments on the spider babies to achieve Lady White's orders. It would certainly make things difficult, but that was his burden to bear. Or rather another gift, as Lady White will be using the results of his experiments directly. The other good news was that, a lot of what was to be researched was something he was already working on. For example, researching the Horde or cracking the mysteries of time. The other idea I just mentioned is about creating a system. She described the idea she had. The idea was to create a vast, multiverse-spanning system called the W system. Based on the scriptures they had read, they certainly knew what a system was, but the specifics eluded them. The original idea for this system was a planetary construct that facilitated magic and reincarnation cycles to restore planetary energy. Something she had thought up in her free time back in their old world. Ideally, she said that the system could span the multiverse, but she said that it was beyond her means right now. Something only theoretically possible but practically unfeasible. Naturally, it was their duty to make the Supreme One's desires possible by any means necessary. So far she had considered creating a scaled-down version covering arachnomech, an idea that worked quite well in blending aspects magic and science and serve as a learning tool without the negative downsides. It seemed that Lady White was once again uncountable steps ahead of him, envisioning what the completed arachnomech should look like. Perhaps she had already thought of this the moment she spoke about it when they flew to the desolate city for the first time. Concurrently, she envisioned a subsystem under her persona, using clones and resurrection eggs to control and empower individuals across timelines by channeling corruptive energies and knowledge. This plan involved extensive technical challenges, especially in transmitting energy across timelines, but aimed to centralize control and extract information from brainwashed subjects. She also spoke about multiple hypothetical ideas that could be incorporated into the system on this basis, as well as other challenges faced and how to address them. Plans such as using the celestial corpses dispersed across time as a power source, or the using the flexibility of her parallel minds to their advantage, and many more. Sasuga. I truly have no more words of praise this time. Which was true. Demiurge prided himself in being an intellectual, and understanding the subtleties that underlay all her plans sent shivers down his spine. He thanked his creator for gifting him this intelligence. It seemed that Albedo was in a similar mood, if her quivering wings and unnerving smile were anything to go by after acknowledging Lady White's ideas. Not that he was in any position to judge, as he suspected that a rather terrifying grin was decorating his face right now as well. Every action and event that they had encountered so far were truly working hand in hand in order to trap the multiverse in a web created by Lady White. This was not an exaggeration if one considered how interconnected all the actions they had undertaken so far were. If even one aspect was missing or had gone differently, perhaps the plan could not be realized. Even so, Demiurge could unfortunately only catch a glimpse of what Lady White had in store for the multiverse. For the next couple of days, work with me to decode the magic Pandora has sent, as well as understanding the TVA technology. I want to experiment with the sending my energy to the past first and grant a subsystem to Agatha first. Hopefully, it will be a success and I'll leave on my trip again immediately. If not, then continue working without me and take any steps you feel necessary to work with these ideas. Most of them are hypothetical scenarios, so you don't have to overdo it, the spider goddess ordered. What an honor to work alongside you. I will complete any task you give, Lady White. Demiurge agreed immediately, following which Albedo did so as well. Too bad Pandora's actor would not be able to join them on this mini-collaborative project. Now, Demiurge, I will bestow a sin skill upon you. You should also complete evolution into a world enemy while most of us are here to oversee you. After all, you will be the first creation amongst any of my friends to actually break past the level 100. Well, besides Pandora's actor, who may have done so if Kamarta's magic empowered him greatly. Very well, Lady White. I thank you for providing me with this opportunity. Demiurge was a bit surprised that she wanted him to become a world enemy immediately, but agreed immediately. Was this day one on which some auspicious occasion had taken place? It certainly seemed like it, as one joyous event after another had taken place. Which skill do you want? I don't mind giving 2 skills to you, it's your choice. I assume you have given this enough consideration? She inquired. Yes, he had certainly given it a lot of thought. To a certain extent, it could be argued that most of the creations of the Supreme Beings embody multiple sins to differing extents. This held true for most of them, with the exception of the few that had high positive karma values like sea bass. Moreover, he had pondered upon some other factors as well. Lady White could grant these sin skills, and using the Chaos Catalyst would crown the user as a Lord of Sin. Lady White's skills were also intrinsically different from the world items. There were also multiple demonic entities representing the sins in this Marvel multiverse. It meant that, just owning these skills or titles did not truly make him the only one in existence to represent the concept of the corresponding sins. Hypothetically speaking, becoming a chaos tyrant might lead him to truly embody the chosen conceptual sin or might result in something different entirely. Ultimately, what this meant is that he did not have to overly agonize over making the right choice. Since he could get a skill and title bestowed by Lady White, he can choose to become a Lord of the Seven Deadly Sins, representing another sin. Becoming such a world enemy would massively increase his strength over the other members of Nazarick barring Lady White and perhaps Respite, whose strength he did not truly know. Regardless, even if 30 level 100 players were fully prepared and forewarned of the battle ahead, did battle with a world enemies, the outcome of the battle would still be in doubt. He would also gain immunity to world items. He did not know what sort of immunity he would have against the native abilities and objects of this multiverse. At the same time, Lady White will be able to bestow another sin skill to someone else to increase the overall comprehensive strength of Nazarick. Lady White, please bestow the gluttony skill upon me and grant the others to someone else who deserves it, Demiurge declared. Based on what Lady White told him of the gluttony skill, it would massively cover up any deficiencies he would have. Moreover, he decided to use the chaos catalyst to embody greed. This was not something he had to deliberate over too much. He did not choose to use the chaos catalyst to become pride, for obvious reasons. He was certainly prideful, but he knew his place beneath the supreme beings. He was not particularly lustful or envious. Of course, he did have them in healthy quantities like everyone else in Nazarick. He could certainly be wrathful if something happened to Lady White, but he was a believer of prevention is better than cure. On his watch, something like this must not happen. As for sloth, Demiurge felt that this sin was the furthest away from him. This was the same for everyone created by the supreme beings as they desperately wished to work and serve them more. This was the reason others envied him as Lady White gave him multiple important missions. So, gluttony and greed it was. Chapter 67, An Ordinary Theatrical Gathering. Shiraori POV. Location, Colosseum, 6th floor of the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. Let's begin now that everyone is here, I announced flatly after the floor guardians arrived. Several area guardians from various floors, along with maids and lower-level NPCs, were present as well. This was with the exception of certain NPCs who were not currently present in Nazarick such as Shaltir or Pandora's actor, as well as a few exceptions like Victim, Gargantua, and Oriole Omega. But with the exception of few of these, pretty much all the others were present, calmly seated in the stands of the Colosseum. I won't lie about the purpose of this gathering. I organized this event primarily for its theatrical impact, but at the same time I also wanted everyone to witness this significant moment. Eventually everyone in Nazarick had to completely break away from the designs we had created for them and become much stronger for my comfortable life. Perhaps this was how the Roman emperors felt looking down at the entertainment that was on display before them in the Colosseum. Of course, in their case there would be no such array of exotic creatures and critters but humans. Actually, I can go visit the Roman Empire once in the future for the fun of it. And while I am at it, I might as well have a tour of all the great civilizations of the past and witness in person how Marvel shenanigans affect them. If I visit China, perhaps I can spread Xianxia novels and witness the birth of the glorious arrogant young masters. Just kidding. Anyway, all of time and space are in my grasp and so I will witness everything I can. Anyway, I immediately used the administrator skill and added the gluttony tag next to Demiurge. Simultaneously, a title called Ruler of Gluttony appeared as well. And now my role in this is over. I thank you for blessing me with this power, Lady White. I swear that I will use it to effectively complete all the tasks you gave and will give from now on. Demiurge immediately bowed down and thanked me. He currently stood at the center of the Colosseum. I just nodded my head to acknowledge the overflowing zeal and loyalty he was radiating towards everyone else. Now, everyone. We have gathered here to witness the guardian of the 7th floor, Demiurge, in his ascension to a world enemy after being blessed by Lady White, Aura announced to all the spectators present as everyone burst into cheers. A mix of applause, whistles, and shouts of encouragement that filled the Colosseum as everyone stomped their feet in anticipation. Demiurge. 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 Well, I also heard some isolated cheers of people saying, "Glory to Nazarick," or praising me, but no one objected. In their opinion, it seemed that any achievement Demiurge made or might make is also due to me. Demiurge wasted no more time as a small, palm-sized onyx black orb that seemed to absorb light and exuded an eerie crimson aura appeared in his hand. The surface of the orb was etched with intricate, writhing patterns reminiscent of tormented souls, invoking a sense of suffering and dread. This was the world item that would evolve him into a world enemy. Everyone watched with bated breath as he activated the Chaos Catalyst, casting shadows that seemed to devour everything into the abyss of nothingness. The area in his vicinity seemed to become an impenetrable void. On the other hand, I was momentarily distracted by the alert that had appeared under Demiurge in the administrator skill, which read, "Alert, Demiurge is evolving." I almost had a flashback of a certain game that had similar prompts. In a sense, my current situation was quite similar to that game, but I immediately refocused on the present. The swirling void greedily swallowed the ambient mana present in the surroundings. I guess the combination of the gluttony skill and the concept of greed might lead to some pleasant surprises. If Mini-chan had not been planted on this floor and spewing out mana continuously, perhaps this floor would have been looted dry. And then the NPCs would become the next target for its insatiable greed, followed by Nazarick as a whole, and so on. I guess I can try to reduce Mini-chan's burden and put my unlimited MA energy supplies to good use. And so I did. I immediately flooded the swirling vortex with excess MA energy. Since the chaotic catalyst wants energy to swallow, I'll gladly supply the energy until it will get tired of it. I'm such a generous and kind goddess. Perhaps no one in existence is as generous as me. The swirling void kept on swallowing all the energy with no end in sight, is what I would like to say, but ultimately it seemed to have reached a point of saturation. It desperately extended void-like tentacles in an attempt to grab the treasure trove of energy that it could sense but was unable to do so. An analogy I can think of in regards to this situation is having unlimited delicacies but being unable to consume them due to limited hunger as you watch on with an aggrieved look on your face. But I guess it makes sense. Even if the Chaos Catalyst is a world item and the gluttony skill should allow for this consumption, the energy I am able to provide is truly infinite. Both of those ultimately reach up to planetary scales at most, with no chance of contending with a multiverse worth of energy. Anyway, the swirling void began shrinking and outlining a vague figure akin to Demiurge before receding. Demiurge was still largely similar to his previous self. The shining jewels that were his eyes seemed to mimic the void-like spiral phenomenon that had just appeared during his evolution. There were intricate, almost hypnotic patterns within them which radiated off a crimson light, albeit they were vague. His facial features become sharper and more pronounced, giving him a more sinister and commanding look. His body was ever so slightly larger and stockier than before, but not so much as to cause a notable difference. His skin retains its dark hue but now has a faint, shimmering pattern, reminiscent of void-like tendrils spreading across his face. His British suit is now a dark, almost black shade of deep crimson, and the pinstripes seem to be pulsating. The fabric appears otherworldly, shimmering and shifting slightly as if alive, and his presence overall is more profound. This style should do quite well for the right-hand man of the evil goddess. Ultimately it's just a fashion choice. Even if he goes back to dressing the way he used to or dress entirely differently, I won't really care about the trivial stuff. Demiurge is no longer one of the weaker floor guardians. His offensive capability should have increased tremendously and his survivability should thus have equally risen. Might as well conduct some tests on his newfound capabilities while we will research stuff over the next few days. Congratulations on successfully becoming a world enemy, Demiurge. You did well. We can test your new abilities in the near future, I spoke first, breaking the silence that had pervaded. I don't deserve this praise. I probably could not have done this without the assistance you provided. At the very least it should have taken much longer. Demiurge immediately returned the praise I gave using his secret technique, the Uno reverse. Well, whatever makes him happy. But now that I think of it, maybe this whole process has some merit to it. We are not in the game world of Yggdrasil where all it takes is a single command and boom. The user becomes a world enemy. This process in itself seems to be quite hazardous. If placed in the outside world, that is. The reason it went quite smoothly this time around was due to me supplying the energy required for this process. But what if instead of Nazarick, we did this process on a planet that has some sort of enemy group on it? Maybe their base. Well, even if they don't get demolished depending on how powerful this group of enemies is, they might still be impacted. Plus there's the added bonus of immediately having a stronger combat power. Of course, I'm just thinking about it in a purely hypothetical sense. Nazarick does not have another such world item capable of performing this transformation. And even if there was, such a process must only be done when there's a certain degree of guarantee that we won't be negatively affected. The reason for considering this hypothetical scenario is in case we use some of the native artifacts or abilities that are present in Marvel which may create a similar effect and more. Well, it's just food for thought and something to be seriously considered if such an opportunity does arise. Take a break for today. We will immediately start testing your abilities and working on the projects we mentioned tomorrow. Everyone is dismissed, I declared as I adjourned the short gathering. A wave of excitement surged through the audience as they roared. All hail Lady White. The sound echoed off the stone walls as they acknowledged my command. Mobius M. Mobius POV. Location, near the great underground tomb of Nazarick. We will possibly be having an audience with the Supreme One soon. Hopefully. Mobius spoke aloud to the other followers present behind him. He was a bit surprised when someone in Nazarick reached out to them and asked for assistance in some projects the Supreme One was currently working on. Regardless, as followers of Lady White, all of them enthusiastically responded to the call nevertheless. He had also brought the tribute consisting of Infinity Stones along with him and was prepared to explain all of their exploits since their last meeting in great detail. The plans for Earth-Z were progressing relatively well and a sizable mass of the population had been successfully converted via slightly unusual means in what they referred to as the first phase of Operation Silkstride. Operation Silkstride was just a collective term for multiple different phases that would be implemented in order to achieve numerous unique goals. It was relatively open-ended and allowed for changes to be made to already established plans relatively easily. Ultimately, Mobius wanted the Church of the Weaver, which could currently only be considered a minor cult from an objective viewpoint, to spread across the multiverse. Across all of time and space. And this was but one phase of this operation. When they escaped from the TVA, Earth-Z was specifically chosen by Mobius to be their new base of operations. It was a desperate world on the brink of collapse and should have remained so until the inevitable end of all things. A perfect place for the grace of the Supreme One to spread. Naturally, with all the progress they had made, their operations could not be hidden for long and the heroes soon got wind of their actions. Filth who wouldn't understand that only she can spare this desolate universe of the horrors it would soon face. These pesky heroes inevitably got in the way out of so-called moral obligations. Mobius wouldn't lie by saying that everything was all well and good on that front. Yes, they did convert a few of them and defeated some of them, but that was a small part of the whole picture. Somehow it felt as though the whole universe was against them whenever they had to pick fights with these heroes. Even with all their superiority in numbers and technological might as well as adept control over the forces of time, these heroes seemed to triumph over them on many occasions. He had been deeply disturbed and perplexed by these occurrences. And upon consulting the files on event across time recorded by the TVA that they had brought along, he noticed such a pattern seemed to occur on numerous occasions. Not always, of course, but a sizable number of times to display the fact that something was causing such occurrences. This was not a baseless assumption. If he who remains could commit actions of a similar nature, why couldn't other more powerful entities spread across the multiverse? But without knowing who or what was behind these plot corrections, as they would be called if this world had been a mere novel, there was nothing much Mobius could do other than making more meticulous plans and suffer headaches in silence. Perhaps she would advise him on what actions to take henceforth. Mobius did not have to wait much longer as he saw a swirling void open in front of him once more like it had all the previous times he had been here. And out came the men who they had clashed with when they had met for the first time, albeit with distinct differences. Mobius could intuitively know that the demonic guardian named Demiurge seemed to have recently experienced some fortuitous encounters. Luckily, Mobius and his gang were now followers of Lady White and so should not be harmed by him. Greetings, or should I say welcome back, Mobius. I see that you are doing well, the demon casually spoke, his voice dripping with mild sarcasm. But on the whole he did not seem to take much interest in their current state. Not at all. I regret to say that we have run into some troubles. I would like to consult the Supreme One on these matters if we have the chance. Mobius bowed slightly and replied to the demon. He did not know of what etiquette was to be followed in Nazarick. But based on his previous interactions, he could deduce that Nazarick could be equated to a kingdom where Lady White ruled as queen and the rest were your ministers and servants. If so, this might be seen as acceptable behavior. Oh. Well, you will be meeting her soon. There is much we have to discuss, and after our work is done, I will guide you on must be done in order to achieve Lady White's aims. You will play a relatively important role in her designs that will alter the very nature of this multiverse, he replied. According to Mobius, this was a positive development as he would play an active part in the Supreme One's plans from now on. It meant they had achieved a minimum amount of trust. I would also like to give her this offering. Mobius signaled one of the hunters behind him to hand the treasure chest to Demiurge. Naturally, he wanted to give the Infinity Stones in person, but everything had a certain protocol in place when the spider goddess was concerned. And only Demiurge could inform him of whether this action was acceptable or not. Demiurge opened the chest and seemed to be mildly surprised when he viewed the latent Infinity Stones. I see that you have brought them on your own without us having to inform you. You have done well. You may offer it to her when we meet her in a little while. Even if they won't work in this universe, these stones contain a treasure trove of knowledge. We might be able to repurpose them for other objectives. Regardless, Lady White will know what is the correct way to use them is. But first, I will inform you of how to behave and what is expected of you in her presence. No mistakes will be tolerated. Demiurge spoke the last sentence with threatening undertones. Of course, they had no objections. In fact, they couldn't be more happy about the situation. The happiness was partly also due to the fact that they could offer the tributes in person and their value had been validated by Demiurge. Follow me to the laboratory. I will inform you on the way, Demiurge spoke as he turned around and walked through the portal to the laboratory which had just opened behind him. Mobius immediately followed with haste, as did rest of the followers. After all, a chance to make and witness history under her guidance could not be missed due to tardiness. Chapter 68, Crossroads. Agatha Harkness POV. Location, New Salem, Colorado, United States. The crisp autumn air of New Salem swirled with the scent of wood smoke and cinnamon. Jagged purple mountains clawed at the horizon, their peaks wreathed in mist that shimmered with an unnatural, pearlescent sheen. A crooked path, paved with cobblestones that was made to look like it was worn smooth by centuries of boots and broomsticks even though it was not, led into the heart of the town. Half-timbered houses adorned with twisting vines and wrought iron balconies overflowing with marigolds and nightshade, huddled together for warmth. Signs in curling script advertised mystical wares, Madame Zandra's potions and powders, familiars, find your forever friend here. Wisps of emerald smoke rose from chimneys, carrying the faint strains of chanting and the rhythmic drumming of a mortar and pestle. A sleek black cat, its eyes glowing with an inner fire, sauntered across the path, pausing to flick its tail disdainfully at a gaggle of apprentice witches fluttering by in mismatched robes. The air crackled with a vibrant energy, a potent mix of magic and autumn's approaching chill. This was New Salem, a town where the veil between the mundane and the mystical was as thin as a spider's web, and where every twist of the cobbled path promised an unexpected enchantment. Well, the underlying spider theme, if it could be called that, was a surprise given that they now reluctantly venerated a certain spider goddess due to Agatha's actions. Not that she herself knew that the goddess D was the spider goddess. It's just that the concept of webs and weaving of threads had great significance in the fields of witchcraft and mysticism. Concepts such as destiny were also often interrelated with threads. Furthermore, the knowledge regarding Agatha's as well as her parallel selves' respective destinies and as well as what the great goddess spoke to her about fate, indicated some level of power that she held over this authority. It only made sense to have this domain she had created to incorporate such theme. Since she had extensive future knowledge of multiple timelines, Agatha had opted to introduce the best elements of each of them. She was not adhering to the pre-existing styles created by her counterparts or afraid of making extensive changes. The Great One had encouraged her to make as many changes as possible and cause ripples in fate, and she did so gladly. Agatha had made full use of the knowledge given by the Great One to construct her own version of New Salem and create a safe haven for witches, warlocks, and mystical creatures. Even if the knowledge was not very detailed and only contained a generalized gist of events like a historical record, they proved immensely helpful in planning what to do next. She had essentially gained the benefit of foresight even if limited and subject to change. Granted, it was still in its infancy as it had only been a handful of years since she had conversed with the Great One on that fateful night. Regardless, lots of witches had flocked to New Salem seeking asylum. Of course, she had also reflected on all the mistakes caused by her and her parallel selves. Whether letting Nicholas Scratch, her so-called son rebel against her or foolishly handling matters regarding the Scarlet Witch, Wanda Maximoff, they were all mistakes that had to be avoided. But what stayed constant was that regardless of the timeline, the Great One periodically lent a helping hand to her. Agatha would make sure to repay her. But why risk coming in contact with an elder god that had plotted Agatha into facing misfortune when little Wanda was more than suitable to do so? It was her destiny as the Scarlet Witch at the end of the day. All Agatha had to do was to get the little Miss Maximoff as her student, just as her alternate self had done in other timelines. By becoming a pillar of support for Wanda in troubled times, she could guide Wanda to the truth. Agatha would be saving Wanda from all the misfortune she was destined to face while making her believe in the Great One would protect Wanda from becoming the Elder God's container, as well. Wanda would be a blank sheet of paper unrelated to the world of Warcraft before contacting Agatha. She would also be rather young when Agatha got the little witch under her wing, making it easy to indoctrinate her. Ultimately, she would gain a convenient tool to be used in future endeavors. After reflecting on how Agatha's alternate self handled the young Scarlet Witch, she almost had an urge to facepalm at her stupidity. Greed for greater power had blinded her, and perhaps the Darkhold had corrupted her. She would be a fool to play out these events again. Naturally, knowledge contained in the Darkhold could not be forsaken. It was far too priceless to do so. Regardless, Agatha didn't have to be the one who deciphered it and risk being corrupted. She had blessed Agatha with immunity against mind control. Theoretically, Agatha would remain safe and sound even if she got the cursed book under her grasp. The goddess of witchcraft, that witches traditionally venerated, was merely a thief who had stolen the authority of the Great One in her weakened state and was trying to poison the minds of witches across the multiverse. The knowledge provided by her had opened Agatha's eyes to the truth. The Great One's blessing had saved Agatha's soul. Naturally, Agatha tried to open the eyes of her fellow witches and wizards to the truth, but with negligible effects. Due to her insistence and out of gratitude for the safe haven that Agatha had provided them with, they chose to believe in her perfunctorily. Centuries of belief in the goddess of witchcraft could not be toppled overnight. It had to be a gradual process. While Agatha was furious about this response, there was nothing much she could do unless she blessed the residents of New Salem and freed them from the thief's grasp as well. She had been trying her best to gather knowledge on witchcraft as well as other interesting tidbits of information to conduct trades with her. The only connection she had with her was the entity hiding in her shadow ever since that night. Agatha had not contacted the Great One since that day, as she was busy gathering knowledge and consolidating New Salem. It was about time to conduct a trade with her if she liked what Agatha had to offer. Agatha's attention was drawn by vision that suddenly started flickering in front of her. It appeared one moment before disappearing the next. Could this be some sort of curse, Agatha thought. S.T.S. Agatha stared blankly at the curse flickering in her vision. Perhaps not, she pondered, as no immediate negative effects were inflicted upon her. Prototype system 3D2Y successfully bound. Her thoughts were dispersed as the vision materialized in front of her, and Agatha heard a voice she had not listened to in years. The voice of the Great One. There was no mistaking it. This vision had to be witchcraft conjured by the Great One. Perhaps she had noticed that Agatha was going to make an attempt to communicate with her. Stand by, initiating beta test. Beta test. Confusion was evident on Agatha's face at listening to the strange terms. Perhaps this is some sort of taboo sorcery that only the Great One is privy to. All she could do was make meaningless conjectures. Ultimately, if she was destined to know the meaning behind these terms, then she will in the future. All that mattered was that the Great One had once again graced them with her presence. Once all the residents of New Salem had been freed, this day would be celebrated as the auspicious day of salvation. Agatha would make sure of that. Pandora's actor POV. Location: Guest Chambers, Royal Palace of Valiskjaf, Asgard. You may leave and take a short rest. I will be thinking upon the actions we must take henceforth in silence for a while. Please inform Caius I will join him for a chat during the feast, Pandora commanded the apprentice sorcerers who had followed him to the guest chamber provided to him by the Asgardian royal family. As you wish, Master Gandalf. The sorcerers soon departed from the chamber, leaving no one else but Pandora and a few servants. The servants were some of the doppelgangers that had infiltrated Asgard on Lady White's orders earlier. While they had initially infiltrated as Einherjar, they had to skillfully keep changing identities if their previous ones faced danger or scrutiny. For instance, if all the Einherjar in a platoon passed away in a raid but a random soldier that the doppelganger had disguised as survived, their identity might be the subject of focus and investigation. Finding a new identity by any means necessary was an important part of the art of infiltration. But it could not be avoided that some doppelgangers were still slain in the process, and the infiltration so far had not been smooth. They were still nowhere near being in a position to obtain crucial information of importance to Nazarick. Moving on, the guest chamber was a stunning blend of opulence and divine craftsmanship, fitting for the esteemed guests of the Asgardian royal family. The walls, adorned with intricate gold filigree and ancient runes that softly glowed with an ethereal light, told stories of Asgard's grandeur and history. It had high, vaulted ceilings painted with celestial scenes of gods and mythical creatures. Massive windows draped with luxurious, deep blue velvet curtains overlooked the majestic, starlit skies of Asgard. The furnishings were equally grand, with a large, ornately carved bed covered in plush, silken sheets and pillows that seemed to invite rest and comfort. A grand fireplace, made of gleaming white marble, dominated one wall, its gentle warmth contrasting with the cool, polished floors that reflected the room's soft ambient glow. In one corner, an elegantly crafted writing desk stood, accompanied by a comfortable chair, hinting at the thoughtful design meant to accommodate both relaxation and contemplation. Given the position and reputation that Pandora had earned as Gandalf, it was only fitting that the chamber assigned to him exhibited a higher level of grandeur compared to those allocated to the average servant or apprentice mage who handled menial tasks and errands. The ultimate purpose of these chambers, whether intentionally or not, was to subtly showcase Asgard's wealth, power, and prestigious history, instilling a sense of awe in any guest who occupied them. However, Pandora was far from an average guest. The master sorcerer Gandalf was merely his disguise. Perhaps if he were real, the chambers of Asgard might have had their intended effect on him. But Pandora's actor was an area guardian of Nazarick. Furthermore, he guarded the treasury and the vast collections of the supreme beings. Flaunting opulence in front of him was a futile effort. He was no stranger to such petty schemes, and tricks were of no surprise to him either, as he had shared conversations with two demons. Anyway, all this wealth will belong to Lady White one day, as it should, Pandora thought.